Janet and I were married for 12 years. We have been lovers since we were 10 years old. I was never interested in college, so I got an entry-level job at Desmond Engineering as a draftsman straight out of high school. A year later, Janet and I got married, and the following year we became the proud parents of twin girls, Bethany and Brittany. Things were tough for the first few years, but we watched our pennies and things seemed to work out. I was still a draftsman, but I was a few grades higher than when I started. Money was better, but still tight. We managed to save enough money to buy a small house, and we had two nice cars. They weren't new, but they weren't old-fashioned either. Janet always wanted to be a housewife, so she never worked. We didn't need any extra money, so that was fine with me. We were both healthy and in good shape. Janet was a little stockier than when we got married, but not by much. She was just over 5 feet tall and had dark brown hair with bangs. She looked like little Marie Osmond. I haven't changed at all. I played right tackle on the high school football team, so I wasn't small, but I wasn't flabby either. Billy Martin moved to Reading from Lancaster about a year ago and took a job with Desmond Engineering as a surveyor. Billy and I played football against each other and immediately became friends. He also married his high school sweetheart, a redhead named Sarah. Sarah and Janet became instant friends. They didn't have children yet, but they were ideal nannies. When we weren't at work, Billy and I enjoyed each other's company. It was a pleasant breakaway from my wives. Of course, Janet and Sarah did the same. They went shopping together, went to parties and club meetings, and Billy and I watched the girls and TV. Sarah also took a job as a secretary at Gilbert Engineering, located just outside the city. I started noticing some things about 6 months ago. Previously, the PTA meeting was held once a month, but now it is once a week. Sarah didn't have children, but she always went to see Janet. The frequency of Tupperware and Magic Chef parties seemed to increase every month, but they never bought anything. They joined a book club, but never seemed to find time to read. On weekends, they spent hours shopping, but bought very little. Janet's collection of fashionable lingerie seemed to be growing, but I never got to enjoy any of it. It started eating me. I never mentioned anything to Billy because he didn't seem to care. I didn't want to cause problems if something happened. About an hour after I put the girls to bed, Janet came home from some kind of basket party. She took a shower before Sarah picked her up and took another as soon as she got home. This seemed strange to me. While she was in the shower, I quickly checked the basket and found a set of black lace lingerie. Who would wear black lace lingerie to a basket party? I'm not in the habit of checking my wife's panties, but I did this tonight and found that the panties were wet and sticky. I put them in my pocket. Until tonight, I had never once rummaged through my wife's purse or wallet. The only thing I was really interested in was her cell phone. Apparently, she was pretty sure I wouldn't spy because she hadn't deleted a single call in the last week. The majority of calls were addressed to Sarah, but a large number of incoming and outgoing calls were addressed to KC, KH, and KW. Of course, I had no idea who they were, but I quickly realized that the C stood for cell, the H stood for home, and the W probably stood for work. I checked her address book, and Sarah also had 3 numbers listed: Sarah S, Sarah H, and Sarah W. I was amazed at how well organized my wife's phone was. I looked at Sarah's work number and noticed that it had an extension. I looked at KW's number, and it was the same number as Sarah, but with a different extension. It wasn't hard to guess that Janet was calling and receiving calls from someone who worked with Sarah. It was also easy to guess that Sarah must have been the one who introduced Janet and the mysterious company, K. Gilbert. Engineering was now closed, so I took Janet's phone and called KW's number. Hello. You approach Ken Sanders' desk. I'm not at the table right now, but if you leave your name and phone number, I will contact you as soon as I can. I hung up immediately after the signal. It was too easy. John, are you going to bed? Janet simply poked her head around the doorway. I'm almost finished with this book. I'll get up as soon as I finish it if I don't fall asleep on the sofa. Of course, I had every intention of sleeping on the couch. It was a restless night. I kept trying to figure out what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. It was a terrible waste of time and mental effort. Every time I redirected my thoughts to what I should do, they kept coming back to what I should do. I kept looking at the clock, and it didn't move. All I knew for sure was that I was not going to take any blame for what happened or what was going to happen. I woke up to the sounds of my 2 little angels cooking breakfast. Janet encouraged them to take care of themselves rather than wait. It was a good idea, and it seemed to work. I was stretching and scratching myself when my wife entered the room. You better hurry up, John, or you'll be late for work. No problem. I'm not going to work today. Why? You never miss work. Too many personal problems? I yawned and trudged towards the bathroom. I needed a shower. Janet looked a little puzzled. When I returned, the girls had already left for school. I took a cup of coffee and sat down at the table opposite my wife. She looked at me reluctantly, as if expecting something, but not knowing what. Tell me about your novel. I didn't want to beat around the bush, but I almost knew she wasn't going to just open up and bare her soul. Be serious, John. Is that why you're moping? Do you really think I'm cheating on you? Yes. Now tell me about your novel. We've been married 12 years, John. Why would you even think such a thing? Janet, I have work to do today, and I'm not going to sit here and play games with you. I'll ask you again. Tell me about your novel. My loving wife let out an exasperated sigh and leaned towards me. John, it's all in your head. There is no romance here. Well, I'd like to thank you for your honesty, but I can't right now, can I? She leaned back in her chair and sipped her coffee as if she had taken control of the situation. Can you answer me a few simple questions? Yes, John, of course. What would you like to know? Why do you go to PTA meetings every week, even though the PTA secretary says they only have monthly meetings, and you haven't been to one in 6 months? I do not understand what you're saying. She was a little less sassy. You and Sarah go to non-existent PTA meetings every Tuesday. Why would you lie about something like that? Janet pondered the question for a while, and then found the answer. I'm truly sorry, John. It's ladies' night at Rosie's Cantina on Tuesday, and Sarah and I are going for 2-for-1 margaritas. We didn't want you and Billy to think we were messing around, so you didn't tell us. It was a mistake, and I'm very sorry. From now on, we will inform. Nice try, Janet. Of course you know that I will check this. I'm sure Sarah will support you, but what about the people from Rosie? John, you're getting more out of this. When you go to little Tupperware parties and things like that, why do you take a shower before you leave and another when you get home? She was in no hurry again. A lot of women smoke at these parties. When I come home, I want to get rid of the smell of my hair. It's not a big deal, John. Why do you wear fancy underwear to go to these parties? You never wear sexy things for me unless it's a special night. Every evening you spend with these housewives, you wear your best. Why? I don't have a good answer to this question. I just want to feel dressed up sometimes when I go out. Her lies began to irritate me. It's time to put an end to this. I was angry, and it was difficult to control. These are the panties you wore last night. I threw them on the table. When you came home, the squat was wet and covered in something sticky. I know what the hell sperm is, and I know it's not mine. Don't try to tell me you have a yeast infection, or I swear I will. Hit you. Janet was squirming in her chair at this moment. She tried not to look at me. There didn't seem to be a quick answer. Damn it, Janet. Why did you come home with cum-stained panties last night? I want an answer. Stop it, John. Just stop it. I can't stand it anymore. We've been married for 12 years. How can you treat me like this? The continuous stream of lies and constant denial finally got to me. With all the strength I could muster, I threw my half-filled coffee cup across the room, smashing the front of the microwave. This time, there was no doubt that I had Janet's attention. I had never seen that expression on her face before, because she had never seen me angry before. Leaning across the table, I looked directly at her and spoke louder than before. Who the hell is Ken Sanders? She got out of the chair and backed towards the sink, trying to get away from me. Last time, who the hell is Ken Sanders? A friend. Just a friend. She was scared to death when those words came out of her mouth. Did you have sex with him? Yes. Yes, I had sex with him. Did you have sex with him last night? Yes. Yes, I did it. Stop it, John. Please stop this. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Just stop, please. She stood at the sink and bawled like crazy. I took a cup out of the cupboard and poured myself some fresh coffee. As I started to sit down, Janet's cell phone rang. Her eyes darted from me to the phone and back to me. This is from Ken. I think we better answer. I pressed the speakerphone button and answered the call. Good morning, sugar. I just came to work and saw that last night you tried to call me on my work number. Did you forget something at home? Janet, or should I say Sugar, seemed distressed. There was a moment of silence. Janet, are you here? Is there something wrong? She looked at me with a petrified expression. I nodded back to her. Ken. She hesitated. Ken, my husband is here. He knows about us. He has his phone on speaker. He didn't hang up, but he didn't answer either. I felt obligated to let him off the hook. Ken, good buddy. I have some things I need to do this morning, but I promise to come see you this afternoon. Maybe you should put 911 on your speed dial. I ended the call and put the phone back in my pocket. Janet just stood at the sink in her robe, shaking. I have to go. I have one more question. What is the name of the guy Sarah is dating? John, no, please don't make me. The second cup flew across the room and crashed into the tiled wall behind the sink. She jumped back and couldn't speak fast enough. Kelvin? Calvin Bostic. I'll be back this afternoon. Remove all your belongings before this time. My mom will stay with the girls until we make other arrangements. Anything you can't fit in your car, I'll get it for you. Let my mother know where you will be. Do not call me. She didn't move or say anything else as I walked out the door. Of course, I had no idea what to do next. I decided to go into the office and see Billy. I thought of him as a friend and felt that he should know what was going on. It was pretty easy to figure out that Sarah met Calvin at work and became friends with him. Ken was probably Calvin's friend, who needed a date. I may have simplified this a bit, but I thought it was close enough. Billy was not in the office. He was on the spot setting some bets or something like that. I called him on his cell phone. Billy, I don't want to bother you, but I have bad news. Is someone injured? Not yet, but they will. What the hell are you talking about, John? Janet and Sarah got themselves a couple of boyfriends. On all those nights when they had to go to meetings and Tupperware parties, they actually got together. You are sure? I don't believe you, John. Sounds like some kind of nonsense to me. Ask Sarah about a guy named Calvin Bostic. He works with her in Gilbert. I think she introduced Janet to another guy from there. Damn, are you sure? Damn it, John. I know Calvin Bostic. We were in the same graduating class. What about a guy named Ken Sanders? Yes, him too. Tall, skinny guy. Billy, I believe Janet is going to warn Sarah as soon as she can. Janet gave me a whole lot of crap this morning before I pinned her down. I'm sure you'll get the same from Sarah. Billy hung up and I went to HR to ask for a short leave. I didn't feel like working right now. It only took 10 minutes to transfer all the work I was doing to another draftsman. Around the same time, Janet's cell phone rang. Caller ID showed it was Sarah. Janet, what the hell is going on? Billy just called me. He arrives at the office. I think someone said something to him. I didn't answer her. Janet, are you here? Now is not the best time to play. Hi, Sarah. This is John. I had to borrow Janet's cell phone this morning. Mine was dead. What are you talking about, Sarah? What exactly did someone say to Billy? I couldn't help it. At that moment, I felt angry and disgusted. I'm so sorry, John. I thought I was calling Janet. I'll try to take her home. I don't think you should bother her right now. She is very busy packing all her things. She doesn't have time to chat. What do you mean, pack her things? She's going back to live with her parents for a while. The pause on the other end of the line was funny. I smiled as I imagined all the scenarios running through Sarah's head. I think it would be more important for you to tell Calvin that Billy is on his way. He could probably use a head start. Oh God, no, this can't be true. No, no. She hung up. This woman's nerves. We only had one credit card, so canceling it was no problem. We also had an ATM or a debit card. It took me 5 minutes to change the PIN number. I had no idea what to do with the checking account, so I just ignored it for now. In any case, I needed it to pay utilities and other bills. I just hoped Janet didn't take any receipts with her. The cell phone rang again, but this time it was my phone. Billy chased Calvin Bostic out of the Gilbert building and caught him in the parking lot. He was in jail and wanted me to tell his brother from Lancaster to come and post bail for him. I called his brother. There was nothing more I could do for Billy, so I went to Taco Bell. After lunch, I went to visit my mom and dad. I explained everything to them. Mom was more than willing to watch the girls for a while. She stayed with me during the week, and the twins stayed with them on the weekends. Now it's time to visit Ken Sanders. The guys in Gilbert's drafting department were eager to tell me about Billy's visit that morning. The drafting department overlooks the parking lot, and they saw everything that happened. Billy caught Calvin before he could get to his BMW. He threw him over the hood of one of the cars and started smashing his face. The guards followed them and tried unsuccessfully to get Billy out. Finally, one of them hit Billy in the neck with a stun gun. He wasn't home yet when they put him in the police car. They had to take Calvin in an ambulance. One of the guys showed me the office where Ken Sanders worked. It was empty. Looks like old Ken quit suddenly this morning. We walked past Sarah's desk. She wasn't there either, but it looked like she was still working there. 10 minutes later, I found out Ken's home address and headed to the parking lot. It was a small ranch with no garage. There was a white Lexus in the driveway, with the trunk and back doors open. As I approached the door, Ken Sanders came out with an armful of clothes. He dropped everything and rushed back into the house as soon as he saw me. I tripped over the things he dropped and managed to see him exit out the back as I entered. I had to laugh at his reaction. Damn, I wasn't like Billy. I was a good guy. It looked like the kind of place that would be rented fully furnished. That's why he didn't have a truck. In another 10 minutes, he would have finished and left town. I was looking forward to talking to Ken, but I didn't want to chase him. I looked around the room for anything interesting and got a few pleasant surprises. The first thing I picked up was his cell phone. It lay on the table in the living room, next to a folder containing his passport and some personal documents. There was a cute little laptop computer on the dining table. I couldn't find anything else, so I packed up the few goodies I had and left. I didn't want to do anything that could be considered criminal, so I resisted the urge to crash his car. This was beautiful. I think it was a crime to take things out of the house, but damn, he left the door open and anyone could have taken them. Unable to fully control myself, I let the air out of just one of his tires. He'd have to empty the truck to get to the spare tire, and I'm sure he'd do it with one eye on the street looking for me. I'll pick it up later. He received the message. I went into the prison to see Billy. His brother was there, and they were busy with legal matters, so I just waved and smiled at him. He seemed to have everything under control. Mom was already at home and dinner had begun. We talked for a bit, and then I took the things I bought from Ken into the office, where I kept my computer and everything. Before I could take a closer look, Beth and Britt returned from school. I decided it would be best to tell them what was going on before they asked. I didn't have a chance. Hi, Dad. What is Grandma doing here? Where's Mom? Bethany beat me to it. Your mother and I decided to take a little break from each other. She will live with her parents for a while. Brittany started to smile and Beth rolled her eyes and groaned. I win. Ha ha, I'm winning. I told you. Britt was gloating about something, and her sister was frowning. What's happening? What's so funny? Brittany volunteered to explain. Beth and I had an argument. I said your mom cheated on you, and she said that would never happen. Looks like I won. I never said anything about your mother cheating. We are not stupid, Dad, and don't treat us like children. We know what's going on. I just didn't want to admit it. Britt is right. Mom is cheating on you. How did you know this? I just found out. You're a little slow, Dad, and too trusting. Britt put her hand on my shoulder. It was strange. A 12-year-old girl trying to console her father. One Saturday when Mom and Sarah said they were going shopping at King of Prussia, Mom wouldn't let Britt and I go with her. She said it was an adult shopping day, and she would compensate us for it later. When we got to school on Monday, 2 kids said they saw her with a guy in Nobles Grove. We called them liars, but one of the girls had a photo on her cell phone. It seemed pretty trivial. I thought there must be an explanation. But Britt said she was cheating. Why didn't you tell me anything? They both just shrugged. A couple of weeks later, Tracy Mercer's parents saw Sarah, Mom, and 2 guys at TGI Fridays in Allentown. They told Tracy about it when they got home. I sat dumbfounded. Thank God Grandma invited us to dinner. We didn't discuss the issue during dinner, and I apologized before the dessert arrived. Luckily, the twins decided to leave the topic for the rest of the night. I felt relieved. I had just started looking through Ken's laptop when his cell phone rang. It was a text message. DKSRY 4 SNAFU. LYJ. Dear Ken, sorry for the trouble. Love, Janet. I'm not the world's best texter. In fact, I'm pretty bad. But I had no trouble reading this message. It came from Sarah's cell phone, which meant Sarah and Janet were together. I couldn't resist the temptation. TAJ. Thanks a lot, John. Now she knew that I had Ken's cell phone. I spent the next couple of hours going through files and folders on Ken's computer. There were no emails between Janet and Ken, but there were some interesting emails between Ken and some old friends in Lancaster. I was shocked by what I read, and I definitely didn't like it. Janet and I had been together almost our entire lives, and now I learned that I never really knew her. She seemed to have gotten closer to Ken in less than a year than she had with me in almost 20. While I was replacing the cartridge in the printer, I noticed that I was crying. This is not what I usually do. She had hurt me with her deception, and now I felt the salt in the wounds. Perhaps it was because of my tears. I printed out several emails and a dozen photographs. I would have taken more photos, but I ran out of expensive paper. There were no pornographic images, or even anything racy. All of them were suitable for mixed company. Beth poked her nose in the door and asked if she could call her mother. I didn't feel like I could refuse. My mother was with the twins while they talked to Janet and overheard everything. She didn't eavesdrop, but it seemed like the girls weren't trying to hide anything. Mom later told me that they didn't cut Janet any slack and blamed her for the whole problem. The conversation lasted less than 5 minutes. The emails were extremely interesting. Ken applied and was hired as an engineer for an alternative energy project in Spain. His start date was in 6 weeks. Apparently, he did not warn Gilbert about his departure. I'm sure Sarah knew, but no one else mentioned it. He had all the documents ready for the trip except for my passport. I'm sure he could find a replacement, but he better hurry if he wants to set a start date. I guess he could always go to the police and report that I stole it, but I didn't think he would do that. He hasn't booked his plane tickets yet. One of the letters to a close friend explained a lot. Janet planned to get a divorce after joining Ken in Spain. She realized that I would never allow her to take the girls out of the country, so she was going to declare me an unfit father. The letter didn't go into detail about how she was going to achieve this, but it did indicate that it would be severe enough to revoke my visitation rights for the twins or custody. It was completely despicable. Ken wrote this letter, so it was all rumored. I would have liked to have gotten something original from Janet, but I had to make do with what I had. I printed out several copies of this letter. Mom fell asleep watching Leno, so I sent her to our bedroom. The girls have already gone to bed. I fell asleep on the couch and there were 4 empty beer bottles on the coffee table. I woke up to the smell of fresh coffee and bacon. Mom always prepared a good breakfast. The girls were finishing their cereal when I approached the table. I had to endure some good-natured digging before I could start cooking the eggs. The conversation was casual until it was time for the bus. Girls, I'm afraid your mother will try to separate us. She plans to declare me an unfit parent so she can keep you all to herself. I have no problem with shared custody if it keeps you two happy, but I won't give up my right to see you and be with you. I don't want you to have to pick sides, but I want you to know what's going on. Be careful and I don't listen to any lies. Dad, we are smarter than you think. Don't worry about anything. We love Mom, but we won't let her screw you up or anything. Brittany smiled and Beth gave me a thumbs up as they walked out the door. Mom filled my cup and sat down with hers. Relax, John. Everyone is on your side. After showering and shaving, I put on some clothes that were a little nicer than what I usually wear. When I left the house, I felt a little strange because I had 3 mobile phones with me. I made a mental note to buy the cell phone charger Ken had given me. I probably won't need it, but I'd rather be prepared for it. I checked into the family services office and waited for the caseworker to call me. I was confused when I finally got the call because I knew the woman who came to my aid, John Terrell. I haven't seen you for over 10 years. What did you do? Jody Mitchell was easy to remember. In high school, she was one of the goth girls. The goths had their own small group and stuck together. They were ostracized by most of the other kids, especially the athletes, including me. She looked normal now, but I'll only ever remember her for her pink hair, black lipstick, and dark eye makeup. The funny thing is that the goths could never determine whether they were into drugs, sexual deviance, or witchcraft. As for Jody, it was probably none of those things. But you always believe the most outrageous things. The sign on her desk read, J. Mitchell. So I assumed that she had never been married. 12 years ago, I could understand it. But today she looked, John, what can I do for you? My train was interrupted by her question. I discovered that I stuttered a little. You look great, Jody. She laughed at my awkwardness. You mean compared to how I looked before? Now I felt embarrassed. Probably. But I didn't mean to imply anything. Relax, John. I was halfway through college when I realized that I was smart enough to see the world as I was, without a false facade. I've been what you would call normal for almost a decade now. I'm much more comfortable saying normal than before. Damn it. But that sounds patronizing. I have a hard time keeping my foot away from my mouth. You must excuse me. Forget it. Why are you here? Before we begin, I need to ask you a question. Do you have a file or report on me? Anything at all? Her fingers danced across the keys like a pianist. There's nothing here, John. You married Janet Wilcox, is that right? Yes. And there's nothing under her name either. It sounds like you two are feeding your children rather than beating them. You have children, right? Yes. We have 12-year-old twin girls, Bethany and Brittany. Fine. Now can we move on to the problem that brought you here? Jody, this is a little far-fetched, and I know it may seem hard to believe, but my wife is planning to leave me and wants to take the girls with her. It's not hard to believe, John. We see this all the time. Shouldn't she have a reason to do something like that? Usually when a mother comes to us, she has documents or something else to support the accusation. You just checked and there's nothing there now. Right? That's right, John. But how do I know that you're not setting me up because you did something and she hasn't had a chance to report it yet? She may be obtaining medical information or police reports before coming to our office. Just because we don't show anything on our computer doesn't mean you didn't do anything. You say I can't win. No, I'm not saying that. Why do you think she's going to do something like that? I had no intention of showing anyone the email Ken sent, but now I felt I had no choice. I had to ask myself why I made copies if I wasn't going to give them to anyone. I handed one across Jody's desk. Where did you take it? I took it from a computer that I got illegally. I know it can't be used for any legal reason, but it's kind of proof of what's going on. The word conspiracy comes to mind, but I don't know the legal definition of that. I wanted to talk to you or anyone in this office because I didn't know what to do. I don't know how to protect myself and my daughters from something like this, and I can't afford a lawyer. Jody Mitchell relaxed in her chair. I looked at her and didn't blink. She rocked back and forth several times and leaned toward me. Can you come back tomorrow morning? Yes. Fine. See you then. Can I keep this copy of the letter? I nodded yes and turned to walk out the door. It was nice to see you, John. I smiled and she smiled back. I forgot the goth girl and saw a new Jody. I didn't know any lawyers and didn't know anyone who knew lawyers, so I had to pick one from the phone book. I knew that she was planning to divorce me, but under the circumstances, things could change. I didn't want to take any risks. I wasn't sure what our financial picture would look like in the next few days or weeks, so I asked the lawyer to give me a price up front for the entire package and paid it in cash. I advised him to do it the fastest and easiest way he knows. If she wanted a house, she could have it. Because the property depreciated, it was worth less than the mortgage. I also insisted on joint custody of the twins. At a minimum, I would take full custody if he could do it. I would pay child support, but not alimony. Billy called me on the way to lunch. He needed housing, and I, of course, offered to shelter him. We met at Taco Bell for a gourmet lunch. When I approached, a stupid smile appeared on his face. I know you can't be that happy. What's happened? A friend of mine who works at Community General Hospital told me a little information about Calvin. Sarah went there to visit him. While she was there, Calvin's wife came in with their 2 children. Sarah had no idea what she was playing. Things got so messy that hospital security had to escort Sarah out. I walked past Gilbert to talk to her, and she was no longer there. She was gone. I think she should be home now, but I'm not sure. Why didn't his wife live here with him? I don't know. Why didn't he go home to his wife and kids on the weekends? I don't know that either. Honestly, I don't care. Billy took a week off from work to sort out his affairs. I didn't know where he would sleep since my mother also lived at home, but we decided that we would figure something out. He was going to go to his house to try and pick up some clothes and his personal belongings in case Sarah wasn't there. He decided he didn't want to talk to her anymore. I was on my way to see my insurance agent, but I didn't make it because my cell phone rang again. John, this is Cameron Wilcox. Can you come over for a while so we can try to figure things out? Janet is in complete despair, and her mother is not helping. Who will be there? The 3 of us and Janet's sister, Carla. I'm not sure what you're hoping to achieve, but I'll be there in about 20 minutes. It was a dark group. I took a folder of goodies with me and gave up coffee. Who wants to start? John, Janet seems to think you're overreacting. She claims that you were furious and made her say things that weren't true to calm you down. She claims she didn't do anything wrong and you have no right to kick her out. I had the distinct impression that my dear wife was telling a very embellished version of what happened to her parents. I can understand why she didn't want to admit to them that she had cheated on her, but she resented the fact that she shifted the blame onto me. What do you want me to do, Cameron? Prove she's a liar or admit I made a mistake? I'd just like to see a few facts so we can better understand the situation. What did she tell you about her friend? She claims she didn't have a boyfriend. She just had a few drinks with friends Sarah worked with and that you misinterpreted it. Cameron, she's had over 80 phone conversations with this random friend in the last month. How many times has she called you and her mother in the last month? They both looked at Janet. She looked at her feet, not at them. Is this like a random friend she meets for drinks every now and then? No one was talking when I pulled out Ken's cell phone. Carla, can you read text messages? This letter was sent to a random friend of hers right after I kicked her out. Why don't you read it to everyone? Dear Ken, sorry for the trouble. Love, Janet. Carla returned my phone. Does this sound like a casual friend? Janet covered her face with her hands. Cameron shook his head slowly. A couple of weeks ago, Janet and her friend Sarah told everyone they were going shopping at the King of Prussia Mall. The twins begged to go with them, but their mother said no. Here are some photos taken during this trip. I handed Cameron 6 photographs. He looked at them and handed them to Martha and Carla. This is not like the King of Prussia. It's like Nebelgrove. Damn it, Janet, what's going on? Until this moment, Martha had been silent. Janet, in every photo you are holding onto that person's hand for dear life. It's not something you do with friends. It looks like the guy in these photos, Ken, is much more than just a friend, I guess. Are you trying to pull me here? The tears flowed slowly and quietly. This was not what she had hoped for. She didn't expect these photos. Here are a few more of the same. I think 2 of them are from Olive Garden, and one looks like Red Lobster. I have a few more. Luckily, my loving wife is wearing all of them. I think we've seen enough, John. I'm sorry we had to call you here for this. Cameron seemed upset at how he had been tricked. When I stood up, Janet was leaving the room, sobbing like a child. We never got to discuss the stains on her underwear. I think at that time there was no need for this. Cameron walked me to the door. John, I'm sorry we can't undo what's been done, but I guarantee you it won't be ignored. He shook my hand as I left. When I got home, Mom and Billy had already set up a fold-out bed in the living room. It wasn't really a hallway, just a small extra room where I kept my computer. Billy had a pile of extra clothes in the corner that he had taken from home. Sarah wasn't home when he came in. The most interesting thing that was waiting for me when I returned home was the mail. In fact, he was waiting not for me, but for Janet. A beautiful official envelope from the passport department. I knew I shouldn't open it, but I couldn't help myself. It was, of course, a passport, but more precisely, a family passport. The photo was of Janet and 2 girls. I remember the girls telling me that they had their picture taken, but I never imagined it was for that purpose. Of course, my passport was not in the envelope. I immediately called Cameron and asked him to tell Janet that the goods had arrived. If she needed a passport, all she had to do was send Ken home to pick it up. I would only give it to Ken. I was usually at work when the letter arrived. I would never have known she got it. Cameron told me that they had asked Janet to find another place to live. They had no idea where she was going to go. They seemed a little angry with their daughter. He promised to tell her about the passport. The conversation over dinner was interesting and mostly comprised of girls. Today, a woman from family service came to our school, Bethany said with a shy smile. Would you like to talk a little more about this? Did she talk to you together or separately? We are both at the same time. Her name was Jody. She said you went to high school together. We went to the same high school at the same time, but we weren't together. Britt frowned at me for being smart. Pay attention, Dad. What did she want to talk to you about? You. All she talked about was you. Beth and I agreed that she liked you. Did you understand this from a short conversation? She talked to us for over an hour. We missed the gym and the geography part. They were both talking at the same time, and I was having a hard time keeping up with them. Dinner was interrupted by Carla's phone call. She wanted to talk. I met Sister Janet at McDonald's. We took a corner table with 2 very hot coffees. John, Janet asked me to try to explain what was going on. She couldn't do it herself. This may sound stupid, but if I have questions, how will you answer them? I don't think I can. All I can do is talk and you listen. I'm sure I'll mess something up anyway because most of it sounded like gibberish when she told it to me. You are setting me up so that you can tell me that you have no answers. Only excuses and justifications. I always knew you were smart, John. Let's get this over with. I have other things to do. First of all, she blames Sarah for everything. Sarah started cheating on Billy, and it sounded exciting and romantic. Janet said she had never had an exciting or romantic experience. All she ever had was you, loving and reliable. When Ken Sanders started in Gilbert, Sarah convinced Janet to join them for a drink and a bite to eat. While they were together, Sarah and Calvin often disappeared for a little lovemaking and left Janet and Ken alone. Eventually, they started messing around too, and soon, it was a full-blown affair. Once it started, she couldn't or wouldn't stop it. Ken impressed her with his stories of what he was doing and what he was going to do. She wanted to go with and share it all. When he asked her to go to Spain, she jumped at it. The big problem was not leaving you, but leaving the girls. She knew you would never let her take them abroad. So she was going to figure out a way to make you look bad, father. Now she knows it was a mistake. After talking with the girls, she realized that they are closer to you than to her. She decided that she would not try to have twins if you agreed to a divorce without any condition. That's all? Almost so? Yes? Fine. Tell her to go and apply. I will not dispute this if everything is as you described. Oh, John. One more thing. Janet would like to get her passport. Do you have it with you? Now everything started to become clearer. I had no idea how she planned to do this, but I suspected that she had not given up hope of taking the girls with her. They kicked and scratched all the way unless she had something up her sleeve. The family passport played a decisive role in the deal. Carla, my coffee is cold. I'm going to go home and take a hot shower. Do not call me more. John, what the hell is wrong? How did I make you angry? You know damn well what you did. Do you two really think I'm that stupid? Go back to your whore sister and tell her there is no way she can have my daughters. Since you decided to do it, help her. I'll have to ask you to never talk to my girls again. Carla was talking on her cell phone as I left Mickey D's. I can only guess who she called. I arrived at the family services office before it opened. You couldn't stay away from me, could you? Jody walked into the office with a big smile on her face and a Starbucks cup in her hand. She motioned for me to sit down and apologize for not having more coffee. I think you know that I talked to your daughters yesterday? I nodded and smiled. For some reason, I was a little tongue-tied, out of my element. I remembered that the same thing happened the last time I talked to her. Because I was with Janet my whole life, I never had the opportunity to develop any social skills with other women. Looks like I've paid for it now. Is something wrong, John? Apart from that, no. I wasn't trying to be smart. I just couldn't formulate the words. I'm so sorry, Jody. I think I'd better leave. I'm not aware of all this morning. I'll call you later. Before you go, I would like you to know that I am getting a restraining order against your wife. I can't stop her from seeing or being with the girls, but I can stop her from taking them out of state or denying you access to them. It will be delivered to her before noon. This brought a big smile to my face, but I left the office anyway. I headed to the nearest Starbucks. This coffee definitely smelled good. Until today, everything was under control. Now I felt depressed and confused. I drove around for a bit and then headed home. Billy told me that Sarah had moved back to her parents' house near Ephrata, so he was only returning to his place until he could sell or rent it out. He spent the morning at the bank, the insurance company, and the law office. He wanted to try to get some money from Gilbert, but they didn't have a company policy against fraternization. His lawyer said it will be an uphill battle. He walked past the hospital and learned that Calvin was being discharged. His wife was filling out paperwork for her discharge when she saw Billy. Before he could leave, she cornered him and carefully explained that she was trying to get Calvin to drop the charges against him. He was very surprised when she thanked him for his help. Apparently, she had been trying to fix the situation with Kelvin for several years without success. After Billy left, I just sat on the porch and drank beer. Mom brought me a meatloaf sandwich and sat with me for a while. She didn't say anything, but she drank the beer. She said that Dad would come for dinner and stay the night. When Jody Mitchell pulled up, Mom came into the house. Jody sat next to me, but refused the cold beer I offered. We sat there for a few seconds before she spoke. I served Janet's papers about an hour ago. She was a very angry woman. By the way, she was staying with her sister. I finished the long neck that I was holding in my hand. I think it's good, but why do I feel so bad? In such cases, there is nothing good, John, just less bad. I pulled out another beer, paused, and put it back in the refrigerator. Could you come in and explain all this to the girls? I get along well with them, but no matter how carefully I express myself, it will sound like I'm blaming their mother. I'm afraid if I do this, I will somehow push them away. I do not want to do this. How about 7 tonight? I nodded as she stood up and walked to her car. She stopped halfway and looked back. This was a good sign, and I smiled. She smiled back. Jody came over that evening and spent a long time with Beth and Britt. Billy and I were busy searching his house and clearing out anything that belonged to Sarah or reminded him of Sarah. Jody started coming to our house several times a week. Pretty soon, she was spending as much time with my mom as she was with the girls. I noticed that she was ignoring me. This suited me, but I was curious. One evening, after the girls had gone to bed, she sat next to me. I felt like I had to talk to her. I didn't have the chance. She spoke first. Danny, do you have any wine? Something like that. My speaking skills still needed work. What does it mean? I don't have anything with a cork. I have wine, but it all has screw caps. She seemed to think it was funny. Bring me something red and bring me a bottle. Well, the bottle looked more like a jug, but she didn't seem to mind. I poured it, and we drank. Finally, I forced myself to break the ice. I think the girls get a lot of benefit from your visits. How long will you have to see them? Oh, the twins are fine. They don't need to see me. I came to her to see you. I don't understand. You barely even talk to me when you're here. I thought that was what you wanted. Not really. I was just afraid you had some kind of rule against fraternizing with clients. Her quiet laugh made me feel more comfortable. I'm amazed that you didn't even ask to see my tattoos. What tattoos? It was clear that she was trying to engage me in some frivolous conversation to try to relax me. It was a good plan, and I appreciated it. I have 4 of them, and I got them when I was in high school. 3 are easy to find, but 1 is harder. Are you going to show them to me, or will I have to look for them? It'll be more fun if you watch, but I'm going to need some more wine if you're going to do this. We both laughed as I filled her glass to the brim. The hunt was much more interesting because we had to be quiet so as not to wake the girls. The 4th one was indeed in a very secluded place, and I admired her for a long time before she pushed me away. She left before the twins got out of bed, but I had a strange feeling that they knew what had happened. I told my lawyer from the phone book to finish the divorce papers and deliver them. Janet will have to accept what I suggest or do it herself. She was still living with Carla when the papers were served. There was no answer, and they didn't even call me. Several more weeks passed. Things weren't going well for my father. Mom spent more time there than with me. Fortunately, school was just ending, and the girls moved in with her for the summer. By the end of the summer, Dad was transferred to a nursing home. Billy and I helped Mom prepare the family home for sale, and Mom moved back in with me. Jody visited the girls at their mother's all summer and spent 3 or 4 evenings a week with me. They went shopping and out to dinner together, and I was glad for the attention Brittany and Bethany were giving. At least I didn't envy them anymore. I was pretty sure they knew what was going on between Jody and me. Janet called the girls about once a week, but the conversations were always short, and according to her mother, seemed tense. Most of the time, the twins didn't even tell me she called. Billy's divorce from Sarah was finalized. I had no idea what my status was. He also decided he wanted to start his own surveying business and asked me to come with him. I didn't have enough money to contribute until my mom came to the rescue. When she and her father ran out of money, Medicare picked up his expenses. Instead of watching it all disappear, she thought I should use it for business. I believe she also thought of it as an investment in her future. 3 months later, Billy and I had our own small surveying business. Fortunately, my drawing skills developed into drawing stories. About a week into the new semester, the twins were visited by their mother. They thought they would go to the guidance office to see Jody, and they were both disappointed to see Janet. They tried their best to be polite and respectful to her, but they still couldn't. She told them she loved them both and was sorry things turned out the way they did. She was going to Spain to see the windmills and would send them some postcards. She promised to call them every year on their birthday and send them amazing Christmas gifts. They said she cried when she left. Janet never called me to tell me she was leaving, but the next week her parents showed up at the house. They apologized again for what Janet did, but made no attempt to defend her or justify her actions. Brittany and Bethany were their only grandchildren, and they wanted to be able to see them. I had no problem with their request. They said Carla was too ashamed to come to me. She was torn between her sister and her parents. 2 months later, my divorce was final. Jody and I went to Red Lobster to celebrate. It was a rare evening without girls. They didn't seem to mind. In fact, I think they were, in some ways, happy. We spent the night at a local Holiday Inn. The twins were delighted when I returned home at 10 o'clock the next morning. They didn't say anything, but they smiled from ear to ear all day. A year later, things were going great, but unfortunately, Dad passed away. Mom expressed interest in moving to Florida with her sister, but did not want to leave the girls. The twins felt that their grandmother had to leave. They carefully explained to me that Jody could take her place, even though she couldn't cook as well as my mother. They also insisted that they were old enough to live in separate rooms. It was an obvious and good plan. The girls received birthday cards from their mother, but there was no phone call. She also sent many cards. All the postcards showed Spanish windmills. I wasn't sure what that meant. She sent them 2 fashionable embroidered dresses for Christmas, but didn't expect young girls entering their teens to experience a growth spurt. None of them seemed disappointed that the dresses were too small. Gilbert Engineering became our largest client. Billy was pleased to learn that Calvin was now teaching electronics at Lebanon County Vocational School, which was a big downgrade from his previous position. He was no longer married. Sarah remarried and moved to California. Ken Sanders didn't last 6 months at his new job. He was now working in the States, but no one seemed to know where. Billy contacted his high school's alumni association to see if he could figure it out. My best friend always thought I got away with Ken too easily. The strange thing was that the girls still received postcards with pictures of windmills. There was never any information on the cards, just general sentiments. Cameron told me that Janet called them several times. She worked at a travel agency in Barcelona. She never mentioned Ken or gave them any information about what happened between them. Jody and I went to Maryland to get married quietly. A year later, she was waiting. Brittany and Bethany were just as excited as we were. They were looking forward to having a little goth girl as a sister. I think it was some kind of private joke between the girls and their new mother. They never let me in on it. I never understood the significance of Spanish windmills. Late spring in Pennsylvania is sometimes hard to predict. April this year was unusually rainy and warm. I usually have to mow the lawn for the first time in early to mid-May, but not this year. At least it's not snowing. Last year at this time we had a snowstorm that dumped 6 inches. I guess having to mow the lawn early is worth the cost of avoiding snow. And with tax season already over, it was great to be outside in the sunshine. My house has an interesting feature. The backyard slopes downward a lot, leading to a small creek and woods behind us. When the house was built, the front of the house was leveled off the road using backfill. This meant a sharp slope about halfway down the side of the house. Thus, the basement, which was completely enclosed in the front, ended up open in the back. This allowed me to install a bifold service door so I could get the lawnmower and other lawn stuff in there, rather than cluttering up the garage. It was one of my favorite features of the house. I finished with the mower and everything fell into place. I'm allergic to grass, so I couldn't wait to go upstairs and take a shower. I was just about to get to the stairs when I heard my wife's voice. I had seen her friend's car when I was cutting the grass in front of the house, so I wasn't surprised to hear voices. But then I heard what was being said, and it made my hand pause as I reached for the doorknob. I should probably start by introducing myself. My name is Robert Crane. I preferred to go by the name Bob, but in high school they started calling me Hogan, in honor of the actor Robert Crane, who played the lead role in Hogan's Heroes. I didn't mind, but the show was taken off the air before I was born and is no longer considered a pop culture reference. I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with an accounting degree, still bearing the last name Hogan. I earned my CPA degree in minimal time after graduation and now work for a large firm in Philadelphia as a team leader doing audits and the like. It's not the most exciting position, but it pays very well, and I've been able to see the inner workings of many companies. I have a special gift for forensic analytics, building financial trails to investigate things like fraud and money laundering. I'm starting to be seen as an expert and have even been asked to advise the FBI on 2 cases. My wife, Kelly, was double majoring in political science and business with plans to pursue a law degree when we met at the beginning of freshman year. I was sitting waiting for the first day of class when she walked in. Kelly had a tall, slender figure like a ballerina, only with slightly larger breasts. Her long strawberry blonde hair was scattered over her bare shoulders, presenting a beautiful vision. She wore a beautiful sundress with sandals that emphasized her delightful legs, smooth and supple. The mixture of innocence and sexuality was too much. I was seized with instant lust. Unfortunately, Kelly wasn't sitting next to me, nor was she assigned to me in a group project. It took me 4 weeks to approach her and melt the ice. I made a silly joke and she laughed. It wasn't a graceful giggle, but a full-blown laugh. We started talking, and I asked if she wanted to grab coffee after class. "I've been waiting 4 weeks for your question," she replied with a smile. For the last 2 years of college, we were rarely apart. Our parents weren't too pleased, but for our senior year, we moved to live together. But they saw how devoted we were to each other and soon got over it. I didn't see how it could get any better, but it happened. I graduated and immediately got a job at one of the big accounting firms in Philadelphia. I was making stupid money for a recently graduated 22-year-old. Kelly was accepted to the University of Pennsylvania Law School, and we stayed living in our student apartment. My company offered to pay for my MBA, so I took classes too. I rode SEPTA to work every day, so I didn't need a car, and that kept costs down. 3 years later, Kelly graduated, and I proposed to her during a celebratory dinner at Morton's Steakhouse in Rittenhouse Square. 6 months later, we were married. Kelly got a job as a deputy district attorney in the Bucks County Prosecutor's Office, which is north of Philadelphia. We decided to buy a house in Doylestown, which was the county seat and where the courthouse was located. The regional railroad line ended there, so I was able to take the train to work every day. It was an 80-minute drive one way, but it was better than taking the Schuylkill Expressway, aka the Schuylkill Expressway, or I-95. Kelly and her mother found a house. It was a great starter home with 3 bedrooms. One of the bedrooms was set up as an office with 2 desks. I would work from home occasionally, and Kelly needed her own space for legal work. Another bedroom would be a guest room, and of course the last room was the master bedroom. Plus, it was close to her parents' house. Kelly convinced me that it would be a built-in nanny when we had kids. I was an only child and had always wanted siblings. Kelly and I had discussed kids back in freshman year and decided to wait until Kelly was settled in her career before we started trying. But now we had reached that point, and 2 nights ago we agreed to stop taking Kelly's birth control and start trying for a baby. I was happier than I had ever been before. And then what I heard made my hand linger on the doorknob. "Hogan and I have decided it's time for me to get pregnant," excitedly announced Kelly. This excited her friend Olivia Watkins. Both women made the same high-pitched sound that made me think of whales accidentally beaching themselves on the Jersey Shore and trying to reach them. Standing on the stairs, I grinned at their excitement, which matched my own at becoming a father. I reached for the pen again when I heard a question that wiped the smirk off my face and the happiness out of myself. That's wonderful, Kel, said Olivia. But what are you going to do about Paul? Paul. Shh. Kelly pulled her friend against her. Hogan's outside mowing the lawn. There was a pause, and I saw her looking around, waiting for me to appear. Then she spoke again. I'd already told Paul I was ending the affair. He was fine with it. With Grossman stepping down from his Senate seat, Paul thinks he has a real chance. Getting caught having an affair with a married staffer would be very ugly. So simple. 3 sentences shattered my world. Paul Evans was Kelly's boss in the DA's office. He was a widower in his early 40s. His wife Anne had died of breast cancer, leaving him a single father to their daughter Barbara. Paul was a real political animal, and Kelly enjoyed telling me stories about his maneuverings in his party to run for higher office. I guess I just found out how my wife had access to all this underground information. Really, said Olivia. Just going cold turkey? You've been hot and heavy for 6 months, and you're just going to give up on a muffin stud? The teasing doubt in her voice made me want to rip Olivia's head off. She was a classmate at Penn, and I knew her before Kelly. I knew Kelly and Olivia were best friends now, but I always assumed she was my friend too. Guess I was wrong. Stop it! Kelly protested, giggling. You're so bad. Paul is a wonderful lover, but it was just rude to play with him. I love Hogan, but Paul just took me and used me however he wanted. There was no love in it, just raw sex and power. Now that Bob and I are going to have a baby, I don't want to take any chances. I love Hogan, and I will be a good and faithful mother. How many more cliches are we going to breed here? I wondered. All that's left is to get home, find an unfamiliar car in the driveway, and find them having sex in my bed, and it will be complete. I wanted to run into the room and scream. I wanted to trash the room, but my muscles were restrained by paralysis. I was so stunned that I couldn't move. My heart was pounding in my ears. So, cold turkey? Asked Olivia. Kelly giggled again. Well, not really, she admitted. I have a conference with Paul in Pittsburgh next week. We'll have our goodbye sex there. I'll miss the sex, but Hogan and the baby are more important. I couldn't take it anymore, but I didn't know what to do. I love Kelly, but it was killing me. At that point, I started looking into the business. I needed to step back and think. I needed to plan. I started stomping up the steps as if I were climbing a ladder. Then I opened the door and walked into the kitchen. Kelly and Olivia were sitting there with cups of tea in front of them. Was that a hint of guilt I saw on Kelly's face? Honey, are you okay? She asked in a concerned voice. I realized that tears were streaming down my cheeks. Allergies, I hummed. It's going to be a bad spring. Well, go upstairs and take a shower. Just drop those clothes by the bathroom and I'll wash them right away so they don't contaminate your closet. I bought you a new pack of Claritin D last week that's in the medicine cabinet. Thanks, I managed to say, heading for the stairs. I needed time to think. The next morning was Monday, and I used the excuse of an early meeting to get up and out of the house before Kelly got out of bed. The night before, I had used my allergies as a reason to go to bed early because my emotions were running high. Sitting on the train, I thought again about what I had heard. On one hand, my wife was unfaithful, but it ended up being purely sexual to stay with me and bear me a child. Some would say I should leave it at that and be happy that my wife is back in the marriage, planning to be a good wife and mother. However, there is a voice in my head that says that if she did it once, what's to stop her from doing it again in the future? 10 years from now, when the kids are in school, won't she have another just sexy affair? Then there's the divorce with the kids, in which Kelly will likely get the kids, and I'll get a hefty alimony and maintenance bill. Being an accountant and business analyst, I had to think in terms of risk and reward. I found myself doing the same thing here. It came down to the fact that my trust in my wife was completely shattered. The just sex excuse overlooks what's really important in these cases. It is a complete lack of respect for the partner. The cheater knows they are doing wrong and hurting the other person. Otherwise, they would be doing it openly, and I would have known about it from the beginning. Don't get me wrong, I don't think I would have ever put up with her sleeping with Dawn. But at least if she had talked to me about it, some respect would have been shown. Kelly's action proved to me how much respect she has for me. I worked all day, but part of my brain was focused on what I had to do. I had no proof other than an overheard conversation. I hadn't even noticed anything different in the last 6 months while the affair had lasted. A direct confrontation without proof would be a big risk with little chance of reward. Kelly will deny it. Paul Evans would deny it. Taking any case through the courts would be financial suicide, since every judge, politician, and lawyer in the surrounding counties knew Evans. I would be buried to keep his name clean. I thought about just leaving and starting over somewhere else. It was tempting. But the house would be like an anchor around my neck. Kelly couldn't afford it on her paycheck alone, and we had almost no equity. She'd have to sell it almost immediately to avoid foreclosure, and with the current state of the market, that was unlikely. It would have destroyed both my and her credit history. Being a CPA with a bad credit history is not a good decision when looking for a new position. How can anyone trust you with someone else's money when you clearly don't know how to handle your own? I needed proof before I could do anything about it. I got it, but it came from the most unlikely source. 3 days later, I held on, but I still hadn't found any evidence to back up what I'd heard. Her personal laptop was clean. No secret email accounts were found. No sexy lingerie hidden in a box in the back of her closet. No receipts from places she wasn't authorized to go. Absolutely nothing. Then Kelly called me at work and told me we were invited to a political announcement party at Paul Evans's house on Friday night. I assumed it was his high-profile announcement that he was running for a seat in the U.S. Senate. I had thoughts of a high-profile announcement, but I still had no proof, damn it! We arrived just in time for the big event. Evans had a great mansion near Washington Crossing with a small horse farm. A large tent was set up in the backyard for all the guests. And when we walked in, at the head of the receiving line like a king, stood asshole Paul Evans himself. Being a widower, Evans didn't have a wife to play hostess. But he had apparently enlisted his 21-year-old daughter for the role. She stood next to her father, greeting the guests as if she was born to do so. When it was our turn, Evans smiled broadly at Kelly and exclaimed, "Kelly, you did it! How wonderful!" He kissed my wife chastely on the cheek. Then he turned to me. "Robert, it's good to see you again. I'd be lost without your wife, but I realize I'll have to give her up soon when you start expanding your family." He laughed at his own joke. "Just let me have her when you're done with her, and there will be no hard feelings." There was laughter again. Kelly even blushed a little, and I felt like finishing the smarmy goon off. I took his hint, which he obviously thought had gone over my head. "Who knows what the future will bring?" I said in an even, neutral tone. Not hostile, but by no means friendly either. It was the same way I'd reported the results of the audit. Evans blushed slightly, and Kelly elbowed me and muttered something about rudeness. Evans moved smoothly on to the next guest, leaving us alone with his daughter. Kelly was an incredibly attractive woman, but Barbara Evans was a vision. Even in my inner anger, I noticed it. Her dark red hair and brilliant smile made me think of a young Maureen O'Hara. If Kelly looked like a busty ballerina, Barbara looked like she belonged on a pin-up swimsuit calendar next to Kate Upton. She had that combination of good looks, healthy figure, hair and skin that photographers dreamed of, and that so often had to be photoshopped to achieve. Paul Evans had the perfect triple threat political family. He seemed like the perfect wise statesman and family man. Losing his wife to cancer provided him with the perfect wife. She was idolized, and any rival attacking her was ready for career suicide. Barbara was a princess, a prom queen, a Penn State graduate majoring in business and law, a former gymnast, and now a member of the Penn State cheerleading squad. According to Kelly's rumor, Barbara planned to try out for the Eagles cheerleading squad at the next open competition, as she had just turned 21. With a late wife and a smart, beautiful, photogenic daughter, the press will love him on the campaign trail. "Robert," said Barbara excitedly, hugging me tightly. It wasn't a polite hug at a party. It was a full body squeeze. Parts of her body pressed against me with great pleasure. "You look great. No wonder Kelly has been hiding you. You never come to any of our parties. You shouldn't be working so hard. It's not healthy." Somehow she said it all in one breath. In less than a second, my mood went from furious to completely shocked. I made a few polite remarks about how beautiful she looked and was about to leave when it suddenly hit me. First of all, Barbara never said hello to Kelly. And second, what kind of parties? Kelly didn't give me a chance to ask, as she herself rushed over to greet the young woman. Then we had no choice but to give way to the next guests in line. As Kelly and I went to socialize, I wondered what Barbara knew. After buying my wife a drink, I asked, "What kind of parties was Barbara talking about?" Kelly only smiled and snorted contemptuously. She was just teasing, the little prankster. Paul sometimes holds team meetings and strategy sessions here. He says he thinks better with a drink in his hand, and at the bar, you never know who might be in the next booth. She's been home a few times when we've met here. Don't tell anyone, but Paul let her drink at home before she was 21. Well, I figured it out. The bastard had sex with my wife right at his house under the guise of team meetings. They could even be real meetings, where Kelly was the last one to leave. Or maybe she left first and came back after everyone else left. That wouldn't allow the legal team to speculate about why Kelly always stayed behind to help the boss clean up the mess. With a dead wife and daughter away at college, he didn't need to find a secluded hotel room. Hence, no record of their meeting. "So, Barbara attends your team meetings?" I asked. Kelly waved the question away. "No, she's been home a few times when classes were canceled. She's just teasing her dad about throwing parties during work hours." She tugged on my arm. "Come on, honey, let's go treat your fiancé." For the next hour, Kelly didn't take a step away from me. We talked to a few of her coworkers, and some of them talked about our plans to have a baby and how sorry they would be to lose Kelly for a while, but how happy they were for Kelly and me. Honestly, I was a little embarrassed. Why did all these people know about our plans? An hour later, Paul Evans called everyone to attention. His daughter stood next to him and smiled. He started by thanking everyone for coming and then began by announcing his big campaign. Everyone was expecting it, but was still excited. I noticed the publisher of the local newspaper and one of his reporters taking notes. I'm sure there will be a lot written about it in tomorrow's paper. I won't bore you with the details of the party. It would have been an enjoyable time if my heart had not been shattered and my brain had not been working at maximum capacity thinking how to prove it all. About 90 minutes after the grand announcement, Margaret Williamson, the first assistant district attorney, came in and said Paul wanted to meet with his staff. Paul was an elected official, and Margaret was a senior staffer who actually ran the office. Das could come and go every 4 years, but Margaret was a constant. A very tough woman, but at the same time respected in the legal community for her honesty and integrity. An older female lawyer was a big part of the reason Kelly took the position. I liked her a lot. Margaret had been married for over 30 years to an electrician who had kept her in college and now owned a pretty good electrical selection company. These two were devoted to each other. I always thought of them as a model for Kelly and me. "Sorry for stealing your wife away from you, Hogan," Margaret offered. "Paul wants to discuss office organization as soon as he's done campaigning." A moment later, they were both gone. I stepped away from the small cluster of spouses left behind at the meeting and headed to the other side of the large pool across from the patio where the party was being held. There was a wicker swing chair hanging from chains. It was in the shade, so people could see me if they looked closely, but I wouldn't be conspicuous. In other words, it was the perfect place for me to gather my thoughts. I had been sitting for less than 5 minutes when a voice invaded my solitude. "So this is where you're hiding," the voice purred. I looked up as Barbara lowered herself onto the wicker swing next to me. She had arranged herself so that she was sitting facing me without saying a word. Her little black dress skimmed her tanned thighs, clinging to her body, hinting at what was underneath but revealing nothing. Seductive yet innocent at the same time. It spoke volumes about my state of mind that I noted it almost academically. "You look like a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders," she commented. I didn't really feel like talking about this with the daughter of my wife's lover, no matter how sexy she was. "We've been very busy at the office. There are a lot of inspections going on," I said to end the conversation. "Really?" Barbara asked in an interested tone. "I just finished my last accounting course in school." We talked for several classes about the application of forensic accounting to law enforcement. I found it very fascinating. Even in my grief, it surprised me. "Really?" I asked in an incredulous tone. "Well, it's not sexy or anything, but it's really detective work to pick out all the right pieces of information from tons of other facts and put them together to get a clear picture. Plus, since some people are trying to hide this information, it gets even more complicated." "Most people look at it differently," I admitted. Barbara began to talk at length about what she had learned in the class and why she enjoyed it so much. I have to say that I was impressed. I've had people completing internships at the firm who couldn't have spoken so well about this topic. Focusing on her words helped me dismiss both her looks and, more importantly, the rage boiling inside me. I felt myself sinking into my role as a mentor. It helped me take my mind off the emotional turmoil a bit. "You really enjoyed the class," I remarked. "You seem to have learned the topic very well." Barbara blushed at my praise. For a moment, I saw a sweet girl who was genuinely touched by my praise. I was actually thinking about joining the FBI when I graduated high school. Dad wants me to become a prosecutor or go to work at one of his friends' law firms. I don't think that's what I want to do. You should follow your dreams, not your father's. It was honest advice, not that I was opposed to ruining the jerk's plans. I've done a little work with the FBI when audits turned up something criminal. Sharp people. Before Barbara could answer, Kelly stepped out of the shadows. "That's where you disappeared to." "You didn't do anything inappropriate?" she asked in a teasing tone. Barbara turned to face my wife and smiled radiantly. "We were just talking about Bob's job. We were just discussing it in class. I wanted to get an expert's opinion." "Well, Hogan is him," Kelly said in a proud tone. I looked at one of his audit reports where an employee was embezzling money using his boss's login. Hogan caught on that some of the transfers were happening when the guy was on a business trip, but the login was from the corporate office. Most of us would have stopped when we recognized the boss. Hogan kept digging. I could have gotten a conviction against that employee the first day out of law school. Hogan left the prosecutor's office no chance of success. Kelly looked at me with pride on her face as she told this little story. It embarrassed the hell out of me. How could she be proud of me and claim to love me while she was in a 6-month relationship with her damn boss? A shadow of my confusion must have flashed across my face because Kelly asked, "What's wrong, honey?" "Nothing," I said. "Just thinking about the problem." "Well, that's enough." "It's a party," said Kelly admonishingly. She struggled to catch her breath and said, "Hogan, you'll never be able to guess the opportunity that's come my way. Paul and Margaret want me to take over the administrative work since I plan to go on maternity leave as soon as you finish your job. That way, when I leave, there won't be any work left to do. I'll be working directly for Margaret." My heart sank at the thought of Kelly being away from that bastard Paul. My hopes were dashed after only a second. "I'll have to travel occasionally," Kelly continues. "I'll be delivering important papers to Paul during the campaign, so I won't be involved in his campaign, but I'll get to see some behind-the-scenes action." "It's going to be a lot of fun!" I could feel my heart breaking all over again. I know I've heard Kelly say she plans to end the affair so we can have a baby, but I can easily imagine her rekindling the affair in anticipation of campaign contributions. And if she gets pregnant, who's to say the baby will be mine? The sex is about my height and color. Without a DNA test, that would be very difficult to determine. My anger started to rise, but I held it back. Now was not the time. Barbara started talking to Kelly about her new position and the campaign. Soon they were engrossed in their conversation and I was forgotten. I took this opportunity to pull myself together. After tonight, I would start planning. I needed some way to counter Paul's political power, but honestly, I had no idea how to do it. The answer came to my office 2 days later. "Your appointment is at 4 o'clock, my receptionist called out through the open door. We are no longer allowed to call them receptionists. I looked at my Outlook calendar and didn't see anything booked. Before I could answer, she walked in, Barbara Evans. "Hi, Hogan," she called out as she entered the house. Her long, dark red hair flowed over her shoulders. She was wearing a light sundress, showing off her gorgeous legs and sandals with straps that encircled her legs almost to her knees. Her breasts were modestly covered, no cleavage was visible, but the material pressed against her chest, suggestive. 2 thin straps supported the dress, leaving her arms exposed. I was at a loss for words as I watched her enter. "I hope you don't mind," Barbara began. She closed my office door behind her. I told Mary we had an appointment to discuss my career and how Kelly works for my father. I politely rose from my chair. "I'm glad to see you." "I was just working on some reports." I gestured for her to take one of the chairs in front of my desk. When she was seated, I sat down. "What did you want to talk about?" The happy face suddenly disappeared from Barbara's face. "I think you know, Bob." "I saw it in your face when you were talking to my bastard father." "I'm so sorry he destroyed such a good guy." I was stunned. It wasn't what I expected. What are you talking about? I asked cautiously. Barbara grimaced. The fact that the asshole known as my father is having an affair with your wife. I leaned back in my chair at the fact that it was said so bluntly. Did you just find out? Asked Barbara softly. I nodded. I'm sorry. How? When did you find out? I asked. About 3 months ago, Barbara admitted. I don't know when it started, but I found out about it in February. One Friday I went home early and they were having one of their meetings at our house. I had a late lunch with a high school friend, so I just ran in there to drop off my stuff, say hello and leave. Dad asked when I would be home and I said after dinner. It turned out my friend was sick and couldn't make it. I grabbed a bite to eat and went home. I saw my dad and Kelly having sex in our hot tub. I took pictures of them and even made them run naked into the house. There was a foot of snow on the ground. You took pictures of your father having sex? I asked in shock. I also wondered if I could get copies of the pictures. That would be very helpful in the divorce. As if reading my mind, Barbara reached into her bag, pulled out a large envelope and placed it on my desk. Here are pictures of that day and a few others. She paused and grinned. Dad installed a security system in the house. Everything is locked from the outside and there are cameras in several rooms. If you know the website and have a key fob and password, you can get into the house from almost anywhere. There's a thumb drive with videos on it. I was shocked by it. Paul's daughter was handing me everything I would need to divorce and destroy her father. Why? I asked. The sad expression on Barbara's face was replaced by anger. Because, she said in a low voice. I hate that bastard more than you ever could. I answered nothing but waited. After a moment, she spoke. Dad met Mom when she was in college. He was an aspiring attorney assigned to the sex crimes unit in Philadelphia. Mom had come from Ireland to study. Her family was well-to-do but died in the Londonderry bombing. She came here to get away from the turmoil. Her voice took on a soft tone that she had probably adopted from her mother. Mom dated some loser who hit her so hard she ended up in the emergency room. Kelly paused and placed a small book on my desk. It was quite thick and decorated with green lace. I found her diary after she died, and she was something of a submissive. She liked to be led by a strong man. This asshole took it too far and she ended up in the hospital. Dad was assigned the case. They met, the asshole went to jail, and a year later they were married. Dad was always ambitious. He got a smart, beautiful woman with an exotic accent. Mom got a strong man who would protect her. I showed up a few years later. Dad wanted me to do gymnastics. He thought his daughter's performance in the Olympics would do wonders for his political career. You know how most gymnasts' careers end? I shook my head and said, I never thought of that. Barbara smiled. They call it the 3 Bs, tits, asses, and boys. I got the first one. I was told to do cheerleading and be an all-American girl. I didn't mind as I loved performing, but by the time I was 16, I realized I was just a prop for my father's ambitions. Mom knew about it almost from the beginning. Dad had been having affairs almost from the moment they were married. Mom knew and begged him to stop, but she was too weak to do anything about it. She felt trapped. She was a confirmed Catholic, so divorce was out of the question. Barbara paused for a moment, and I let her gather her thoughts. After a moment, she continued. Sometimes I wonder if her poor response to cancer treatment was the result of her unconsciously wanting to die or actively sabotaging her treatment. Either way, I was with her in the hospital when she died. The official story goes that my father was in court seeking a murder charge. He got the doctor to change the time of death. He was actually banging his assistant in her apartment to celebrate. He just displayed the mom as his trophy, and the press loved the story of how they met. Heroic prosecutor goes to rescue a battered woman. Hell, the bastard beat her himself more than once from what I've seen. Why are you telling me all this? I had to ask. Because you don't deserve it, Hogan. My father, he's not a very nice man. After my mom died, he hid his affairs until I left for college. Then he started having meetings at the house. And they aren't just for his work. He also holds meetings for some of the charity groups he's involved in. I know for a fact that he sleeps with 2 other women from these groups. One of the poor women actually thinks it's true love and is going to leave her husband. Kelly thinks so? I asked. I knew I'd heard, but I was still curious. Barbara shook her head and replied, No, she seems to think it's just fun. They say power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. Kelly seems to be proof of that. I heard her talking to Daddy about some senator they were meeting and how excited she was when she got back to Doylestown. I flinched at such a rude remark. I even remembered that day. I had come home to a wild woman, and it had been one of the best nights of sex of my life. The cherished memory was now tainted because I knew my wife probably wasn't even thinking about me at that moment. So what do you want? I asked. To her credit, Barbara looked me straight in the eye as she answered. I want you to dissolve your marriage to that cheater. I want my father's career ruined to the point where he'll never be elected dog catcher in a town full of cats. I thought about just sending my stuff to the papers or even the other side, but he has too many friends. I think together we can make them pay. Won't it be harder for you to finish school? She shook her red hair again. No, my mom left me her inheritance as a trust fund. I haven't touched it, but if I needed to, I could pay for the rest of my tuition and my MBA, and I'd have a pretty good margin left. If your mom had so much money, why didn't she take you and leave? She could have gone to Ireland wherever your father got to. Barbara wrinkled her nose. As I said, she was raised Irish Catholic. She was taught that divorce was not an option. No matter what happened, Mom held on to her faith to the very end. That's the only thing that makes me think her death was unconscious rather than intentional, since they also consider suicide to be the unpardonable sin. I have to admit I couldn't see anything but the truth in Barbara. She'd said she wanted to destroy her father's career, and my having that information didn't bode well for his ambitions. I couldn't imagine that this could be some kind of trap. If Kelly and Paul wanted to wipe me off the face of the earth, they could do it openly in court. That kind of despicable shit was only appropriate if they were desperate. Like me. A plan began to form in my head. I would need Barbara's help with a few things. It would show me how determined she was to destroy her father. Okay, I agreed. But I don't want to destroy him by releasing those pictures or even calling his name in the divorce. Barbara looked at me in surprise. Why not? She demanded. Her face flushed with passion, and she took a breath to start some kind of speech. I stopped her with a raised hand. I didn't say we wouldn't destroy him, but I don't want to deal with bad press in the form of a cuckolded husband in a political scandal. Instead, I want to destroy what he spent his entire life trying to accomplish. Destroy his power and influence, and I can have a quiet and peaceful divorce that no one will worry about. Barbara looked at me with shock on her face. After a moment, a sly smile appeared on her face. What do you want from me? I smirked. I'm going to do what I do best. Get me his financial records, personal and campaign. They got Capone thanks to tax evasion. Having gotten to know your father, I have no doubt I can find something. And if you don't... What? She asked. I smiled. I can cook some. Over the next 3 days, Barbara and I kept busy. She installed a keystroke logger on my father's personal laptop and home computer. She also made a full backup of his computer's hard drive. We customized their security system so that it would upload the recordings to a cloud space that I know of, which was physically located overseas. How nice of the asshole to bug his own house! For my part, I didn't tap Kelly's cell phone. Thanks to Barbara's evidence, I didn't need anything else. But I did activate the GPS tracker designed for parents watching their kids. It basically used cell towers for location, unless I sent a command to activate the GPS. I just didn't want it to catch me at home when I was busy with work. I faked a groin injury the day after Barbara first came to me. It gave me an excuse not to have sex with my wife. I never thought I would have to make up an excuse not to have sex with my favorite wife. After hearing about the number of Paul's partners, I didn't want to risk even more than I unknowingly did. Besides, I don't think I could have done it without venting my anger. By the way, I made a doctor's appointment to get tested for STDs. Nothing showed up at first, but some of them, like HIV, can take months before they give a positive antibody result. Kelly traveled to the conference in Pittsburgh, annoyed and frustrated to meet Paul one last time. Not surprisingly, she was very excited about the trip. Having left her hanging for the past few days, she was very excited. Some guys might have given her goodbye sex as revenge. My problem was that somewhere inside I still loved her. I could never trust her again, but that didn't mean I didn't still love her. But I also couldn't bear the thought of having sex with her after what I'd learned. It was Thursday morning, and Kelly was waiting with her packed bag for Paul and a junior lawyer from their office who was traveling with them to a conference. I wondered if the young guy knew he was their cover. "So I'll be home Sunday afternoon," Kelly said, coming in behind me and dropping my bag by the front door. I sat at the table with my back to her and sipped my coffee. She wrapped her arms around me and leaned in so that her lips were right next to my ear. "I hope you're feeling better so we can start on the baby," she whispered. Her tone would have brought a dead man back to life, and her scent. It brought me back to more innocent days. It made me want to cry right there. But I managed to hold it together. "I'll ice it so it heals," I assured her. I stroked her arm and kissed her forehead. She moaned. "I wish I didn't have to go to this. It would be so much better to just stay home with you and be naked all weekend." "You can always tell Evans that something more important came up," I said. It just came out. And from the way she looked at me, she heard something in my tone. "What's your problem, Paul?" she asked in an amazed voice. "First you were rude at the party, and now you sound like you hate the man." I forced myself to calm down and shrugged. "Honestly, I've seen too many hotheads like Evans who think they're untouchable and the epitome of power. They're big fish in small ponds. They sell the illusion of power and get people to buy into it. Like that mayor in South Carolina last year. Big powerful. Guy embezzled the city's money by sleeping with 3 married women. Now he's serving 10 years in federal prison, and they're all divorced and publicly humiliated. I have the same feeling about Evans. If he makes it to D.C., he'll be banging uncomprehending interns within a week. But eventually his wheels fall off. And his shit's gonna splatter all over the place when it does." Kelly stared at me in shock. She'd heard me rant about those creeps before, but she'd never connected Evans to them before. I probably should have kept my mouth shut, but it felt good to let it out. And even though the marriage was over, I also felt it was only fair to warn Kelly. I still loved her, even if I would never trust her again. "Hogan, that's a terrible thing to say about Paul," protested Kelly. "He's a good man who has done a lot for the people of this county." "He's not like that." I heard an almost pleading tone in her denial. In a timing that could not have been foreseen, we heard the sound of a car horn coming from the house. Paul had arrived. Kelly sighed disappointedly. She gave me a glance that quickly flashed with regret and almost fear. "I'll be home in 4 days," Kelly said in a conciliatory tone. "Then we can talk about it. But be ready, love. We need to have a baby." She then wrapped her arms around me and kissed me passionately. I returned the kiss just as fervently. "Have a good week," she exhaled. "I love you." "I love you too," I replied. She picked up her bag and opened the front door. "Bye, darling," she called over her shoulder. "Goodbye, Kelly," I said. Then I closed the door. 30 minutes later, I left on the train for the city. Barbara and I had an appointment at the FBI. Turns out I didn't have to manufacture any evidence. I would rate Paul Evans's embezzlement skills as moderately intelligent. Barbara and I met at her off-campus apartment to go through the documents she pulled from his computer. Pretty standard procedure. By my calculations, he had about $2 million stashed away in an offshore account. At least that's how much he transferred into it, but I can't be sure it's still there because those records weren't included. Most of this money came from various small donors who wouldn't raise suspicion with the IRS. But why were people from out of state donating to the DA's campaign? I was able to trace a few of them to defendants who had cases dismissed or plea bargains with unusually lenient sentences. It was Barbara who discovered the biggest bomb. Turns out she wasn't the only child. Evans had knocked up 2 other women during this time. One of them was born 3 years before his wife died. The mother was one of his employees at the time. The 3rd child was born 8 months after his wife's death to an 18-year-old female volunteer at the hospital where his wife was treated. Evans transferred $2,000 a month from campaign contributions to each woman as poll research consultants. Barbara nearly destroyed her own apartment in anger. That red hair really is a warning. By the time Kelly and Paul left, we had already figured everything out in Paul's notes. There were still questions, but we didn't have enough resources to get to the information. So I wrote down all the findings and set up a meeting with a senior FBI agent I worked with in the Philadelphia office. Barbara came in to tell him the story we had come up with. Barbara testified that after taking a forensic accounting course, she wanted to look at the actual records. She decided to look at her father's records out of innocent curiosity. When she noticed some oddities, she called me because my wife had worked for her father and knew of my experience. Gary was a seasoned professional. He knew there was more behind it, but we dropped a gift-wrapped present in his lap and he didn't push it. A dirty prosecutor in his own backyard? A dirty prosecutor who just launched a campaign for the U.S. Senate? This career-making case felt like manna from heaven. We caught a cab to Barbara's apartment, since she had classes late, and I walked to the 30th Street station to take the train home. I was already thinking about packing up and leaving when Kelly got home. Gary promised to speed things up and at least subpoena Evans's records by Wednesday. It was unlikely that word of the investigation would get out before then. The bastard will realize how illusory his power is when all the rats abandon his ship. Kelly called me while I was on the train ride home. She said she called early because they were going out to some big dinner, and it would be very late before she got back to her room. I had no doubt she wasn't planning on staying in her room tonight. I made a few vague remarks saying it was fine. She caught my distracted tone and asked what was wrong. I just had a meeting with FBI agents on a case, I replied. I'm on the train, plus the investigation is still ongoing, so I can't talk about it. All of this was the absolute truth. Sounds like you've really been hurt, Kelly said, her tone concerned. Yes, this story is going to be horrible. It will probably make national news when the whole story leaks out. Really? Asked Kelly, looking a little intrigued. Can't you give me a little hint? I couldn't help myself. Criminal politician, bribes, money laundering, sex, adultery, children. Typical summer romance. Anyone I know? I grimaced. I've already said too much. If I say anything else, the Bureau will shut me down. Oh, you're no fun to be with, Kelly pouted. Don't worry, honey, your secret is safe with me. We said goodbye and she left. As I walked into the house, it hit me. My marriage was over. We'd dated and been married. We'd been together for 10 years. I never expected to be single again, but that was what I was facing now. Eventually, I just sat on the couch and waited for the sun to go down. I just sat there and watched. I felt like I was watching my life fade away over the horizon. I just watched. It was many hours after sunset before I stirred again. It was Saturday afternoon when I came out of a fit of self-pity. I'm not saying I didn't deserve an indulgence, but I knew I needed to shake things up. Ironically, I was mowing the lawn again when I saw a BMW convertible pull into my driveway. I stopped the mower, watching Barbara get out of the car. The first thing I saw was her long, pale legs sticking out of the driver's side. She was wearing her sandals again, with the thin laces wrapped around her calves. They always made me think of the ancient Greeks. As she stood, I could see her sculpted legs flexing, which spoke of the strength hidden beneath her firm flesh. In keeping with the Greek trend, she was wearing a pure white dress that looked like a toga, reaching to mid-thigh but with 2 inches of lace at the bottom, allowing a few tantalizing glimpses of her upper thighs. The dress was of a light, silky material that hugged her curves and tended to be translucent. Her firm breasts were supported by a bikini that was visible through the dress. There was nothing on her arms except for light freckles dotting the skin on the top of her arms and shoulders. The dress was slipped over only one shoulder, leaving the other shoulder bare. Her long red hair came down in waves over those same shoulders. However, it was her gray-green eyes and smile that caught my attention as she approached me. I turned off the engine and saluted her. Well, you're looking better than I expected, Barbara said. I half expected to have to pull you out of a bottle or pull you down from a ledge. I snorted. I'd had a lot of thoughts about both options last night. It had to be done, I said. Besides, it distracts me. Not seeing a lawyer? She asked. I shrugged. I did it on Tuesday before they even left. The paperwork will be ready on Monday. I arranged to do an audit at a client in Austin and leave on Tuesday. Usually business trips like this last 3 days, and then I work remotely until the report is done. In this case, I'll be there for all 3 weeks. I shrugged. I guess that's the coward's way out, but I don't want to be here when this whole mess is over. I saw the agreement on Barbara's face. She knew it would draw attention to her too, as the bastard's daughter. I'm glad you're thinking ahead, the redhead said. But I realize that's what you're good at. The smile appeared again. Now I know how to plan too. So here's my plan, Barbara announced. I'm going to help you finish your work here, and then you're going to come to my place. We'll have fun, and you can even ogle me all you want. I have a swimsuit you'll just love. The last part was said in a voice that could have raised even a dead man. I tried to rally. Barbara, I'm still married, I protested. And I don't think I'll be ready for anything else for a while. You need to blow off some steam before you explode, the sexy red-headed girl insisted. Besides, you know the old saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Her gaze was playful, sly, and guileless all at the same time. I couldn't help but laugh. By one of those bizarre coincidences that prove truth is stranger than fiction, we ran into Olivia of all people. After finishing up my yard work, I cleaned up and we headed out for a late lunch at a nice restaurant. I wasn't really looking for revenge sex, but it was nice to get out of the house. And going on a date with a woman as nice as Barbara, and who looked just like Barbara, wouldn't be difficult at all. As I pulled up to the restaurant, I noticed a car parked a little closer to it. It was Oliva's car. I always thought it was a crime to put OBX and Jersey Shore bumper stickers on a Mustang GT. I almost told Barbara to turn around and we'd find another place. But I didn't. Instead, I did something completely out of character. It was all done on a whim. After all my careful planning, something inside me just exploded when I saw Olivia's car parked in that lot. I nonchalantly put my arm around the red-headed beauty and ushered her into the restaurant without further ado. I tipped the host to seat us at a particular table. It was somewhat shaded, but it was in plain view when we returned from the restroom. I seated Barbara facing outward and settled myself next to her. She smiled when I took her hand. "What brought this on?" she asked with a sweet smile. "Not that I'm complaining." I laughed. "Remember when I told you about how I found out about my wife cheating on me?" "Her friend Olivia? Well, her car is parked right down the street." Barbara broke into a throaty laugh. "So I'm going to be the other woman?" "Ooh, I can live with that." She leaned forward and planted an incredibly tender kiss on my lips. It wasn't a deep, passionate kiss, but rather a kiss that hinted and promised that there was more to come. A lover's kiss. The food arrived, and I frankly enjoyed myself. The tricks were forgotten while I enjoyed Barbara's company. Her keen sense of humor was killing me. I had never heard accounting sound so dirty before. I happened to glance over and noticed Olivia walk past us. I pointed her out to Barbara. "Oh, that feels good," she giggled. "I've been looking forward to this." With those words, she leaned forward to kiss me. I ran my hand under the table along her leg. The skin of her thighs was so incredibly soft, and underneath hid firm, supple muscles. The touch was electric. I could feel the heat coming from her panties. My hand slid forward on its own to feel the moisture. I was so immersed in the sensation that I was surprised when I heard Olivia yelling at me. "Hogan! What the hell are you doing?" she shouted at me. "Who is this tramp? Hitting on your wife while she's out of town? I thought better of you." I have no doubt the whole restaurant heard her. I let go of Barbara and turned to look at my former friend. "What's your problem, Liv?" "It's just a little carefree sex before Kelly and I settle down and have a baby. And you'll be able to resist it. People are trying to eat." Olivia stared at me like I'd hit her with a dead fish. "What?" she began. "Come on, Liv. Kelly's doing the same thing. I'm sure she's having sex with her boss right now. Has been for months now. So I decided it was only fair that I have sex with the boss's adult daughter." I think Olivia almost had a heart attack. I felt Barbara start to giggle, and I squeezed her lightly to keep her quiet. Of course, I kind of forgot where my hand was, so her giggle turned into a moan of pleasure. "You know about," stammered Olivia. "I know I'm supposed to be the faithful husband who doesn't realize anything while my wife is running around and being helped by a woman I considered a close friend." Olivia wrinkled at the contempt in my voice. "I know Kelly wanted one last taste of weirdness before having a baby. Kind of like that last fling before the wedding. If that was okay for her, what's your problem with me? I had no information that Kelly had any affairs before Paul's asshole, but as the saying goes, once a cheater, always a cheater. I just took note of my suspicion and wondered if Liv would get off balance to confirm it. She was. You know about that too? She sighed. No, but thanks for the confirmation, I replied. Olivia turned pale at that. Go away, Olivia, I said. She turned and disappeared behind the table. A few minutes later, we heard a noise. It was Olivia leaving the restaurant. Well, it was fun while it lasted, Barbara said with a slight chuckle. I really wish she'd been there longer. Her smile made me blush. You know she's probably on the phone with your wife right now, she added. Probably, I agreed. I'm giving her 5 minutes before my phone goes off. However, if she leaves right now, it will be 5 hours to get home from Pittsburgh. That would give us time for dessert and give me enough time to get home and pack. Too bad I won't get to see you in a bikini like you promised. Barbara laughed again. Oh, I guess we can do this another time. She reached up to grab my shirt and pull me closer. You know my semester ends in a week and a half, she whispered in my ear. I've always wanted to see Austin. I barely caught her words before her tongue slipped into my ear. Epilogue. Yeah, that's really the shit hitting the fan. Kelly started calling me 10 minutes after Olivia left the restaurant. I listened to a few of her messages and she was furious that he cheated on her. It almost made me laugh. After an hour of her messages and texts, I blocked her number. I knew she would eventually just call from another phone, but she was driving back from Pittsburgh, so she couldn't just ask to borrow someone's phone on the turnpike. I went home and packed up all my personal belongings, not just the ones for the trip to Austin. I had time. 4 hours after meeting Olivia, I was driving away from my house, probably for the last time. I checked into a hotel near the Philadelphia airport, depositing most of my belongings in a storage unit until I could find a place to stay. I talked to Barbara a few times on the phone. She had gone to a friend's house, as her father was now leaving furious messages on her phone. I rescheduled my flight to Austin for the day and left Monday morning. Kelly had managed to call my phone several times from other numbers. Now it was tearful rants about how I could do this to her, why I ruined her career, etc. 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 Apparently, Olivia's initial outcry got a lot of people's attention. Then someone posted a pretty accurate account on their blog and called Barbara and I players. My comment about Kelly banging Paul was also posted along with the fact that they were together in Pittsburgh over the weekend. This caused quite a stir in county political circles and at the courthouse. For the rest of the week, I avoided most news from Philadelphia. It wasn't until Friday that I received an email that told me what was going on in Doylestown. Surprisingly, it was from Margaret, a senior manager in the DA's office. The elderly attorney was apologizing for everything that had happened. She knew that Paul had been seeing 2 women outside the office, but knew nothing about Kelly's involvement. She also welcomed the fact that I retaliated by using the law against the attorney. According to Margaret, that week in DA Buck's office was eventful. On Monday morning, Paul was in the office trying to deal with the fallout and denying any inappropriate behavior on his part. It's just my daughter rebelling under the influence of a cheating husband, is how he tried to present the story. On Tuesday, Kelly was served with divorce papers on grounds of adultery. Included in the envelope were photos, DVDs, and a letter from me. At Kelly's scream of horror as she read my note, Margaret and 2 others ran into the office. Kelly collapsed in her chair in shock, and Margaret noticed the pictures scattered across the desk. My letter informed Kelly that I wasn't having an affair, but hoped that she now had an idea of how I felt about her and this jerk. I told her I couldn't be married to someone I didn't trust, especially now that I found out she had cheated before. There wasn't much to do at the DA's office on Tuesday. The next day, Margaret was in Paul's office for a meeting when 4 men in suits suddenly walked in. Paul was yelling at them for interrupting an important meeting when one of the men informed Paul that he had been arrested. He was in complete shock as they handcuffed him and led him out of the office, she said. They walked him right through the front door of the courthouse and let reporters through, who were somehow alerted. I owe Gary a few beers for that one. At the end of the letter, Margaret apologized for allowing them to behave in her office. She also asked me to let her know if I needed anything, as I did not deserve this behavior. I'm sure part of her letter had to do with damage control, but mostly I think Margaret was the moral and professional person I always thought she was. Now all my plans for a quiet divorce had gone to hell because of my own stupid, impulsive antics with Olivia at that restaurant. Philadelphia news outlets quickly learned of Paul's arrest and the charges against him. As I told Kelly, the story had all the makings of a summer romance: sex, betrayal, revenge, and too much angst. News outlets loved it, and it was quickly picked up by hungry 24-hour news services. I avoided the worst of it as I was out of town, and they couldn't track me down as I had booked a second hotel room 10 miles away from the one on my itinerary at work. I did check in there, however, and the reporters camped around it trying to catch me. I saw on TV that they were camped out in front of my house. Kelly didn't come out, and they only managed to film my relatives going in and out of the house. Barbara had it the worst, for she was the daughter who turned in her own father. She still had to go to classes and take exams, so for the first few days it was fairly easy for the press to find her. Then the school kicked the reporters off campus because they were disturbing the students. It also helped that 2 women who had children with Paul claimed their own 15 minutes of fame. After wrapping up the last issue, Barbara slipped off campus and headed for the airport. The media was disappointed, but not too surprised when she didn't show up for the graduation ceremony. After a while, the story moved into the secondary news category and stayed there. It heated up when Paul's trial began, but he pleaded guilty to several charges, resulting in a 20-year guest appearance with the federal government. Fortunately, his guilty plea resulted in Barbara and I not being called to testify. And then it all disappeared off their radar, taking Barbara, Kelly, and me with it. Oddly enough, after all the publicity, my divorce went quickly and smoothly. Kelly signed the papers 4 days after receiving them. I received a letter apologizing for what she had done to me and to us. Returning from Pittsburgh, she swore in a rage that she would never forgive me for cheating on her. When she found out that she was really the only one who had cheated, she realized how hypocritical she had been. She accepted my offer of a 50-50th split and asked that at some point, when things weren't so rough, I agree to meet with her so she could apologize in person. She ended by saying that she would always love me and wished me well. I later learned from her mother that she had quit her job and moved to the Midwest to live with her aunt. Catching Paul did wonders for my career. In the press, the FBI gave me full credit for analyzing Paul's records. Because I was hiding from the same press, I was even more thorough in Austin and found not only the embezzler they were looking for, but a second embezzler they had no indication of at the time. My firm promoted me and put me in charge of the white-collar crime team. And yes, some joker labeled the team Hogan's Heroes. But the best part was that they assigned me an assistant, a recent college graduate looking to gain experience in forensic accounting. I've never enjoyed working late so much. And that bikini looked even better on the floor of my hotel room. I should have known better. I wanted it so badly I let it cloud my judgment. A guy like me would never get a girl like Marcia. Maybe in the movies, but not in real life. 3 years ago, Marcia started working in the office of SSA, that is, Safety and Security Affiliates. All the male employees were aware of her presence, mostly because she was a head taller than the other office girls. She wasn't smarter or more educated, but prettier and sexier. She didn't wear a wedding ring. My fascination with her quickly waned because I realized right away that she was totally out of my league. Hell, I wasn't even in any league. The only girls or women I'd ever had a relationship with were the ones that charged by the hour. I wasn't a virgin, but only because I'd worked up the courage to approach one of the less fierce-looking ladies of the night a few times. I actually found a few of the younger ones attractive, but all they wanted from me was my money. I couldn't even find a whore willing to spend one-on-one time with me if I didn't have money. I was raised by a single mom. I never met my father. I think it had something to do with the fact that I had no skills in dealing with women. My mother noticed this problem and tried very hard to help me. I took ballroom dancing classes with her for almost 2 years, but all I got out of it was the ability to dance. I still lacked confidence and courage to meet and socialize with the opposite sex. After I graduated high school, my mom got married and moved to Florida. We communicate a few times a year, but that's the only contact I've had with her. I liked working at SSA because I didn't have to interact with a lot of people. My days were spent checking fire and burglar alarm systems. The company was also heavily involved in installing security systems, which I was not interested in or attracted to at all. I had no social life after work. I enjoyed solving logic problems in the evenings, and I had a subscription to all the puzzle magazines. Although I had a home computer, I used it only as needed. Most of my meals were cooked in the microwave. I was a picky eater, and that's probably why I never weighed more than 150 pounds. Light for my height, but healthy. I didn't even have a suit because I never needed one. During the day, I wore my work dickies that the company supplied. I wore them even on weekends when I wasn't working. There was a landline phone in the house, and I had a company cell phone. The cell phone had unlimited minutes on it, so I used it when I called my mom. Contacts interfered with my eyes, so I always wore glasses. They weren't stylish, cool glasses, but rather practical, like a nerd would wear. In fact, I think I was a nerd. My interactions with people have always been within strictly defined limits. I didn't piss people off, but I didn't excite them either. I had no opinions worth sharing, and I was the world's worst joke teller. Now that you have an idea of what I have to offer the world, you can understand why I was surprised and stunned when Marcia Trent began casually chatting with me on a daily basis. I wasn't the only one who noticed her interest, and after a few weeks I began to be teased for it by the other office girls and some of the guys. I was flattered but embarrassed. I remember how it all started. "Dennis? Could you do me a little favor?" I was sitting at one of the tables in the break room eating lunch. I assumed she wanted to borrow a chair or ask me to move to another table. "Sure. Anything. Will you sit with me while I eat lunch?" All I could do was nod. After a few minutes, I was still trying to figure out what was going on. The other staff members noticed this, and a few quiet remarks were made. As befits my nature, I remained silent. I couldn't say anything that wouldn't make me look like an idiot, so I kept my mouth shut. "I hope you don't mind, but this is much easier for me." "How is it easier?" She seemed to be tidying herself up before answering, as if she were preparing to give a prepared speech. At that moment, I should have realized what was happening. When I come in for break or lunch, there are always other guys sitting with me. It makes me feel uncomfortable. They either make rude remarks or undress me with their stares. It's better to be with you. I didn't know if it was a compliment or an insult. I felt a little guilty. That's understandable. You are an extremely attractive woman, and any man who didn't fantasize about you would be dead. Are you fantasizing about me? A little, but I try not to show it. And you're doing a great job at it. That's why I need to sit with you. As long as I'm with you, the other guys won't bother me. It didn't make any sense. There was nothing intimidating about me. How could my presence discourage some lowlife from making remarks to her, or even peeping at her? I finished eating and sat in silence until she was done. No one bothered us, but we got a few unusual looks. When I got up to leave, she touched my arm. "Can you sit with me again tomorrow?" I smiled, nodded, and walked away embarrassed. After a week, we started socializing. It was hard for me, but it was much easier with her. I learned that she was a single mom with two girls who were in high school. Her work shift coincided with their school hours. She never mentioned her husband, ex-husband, or father. I was too stupid to ask. My mood lifted and I felt normal. A normal guy spending time with a gorgeous girl in a normal way. I didn't care that it was lunch in the company break room. Our contacts became more and more frequent, and I began to feel comfortable with her. At the same time, I felt uneasy. Something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what it was. A few weeks later, she invited me to her house to meet the girls and have dinner. Brandy and Brenda were cute little girls, but a little too mannered for my taste. Kids under 10 are supposed to be rambunctious and noisy. I felt like I had spent the day with the Stepford kids. In fact, Marcia was a bit like a Stepford wife. They were perfect, too perfect. Marcia and I started going on little walks together. Of course, the girls were always with us. We visited all the parks, zoos, and other such attractions within a day's drive. The more time I spent with the girls, the more relaxed they became. Before I knew it, I was already looking forward to every opportunity to see them. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but one night, about 4 months later, I found myself in bed with her. When I replay the events of that night in my head, the same thing comes up. I did nothing to initiate it. She took the initiative and seemed to control everything: the place, the time, and what we did. I'm not complaining. It was the first time I got something without paying for it. I can't say it was wild, passionate sex, but it was real. After the first night, we started enjoying ourselves regularly. At least I was enjoying myself. I was never sure about her. Marcia had small breasts, and even after having 2 children, they remained quite lush. Of course, you have to remember that I'm not an expert on such things. She didn't shave like the girls in porn movies. Every time I watched her go to the bathroom naked, I was overcome with excitement. My life had suddenly taken a completely different turn. But something was wrong. To everyone's amazement, Marcia and I were married 2 months later. It was a small ceremony. My mom flew in from Florida to meet her sister-in-law, who I guess she was in no way expecting to receive. I paid for her ticket. Most of the people attending the wedding were from work. Marcia's mother, who lives in Mount Carmel, couldn't make it. I never met her or any of Marcia's other family members. She never talked about them. We found a small house to rent until I saved up 20% for a down payment. I've always been careful about finances. Marcia no longer needed to work and became a stay-at-home mom. We had sex regularly, which I always enjoyed. For some reason, Marcia always insisted that we use a condom. I had the perfect wife and 2 perfect daughters. It was like the Twilight Zone. After the first year, I assumed things would calm down, but they didn't. Every day was the same, and the longer it went on, the more paranoid I became. In the evenings, I would sit in silence and try to figure out what was wrong. The problem was that nothing was wrong. Marcia was a wonderful wife, a wonderful mother, and a wonderful partner. I began to think I was going crazy. I'm tangled up in my own thoughts, and I can't stop. Why? Why is this happening to me? Why am I persistently destroying my life? The best part of the wedding was the time I spent with the girls. I think they enjoyed it as much as I did. I am a logical person. I like to analyze things and draw conclusions. It's my nature. There was no reason why I couldn't look at this situation and realize something. I wasn't going to turn into some annoying, nosy person, but I would have to start paying attention to things and figuring things out. I mentally made a list of questions that needed to be addressed. Why had I never met anyone from Marcia's family? What was she really doing visiting her mother in Mount Carmel several times a month? Why was the girl's father such a mysterious figure? I had one question to answer first. What did she keep in a small locked folder on a shelf in her clothes closet? The only time I had seen her with it was when she was enrolling the girls in school. I didn't even know where she kept the key. Figuring out what was in the locked box would be my first step. It was a logical problem, a real-life logical problem. Suddenly, I found myself looking forward to something and not being paranoid. My attitude changed for the better. Marcia was always going to the hairdressers at Elegance Chic every Tuesday morning. It was a very expensive salon, but I never saw it reflected on the charge cards. I guessed she was paying in cash, but she never had much cash, and I never saw any evidence of unusual cash withdrawals. Of course, I had no idea how much a visit to the hairdresser should cost, so I had no point of reference. It just seemed odd. I pulled into the house mid-morning Tuesday morning with no problem. I waited until she left to go into the house. Standing in front of the closet, I began to worry that she might have a clue placed on or near the box. I thought about it for a few moments and then dismissed the thought. She was confident in her position in the house and that her box would not be disturbed. After all, I was a good guy. I was someone she could trust. I wouldn't pry under any circumstances. I carefully removed the box and started working on the lock. It was a simple flat key with very simple notches. It took less than 2 minutes to open it. Inside, I found her birth certificate. There was nothing special on it. She had also put our marriage certificate in the box. There were some newspaper clippings and a few pictures. One of them was of her high school graduation. She was as beautiful then as she is now. Her prom date looked familiar, but I couldn't recognize him. Last in the box were 2 birth certificates for the girls. Both were born at Pottsville Hospital, but the most interesting part was the father's name. Hamilton Ryder was listed as the father of both Brandy and Brenda. Now I recognize the guy in Marcia's graduation picture. Hamilton Ryder was a member of the state assembly and was selected to run for the next election to the United States House of Representatives. He was handsome and charismatic. All the women voters loved him and the men admired him. He had every chance of being elected. He was married to Emily Wilcox, the daughter of one of the wealthiest men in the northeastern part of the state. Some people said that Hamilton's rise in the political world was due to the support he received from his father-in-law. Emily Wilcox was a paradox. Their marriage was an event, and at the time all the newspapers and magazines wrote about it. When they married, she was an unassuming, modest little thing. Over the years, she seemed to change, and not for the better. At one point, she dyed her hair blonde and started wearing it in styles that didn't seem to suit her. Her makeup gradually became too revealing. Too much blush, too much plucking, and too much lipstick. Worst of all, her outfits and breasts changed. She seemed to have gone from a regular one to a pair of grotesque double D. It was all a little sad. Her character didn't match her looks. I often wondered if she knew people were laughing behind her back. Of course, it was none of my business, so I didn't give it too much thought, until today. Marcia shouldn't notice that the box has been moved or opened. I was very careful. I really didn't believe she was referring to the box too often. From what I know now, I didn't understand why she would want it. In fact, it would have made more sense for her to keep the box at her mother's house. Now I knew a little more than I had before. Marcia had been friends with Hamilton Ryder since high school and was the mother of two of his children. Actually, there were only two because with Emily he didn't have any. It was interesting that Marcia had put his name on the birth certificates. Under the circumstances, it looked like something he wouldn't want to do. That evening I was being a good husband as usual. I complimented my wife on her hair and asked the girls how school was going. For the first time I felt fake. It was a game. Marcia knew what the game was and had been playing it for over a year. Since I was a beginner, I had to develop my own strategy. The word strategy alone implied that it would be long-term. I wasn't happy with that, but I didn't have a short-term tactical plan. That evening, while my Stepford family was watching TV, I ordered a bug GPS tracker on eBay for $139 with free shipping. I figured it would be interesting to see where Marcia was headed when she went to visit her mother. The new tracker will pair nicely with my Garmin GPS Map 60 CSX. It's going to be a lot of fun. As a protective measure, I opened several new bank accounts to protect my few assets. The next day, I quietly took 2 weeks sick leave. The company was more than happy for me to take it for monetary reasons. Marcia never made any friends at SSA, so I didn't have to worry about her finding out I wasn't at work. Later that morning, I stopped by Seymour Schlump's house. Seymour and I went to high school together. We were two outcast kids who had built a friendship on not being part of the crowd. Seymour had a law degree, but he didn't have a job. He was listed on state, county, and city lists, waiting for someone to die so that a vacancy could occur. In the meantime, he supported himself and his mother by doing mostly car title renewals and transfers. He also did notary work and wills. I needed legal advice, and Seymour was more than happy to help. We spent an hour together, and when I left, he was as excited as a child getting a new puppy. I drove towards Allentown and had lunch at McDonald's. There was free Wi-Fi, and I had my laptop. Within an hour, I had all sorts of data and information on Hamilton Ryder. Most of it was political rhetoric, but among it was information I could use. I also had a long list of addresses that I would need later. While surfing, I came across an advertisement for a traveling expo that was taking place in Philadelphia over the weekend. Marcia and the kids were going to visit her mom on Friday after school, and I thought the expo looked good. After dinner that night, I did something I had never done before. While Marcia took her evening shower, I took the liberty of looking in her purse. I had never considered violating her personal space like this before, but now we were playing a game. Everything looked normal, and I was about to close up when I suddenly noticed something. Marcia used tampons when she had her period, but at the very bottom of her purse was a small bag labeled Kotex. Like any normal man, I avoided picking it up. I picked it up and carefully opened it to reveal an old Nokia cell phone. It only took me a minute to realize that it was a prepaid phone with T-Mobile service. There was only one number in the call log. When I found the phone, it was turned off and I left it in the same condition. It wouldn't have been hard for me to figure out who the number belonged to. I think I already know. Seymour was in a good mood. There were several folders in a neat row on his desk. He seemed anxious for me to sit down and show me what he'd done. Dennis, I know you said you wanted a simple divorce, but under the circumstances, you have a pretty good case for an annulment. The nice thing about it is that Marcia won't be able to contest it, and there will be no division of property. Each of you will get what you brought to the marriage. Are you sure? It would make things a lot easier. And a lot faster. Seymour pushed the first folder aside. What else? I had no trouble getting copies of the girls' birth certificates. Legally, Hamilton Ryder owes you no favors for taking care of the girls. If the case had gone to court, we would have been defeated in the first 5 minutes. However, the court of public opinion will deal with it. I suggest you file a complaint against him and make sure the media is fully aware of it. That will be your responsibility. Why? I'm paying you. For legal services, Dennis. If I'm caught participating in a smear campaign, especially against a public official, my potential career as a lawyer will be over before it begins. Okay. What do I need to do? Everything is printed on this top sheet. Memorize the instructions carefully and then burn the paper. This is a joke, right? I heard a groan from the other end of the table. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I was just trying to make things a little easier. The next file was Hamilton's charge of alienation of affection. Seymour didn't feel this case would fly either, but it could be just as valuable as the previous one. The next claim was for the recovery of Marcia's living expenses for the past year. It had nothing to do with the girls or his paternity towards them. The last folder was not directly related to me, but was a motion to file charges against Hamilton Ryder for 6 different civil violations very remotely related to the situation. In one of them, Seymour actually charged Hamilton Ryder with prostitution. He claimed that Hamilton had forced Marcia to trade sex for room and board for himself and the girls. It was another protracted trial that he had absolutely no chance of winning, but he would get a lot of racy publicity. There were still a few holes to plug, including at least one example of evidence of a secret relationship between them. I hope to be done with that this weekend. Marcia was surprised to see me when I came home for lunch. I wanted to be there when the mail was delivered. She seemed glad for the company and made us grilled cheese sandwiches. I tried my best to make polite conversation until the mail arrived. She noticed the priority package and commented on it. I told her it was a removable hard drive I had ordered for backing up data on computers. She agreed with the answer, and I left smiling. For the next hour, I spent the next hour carefully reading all the instructions on how to install and operate my new GPS tracker. This was going to be fun. I had planned it that way. That evening, Marcia seemed a little quieter than usual. Usually, when she returned from her visits to Mom, she was cheerful. Friday seemed very far away. I realized I couldn't pretend for that long. I decided that Tuesday morning, while the girls were at school and Marcia was at the beauty parlor, would be the best time to make my move. Monday was a pretty busy day. I took all the prepared envelopes from Seymour's office to the post office. The earliest they would be delivered would be Wednesday. I gave Seymour $5,000 to cover his fee and expenses. After reporting to work, I spent the rest of the morning closing out the accounts. One of the local tuxedo rentals was selling used outfits. Fortunately, I was able to find 2 that fit. Since I needed a place to store my new work clothes, I rented a cheap motel room for 4 nights. I drove past the house as Marcia was leaving. I had no idea where she was going, but I figured I'd take the opportunity. As I loaded all my stuff into the car, I realized that I didn't really have that much stuff. I felt a little sad as I drove down the street for the last time. I will miss family life even though it was a farce. The girls and I never seemed to fall in love, but I knew I would be thinking of them. It was a sad situation. I felt hurt and betrayed, but not enough to explode. The only way out for me was to quietly disappear. I rented a storage unit and paid for it a year in advance. Even though it was the smallest room, the amount of stuff I had looked pitiful. That night I went overboard at Taco Bell. I took every dish on the menu that I had never tried before. I can't explain why I did it, except that I felt a little reckless. Of course, most of the tray went in the trash. I couldn't bring myself to eat it all. Later, sitting alone in my room, I was beyond bored. Just out of a whim, I called British Air. A very kind young lady happily agreed to move my Friday reservation to Tuesday. Friday was the busiest day for airlines, and Tuesday was a bit slow. The next morning, Seymour drove me to the airport. He was going to keep the car while I was away. I signed over the title and told him he could sell it if he found a buyer. It was almost 15 years old, so we both laughed when I suggested it. Check-in went very smoothly, and then I found myself sitting on a long plastic bench watching the departure time change. I was totally surprised when my cell phone started buzzing. I had forgotten to turn it off. Dennis? Is that you? It's Brenda. I wasn't expecting any calls, much less one like this. Yes. Why are you calling? Brandy and I wanted to say goodbye. We were sorry when we found out you were gone. Brenda, is your mom there? No. She's in the bedroom. She's been there all morning. I didn't know what to say. Dennis? Yeah? Brandy and I wanted to tell you that we tried really hard not to be bad. Mom said it was very important. We weren't bad, were we, Dennis? No, Brenda. You and your sister have always been perfect angels. You've never done anything wrong. Then why did you leave? I'm sure your mother would rather explain it to you. Have you asked her? She's been lying in bed crying since yesterday. We had to make breakfast ourselves. I felt I should talk to Marcia, but under the circumstances, it didn't seem like a good idea. Dennis, if Brandy and I did something wrong, we're sorry. Can you come home? I don't think so, dear. I need to get away for a while. I could hear her crying on the other end of the phone. I was looking for a way to end the conversation without acting like a complete jerk when they announced my flight was boarding. I have to go now. Take care of your sister and mom, okay? I turned the phone off before she could say anything else. Then I turned the phone off. I wouldn't need it for the next 6 months anyway. I found life on a cruise ship fascinating. I worked with one of the ship's engineers in the mornings and spent every evening dancing with enthusiastic ladies. Some of them were young, but most were older than my mother or older than me. Since I learned to dance with my mother, it made it much easier for me. I had a lot of fun. Most of them didn't speak English, so I didn't have much trouble communicating. I made do with a smile and the occasional peck on the cheek at the end of the dance. They all seemed to enjoy it. That all changed when I embarked on my 5th voyage. On the first day, I was informed that I would be dining at the captain's table that evening. Only high-ranking members of the crew could sit with the captain. I was at the bottom of the food chain, so my invitation was unusual. The only dress clothes I had were 2 tuxedos. I usually ate in the team dining room, and the clothes didn't matter. Since I had no idea about protocol and good table manners, I waited until everyone was seated before approaching. There was an empty chair waiting for me. I addressed the captain as I was supposed to and then cautiously sat down. I felt very uncomfortable, to say the least. I looked around the table, trying to figure out why I was here. To my left sat a large, sweaty man who seemed to be speaking Greek. To my right sat a well-dressed woman my age who seemed vaguely familiar. When I glanced in her direction, she smiled slightly and looked at me. I quickly averted my gaze. As the food was served, I tried to pay attention to what the guests were chatting about, but to no avail. I was already a poor conversationalist, and multiple languages didn't give me any confidence at all. This hellish dinner would be over soon. I kept telling myself that over and over again. When the dessert dish was brought to me, I felt a hand on my right arm. I turned my head and she spoke. Relax, Dennis. You look awfully tense. No one had ever introduced me, but she knew my name. I realized that must be the connection, the reason I was at the captain's table. Who was she? How did she know my name? What did she want? It wasn't mysterious and exciting. It was frightening and unnerving. The infernal meal will soon be over. The infernal meal will soon be over! When we finished, the guests began to go about their business. I was still sitting when the mystery woman took my hand and led me to one of the quieter areas of the bar. I followed her like a puppy following a dog, and I didn't know why. You have no idea who I am? I just nodded affirmatively. She laughed lightly. Imagine bleached blonde hair, lots of makeup, and big boobs. Oh my God. You're Dolly Parton. My failed attempt at a joke elicited a poke in the ribs and another small laugh, more like a giggle. You're not paying attention, Dennis. Think. I knew what the answer would be, but knowing that answer begged even more questions. Emily Ryder? She smiled at my answer. I prefer to use my maiden name. Okay, Emily Wilcox. Neither of us said anything as the cute little Thai waitress set out our drinks. Mrs. Wilcox. I realize we're related somehow, but I don't see how that could have caused you to be here. Don't make this any harder than it has to be, Dennis. I'm only here to thank you. You probably don't realize the impact you've had on my life. Absolutely not. I've never met you before or even seen you up close. Of course, you look quite different from before. Good or bad? Good. Good, no doubt about it. Thank you. It was mostly just hair and makeup. At this point, she caught me looking at her breasts, or what used to be her breasts. She couldn't help but laugh at my discomfort. The doctor put them in, the doctor took them out. I've never been so happy to be rid of those damn melons. They made me feel ugly. I didn't know what to say. Any comment would have sounded rude. She continued her explanation. I just replaced the double D's with small B's. It took a little work, but he paid well, and I'm happy. I think I blushed. There was a lull in the conversation, and we both took sips from our drinks. Oh, before I forget. I have something for you. Emily reached into her purse and pulled out an envelope folded in half to fit. She smiled as she held it out to me. It's an annulment of your marriage. Daddy managed to get it finalized without a problem. Not only are you not married, but you've never been married. Isn't that great? Her words were bittersweet. She seemed more pleased about the annulment than I was. It wasn't what I wanted, but what I thought I needed. I had gotten used to the idea of being married. I wanted to be married, but under different circumstances. I smiled weakly at Emily and said, "Thank you." Something you're not very happy about, Dennis. No. This whole situation has been a little painful for me. I waved for the waitress to bring 2 more drinks. I usually limit myself to 1 a night. I don't want to pry, but what is the status of your marriage? Are you divorced or are you going to be divorced? Emily Wilcox wrinkled her nose slightly, looked at her watch, and smiled again. Dennis, in exactly 22 minutes, I will be a widow. That was an interesting statement. I tried to think of a clever response, but nothing came out. The impact of her statement finally reached my brain, and I went numb. The waitress set down our drinks, and mine was downed in 1 gulp. Don't look so shocked. It was a compromise. What does that mean? In another 7 days, you were supposed to die in an automobile accident south of Pottsville. 2 days later, I was supposed to drown in a boat off Long Island. It was all planned. The conversation was no longer light and casual. My drinking companion was no longer smiling, and the whole tone had turned somber. I absorbed the few bits of information she'd just given me, and I started to feel nauseous. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Wilcox. I'm afraid the last drink was too much for me. Please excuse me. I stood up and started to leave the room. She didn't try to stop me. I did feel an upset stomach, but I don't think it was because of the drink. I didn't sleep well that night. Instead of eating with the team, I waited until the first breakfast and found Emily. She was sitting at a table alone, a luxury available only to the most affluent guests. The waiter recognized me in my work clothes, and we were met with a perplexed look. Emily nodded to indicate that everything was fine. She held out her full glass of orange juice to me across the table as a greeting. Are you a widow now? Emily handed me the telex that lay on the seat next to her. Kingston, Jamaica. Hamilton Ryder, a Pennsylvania politician, was killed today about 30 miles east of Montego Bay. No one else was injured in the accident? Mr. Ryder leaves a widow, Emily, but no children. Mrs. Ryder was not near her husband at the time of the accident. Hamilton Ryder was a candidate for a seat in the U.S. Senate until mysterious allegations of inappropriate behavior surfaced a few weeks ago. I flipped through the rest of the message and marveled at the effect my silly little mailing scheme had had. The waiter placed a small plate of fruit in front of me, which I began to eat. What's going to happen to Marcia and the girls? It's nothing, Dennis. She wasn't involved anymore. I guess you couldn't have known. What do you mean? Shortly before you left, you followed them to a cabin in the Pocono Mountains. Do you remember that? Of course. How do you know that? My father installed bugs in the cabin, and Hamilton was constantly being watched. They used the same thing every time they met. You didn't stay long that day. Not long after you left, Hamilton and Marcia had a big fight about something he was planning. Marcia decided she didn't want anything to happen to you. Hamilton insisted that they stick to the original plan, which was to kill us both. She refused and ran out of the cabin. She spent the rest of the weekend with her sister in Frackville. Is that where the girls were? Yes. Where the hell is her mother? Marcia's mother is in a nursing home in Pottsville. Hamilton is paying her expenses. I finished the fruit and poured myself a cup of coffee from the carafe on the table. Why would he want to kill us? What did it get him? We were never sure, but it seems he was hoping to get sympathy votes because he was a grief-stricken widower. Besides, he would have inherited a hell of a lot of money. I think he was hoping to further elevate his position by marrying a widow with 2 little girls. Everything was planned to make him look good in front of the public. I think it's a stupid plan. What does he gain by killing me? Of course, I'm a little biased. We both laughed a little at my feeble attempt at black humor. Why did Marcia decide to abandon this plan? Dennis, you'll have to ask her, but I think she's starting to have feelings for you. She used me. From day one, I was just a tool for her. There's no way she had any feelings for me. Don't count on it. How do you know all this? My father has been following all of this for over a year now. Okay, but tell me again why you're here. My father is a very slow and meticulous man. We knew what was going on for a long time and realized we needed to get it over with. But according to him, the time was never right. I was tearing my hair out trying to figure out how to get him to do something. And then a knight on a white horse came to my rescue. Thank you, but that's not how I would describe myself. You still haven't answered my question. When you flooded the world with lawsuits and publicity, things fell into place quickly, very quickly. You pulled my father out of his dead ass and made me a happy woman. That wasn't my intention. I guess I wanted to get rid of a failed relationship and make my feelings known along the way. You've done well, Dennis. Very good. That's why I'm here. To thank you. I smiled and got up from my chair. I'm glad that's all sorted out. Now, if you'll excuse me because I have to get to work. I'm already late. Relax, Dennis. Your work schedule for the week has been changed. Dad talked to the captain, and for the next 7 days you'll be working just to keep me company. I shook my head in bewilderment and stepped back. I heard what she said, but I couldn't say I liked it. I didn't feel like spending the rest of the week entertaining a rich, spoiled brat. I had a job to do. Chief Daggert, my immediate supervisor, was no help. He sighed when he saw me and told me to go to the helm. I didn't see the captain, but the second mate informed me that everything Emily Wilcox had said was true. As I walked back to my cabin, I realized that I didn't have any clothes that matched what I was about to do. I had 2 used tuxedos, Dickie's work clothes, and the outfit I had boarded the ship in. I changed into the best shirt and pants I had and started looking for my new mistress. I found myself being used by a woman again, and I didn't like it. Was this really my destiny? Would I really spend the rest of my life as a whipping boy for dominant women? Maybe dominant is too strong a word. Either way, I wasn't happy. She was reading a pocketbook, sitting on the deck and sheltered from the wind. She smiled when I approached, but she looked worried. I'm sorry if I upset you, Dennis. It wasn't part of my plans. I had hoped you would take some satisfaction from the arrangements with the captain. Your reaction indicates that I was out of line. I sat down next to her and tried to get comfortable. I never liked chaise lounges. I was hoping we could come to some sort of compromise. I am willing to spend my days with you and will do my best to be a good companion, but I feel my evenings belong to the unaccompanied ladies on the cruise. Do you want to dance with them? Yes. There are a few other men here who do the same thing, but there are never enough for everyone. These women wait all day to dress up and go dancing. I can't let them down. Okay, I can agree to that with some restrictions. Between dances, you will sit with me, and I will choose the women you dance with. Why would you want to do that? I don't know, but let's try it tonight. If it doesn't work out, I'll give up on this venture. Okay, I'll give it a try. I don't understand why you want to do this, but I'll try. Good. We'll stop in Napoli this afternoon, and I'll buy you clothes for the rest of the trip. I can afford it, and I won't take no for an answer. Any questions? No. We both laughed when we realized that I had given her an answer that she said she didn't accept. The rest of the day passed merrily, but there weren't enough days left in the cruise for me to wear all the clothes she had bought me. Plus, there was no room in my stateroom to store them. Most of the shopping by necessity ended up in her room. Emily and I had dinner together, but not at the captain's table. After dinner, I changed into my black tuxedo for the evening. Emily had reserved a small table for 2 at the edge of the dance floor and was waiting for me. You look very elegant, Dennis. The tuxedo suits you. Thank you, but I feel out of place. You're looking at me. Do I look okay? You're just beautiful. I can't understand why Hamilton didn't appreciate what he had. I spent an hour in the ship's beauty parlor getting ready for tonight. I'm glad you think it was worth the time spent. The dress fits perfectly and emphasizes the pearls. I don't mean to be rude, but I think adjusting the bust line was a good decision. She leaned toward him and whispered, You shouldn't do remakes about women's breasts, Dennis. It's inappropriate. I whispered back to her, I'm sorry. I don't have much experience in this gigolo business. However, by necessity, I'm a quick learner. Some of these ladies are real coquettes. Before I made myself comfortable, I excused myself and walked over to the line of companion dancers standing near the stage. Most of them were older men who had been given free cruises in exchange for dancing with the guests for 6 hours a day. They all loved these evenings and enjoyed entertaining the ladies. They knew of my situation, but I still did not fail to tease them. Each of them promised to dance at least one dance with Emily that evening. Emily enjoyed the evening more than I could have expected. Every dance, she picked a different partner for me. The biggest problem was a German lady in a wheelchair. I didn't know how to handle her until the lady herself made a few suggestions. She was the only one I danced with twice. Emily danced several times, and several of them with other passengers. It was easy to see why. She stayed with me until the group had finished for the evening. I walked her to her quarters and was rewarded with a kiss on the cheek and a sincere thank you. It was a wonderful evening, it seemed to me. The week flew by. On the last night of the trip, Emily literally pulled me into her room and fiddled with me. I got the feeling that she was a little disappointed that I hadn't made an effort the previous nights. Her new breasts were still a little tender, but not enough to prevent her from enjoying my clumsy attempts to gently nuzzle her. For the first time in my life, sex seemed fun and relaxed. Emily and I seemed to move together and fit together perfectly. When I clumsily tried to open the condom packet, she grabbed it and threw it on the floor. I emptied myself into her 3 times before morning, including once in my mouth. She was compliant and coming violently. I was in 7th heaven. 4 hours later, she was about to fly home. She tried to convince me to go with her, but I didn't feel comfortable. I still had 4 months left on my contract. I promised to contact her as soon as I fulfilled my obligations. It was a small, stupid decision, but it was still important to me. For the next few weeks, I tried to convince myself that it was only because she was recovering from her spat with Hamilton. Sometimes I felt like a boor for taking advantage of a grieving widow. But then I remembered that she wasn't grieving, but rather celebrating. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. Mornings were filled with daily safety reports and maintenance logs. Evenings were filled with dancing. I began to specialize in entertaining ladies with disabilities. The other escort dancers were more than happy to give me full latitude in this area, and the guests were delighted. Emily Wilcox hadn't sent a letter, email, or any other correspondence. I hadn't heard from Marcia either, but then she had no idea where I was. I started thinking about Brandy and Brenda a lot more often than I expected. I really missed them. I thought a lot about the situation Marcia had put us in. I understood the basic concept of what she and Hamilton were trying to do, but I never understood why they decided to do it. It was easy for my simple mind to explain it all away by telling myself that I just wasn't sophisticated enough to understand it. Only Marcia could answer all the questions. My contract was coming to an end. The cruise line wanted me to sign on for another 6 months with a small bonus. They also offered to send me to a maritime school in London so I could get certified in some areas related to the ship's electronic and safety systems. If I agreed to the training, I would commit to working for the company for a year. I promised to give them an answer within 30 days. I was flattered to learn that several lady guests had asked for dates when I would be on board so they could schedule their trips. Instead of flying home, I flew to Orlando. My mom shared a modular home near Ocala with a gentleman friend who turned out to be quite nice. My mom seemed genuinely upset that her marriage to Marcia had not worked out. When the plane landed in Philadelphia, my mood was subdued. Coming home wasn't something I was looking forward to, but it had to be done. It was time to clear the air with Seymour. I wanted to make sure I didn't owe him anything. I had nowhere to stay, no job prospects, and nothing to look forward to. It would have been so much easier if I had at least done a little bit of planning ahead of time. There had been plenty of time in the last few months to look online for a new job, or at least a new place to live, but I had no motivation. Most of the people getting off the plane in the terminal were alert and excited, but I was in a second group, businessmen who were returning home with droopy eyes and a bored expression. A whole chapter of my life had passed, and I had nothing to brag about but heartache. Watching other passengers being warmly greeted by their friends and families only added to my depression. All I could do was rent a car and head back to the source of my misery. Dennis! Dennis! The sound of my name being shouted by some kids caught my attention, but only until I remembered that there were over 200 people on the flight, and the odds of someone in the family on the flight having the same name as me were pretty high. I smiled at my gullibility and kept walking. Dennis! Dennis! It was happening again. This time I looked for the source and was surprised to see Brenda and Brandy running up to me. It didn't make sense. No one knew I was even on the airplane. Only a few seconds passed and they both started grabbing my arms. They had never acted like this before and it confused me. Marcia could explain it, I was sure. The only problem was that Marcia wasn't there, Emily was. Emily was waiting with a smile on her face. I set my bag down and we exchanged kisses on the cheeks, the way posh people do in movies but have never seen in real life. It seemed natural, and I didn't know what else was expected of me. We were walking towards the terminal exit when a guy came up to us and asked for my plane tickets. Emily nodded at me and I handed them to him. The limo was waiting at the curb. The two girls chatted the whole time. In fact, they talked more today than I'd ever heard them say before. I caught words like limo and Aunt Emily, but I couldn't form any complete sentences. When the limousine doors closed, it was very quiet. The hustle and bustle of the terminal was behind us. "Welcome home, Dennis." Emily took my hand and smiled. I didn't have time to respond. "Isn't this great, Dennis? Have you ever ridden in a limo?" I couldn't make out which girl was speaking. I looked around and smiled. I really missed them. "No, never." Brandy spoke again. "Dennis, we're having a sister. I want to name her Brittany, but Brenda wants to name her Bethany. What do you think, Dennis? What do you want to name her?" My head was spinning. A million questions were waiting to be answered, but I couldn't formulate any. The comment about the new sister began to get to me. Was Marcia pregnant, and if so, where was she? I paused and looked at Emily. She smiled and lowered her gaze to her belly. Although it was too early to feel anything, she placed my hand on her stomach. When Emily said no condom was needed, I assumed she was on some kind of birth control. Apparently, I was wrong. "Dennis, are you happy to see us?" Brenda tried to nudge me slightly to get my attention, but the limo seat was too far away. "Yes. I've missed you both very much, and it's really good to see you." I was rewarded with two broad smiles and a squeeze of Emily's hand. Am I going to get some kind of explanation? Emily leaned over and kissed my cheek. Maybe, maybe not. I decided I didn't need it. Epilogue. Shortly after I left, Marcia contacted someone in the state's attorney's office. Although she agreed to testify against Hamilton, the case never went to trial. Hamilton Ryder's death put an end to the case. Either way, a zealous state employee felt Marcia should be punished, and she was the one who got the short end of the stick. She ended up getting 3 to 5 years for conspiracy to commit murder and several other equally ridiculous charges. Now an appeal is being filed to have it all overturned. Emily learned that Marcia's sister was unable to look after Brandy and Brenda and volunteered to fill in for her. Surprisingly enough, Emily and Marcia actually became friends. I'm currently living with Emily and the girls. As soon as Marcia gets out of jail, we're all going on a week-long cruise in the Mediterranean. I don't know how we'll sleep, but I'm sure Emily will surprise me. I have 2 new tuxedos. Oh yeah, I turned down the job. I had been married for 18 years and I still didn't know my wife. I think it was my fault for not trying harder. We seemed to get along fine, but there was no real connection. I never felt like she was the love of my life, and I had a sense that it was mutual, but we were compatible enough to have 3 teenage children. I worked in the claims department of a large auto insurance company. It was an office job with good benefits. I was due to be eligible for retirement in 3 years. We owned our own home, but the mortgage was more than the current appraised value. Noreen was a good spouse in all the usual ways. Since she had 3 children, she was a housewife. The house was always clean, the clothes washed and ironed, and the food cooked perfectly. All the housework must have been good exercise because she still had the same fine figure she had when we met in high school. Neither of us had any interest in college. We were married a year after I started working for National Consolidated Insurance Company. Noreen wanted to get away from his parents and be on his own. I wanted regular sex. Since we were comfortable with each other, it seemed like a good match. Unfortunately, there was no crazy, passionate fairy tale romance. The sex had always been good. So far, I didn't feel there were any problems between us, especially in that area. I guess I was wrong. It started at one of those awful corporate parties. I didn't dance, but Noreen did. I had no problem allowing her complete freedom as long as she didn't get in my way. I spent the evening sitting with several other non-dancing spouses. The single guys kept the wives and unmarried girls bored on the dance floor most of the night. The only problem was that she danced with Dirk Franklin more times than I thought she should. He was a good dancer, but also a player with a big mouth. Several times during the night, I lost sight of Noreen for a few moments, but she always reappeared. That night wasn't really fun for me, but it was a sacrifice I made so my wife could kick up her heels a little. The most enjoyable part was the sex when we got home. A little drinking made a big difference in her behavior in the bedroom. It made the time spent at the gathering more bearable. That night was especially good. Off to work Monday morning to wash it all off. Everything was fine for the first few hours, but then I started to notice a few guys looking in my direction and some giggling. I paid a little more attention to them and found Dirk chatting freely about his recent conquest. Twice he looked in my direction and smiled, or should I say smirked. Dirk and I aren't that close. I don't like the guy and I didn't appreciate what he was doing. Just before lunch, I managed to corner one of my most trusted coworkers in the copy room. Barry, what the hell is going on with Dirk? If that son of a bitch smirks at me one more time, I'm going to nail him. I'm not sure if it's true or not, John, but he's bragging to everyone that he slept with Noreen on Saturday night. That's nonsense. There's no way Noreen would let him near her. That's what I thought, but he has a pair of panties that he claims belong to her. He shows them to all the guys and even lets them smell them. How could he get her panties? It doesn't make sense. John, he claims she gave them to him after he did it in one of the hotel conference rooms. Did you see them? Yes. They were silk. Gray or silver in color. Thanks, Barry. Don't say anything to anyone. I owe you one. If Barry had said the panties were red or black, I would have just laughed at that. But I was there when Noreen got dressed for the party. She wore her favorite silver silk lingerie set. The bra and panties I gave her for Valentine's Day this year. About 20 minutes later, I spotted Dirk heading toward the men's room. He'd had a lot of coffee this morning. I followed right behind him. I didn't like the playground talk. There was no way I was going to confront Dirk, ask him, or beg him to stop spreading lies about my wife. For one reason, I wasn't sure it was a lie anymore. If I confronted him, it would probably make him wary. And I didn't want that. The easiest way to solve this problem would have been to smash his head into the tiled wall in front of the urinal. Since I was a gentleman, I waited until he was done, and then smashed my fist into his nose as soon as he turned around. Something crunched, and I stained my shirt with blood. That made me angry, so I punched him again as he bent over, holding his nose. Dirk was a big guy, but he didn't offer any resistance or try to defend himself or fight back. I found a pair of silk panties in his pocket and kicked him twice hard in the crotch area. As I left the toilet, I noticed that he was vomiting. I left for an early lunch, and when I returned, I learned that my employment with National Consolidated Insurance had been terminated. Dirk had been taken to the hospital. It took them less than 20 minutes to finalize the paperwork, and I was past it. Today was grocery day. I was sitting at the kitchen table when Noreen pulled into the garage. I looked up when she walked into the kitchen with several bags of groceries. Hey, sweetie. What are you doing home in the middle of the day? Are you sick or something? I didn't answer as she set the plastic bags on the countertop. Do you want to help me get the rest of my stuff in? I still didn't say anything, and she left for the garage. She came back with 6 more bags, but didn't say anything, setting them on the edge of the table. Something's wrong, John. I can tell. Why are you home? She started to empty her bags as she spoke. I was fired. That doesn't make sense. Why did they fire you? I was sitting there trying to figure out how to start a conversation. I'm not good at this. In the end, I just threw her panties across the table. Oh, God, no! Noreen sat up as soon as she saw them and pressed both hands to her head. No! 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 This can't be happening. I saw my wife start to cry. Not whimpering or howling, but something in between. They're covered in dried semen. Can you explain that to me? After my question, the intensity of the crying seemed to increase. She put her head down on the table, and all I could hear was her quietly muttering over and over again, No! 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 I waited patiently for almost a minute. My wife made an attempt to wipe the tears from her face, then looked at me. I'm sorry, John. I'm really sorry. It was a mistake. I had too much to drink and I made a mistake. Bullshit. You weren't that drunk. You knew exactly what you were doing, didn't you? No, John. You have to believe me. It was a mistake, a bad mistake. There's nothing between me and Dirk. Honestly, I'm really, really sorry. If it was a mistake, why didn't you tell me about it when it happened? I didn't want you to find out. I didn't want to hurt you. If you didn't want me to find out, why did you have to do it with the biggest talker in the whole company? He promised not to say anything to anyone. God, you're so stupid. This morning he was letting every guy in the building smell your panties. Why were you stupid enough to let him take them? I didn't let him take them. I gave them to him to throw away. I used them to wipe myself and I couldn't put them back on. What were you wiping yourself with, Noreen? Why did you use a pair of $30 panties to wipe yourself? John, I'm so sorry. This shouldn't have happened. You mean that I was never supposed to find out about it? Or that you were never supposed to do it? Both? God damn it. I messed up, John. What do you want me to say? What were you wiping, Noreen? You never answered me. He didn't have a condom. He come inside me. I had to wipe myself, and panties were the only thing I had on hand. That's just great. How am I supposed to react to that? Do you really expect me to say I forgive you? No. How about a reason? Can you give me a reason why you did it, and don't give me any bullshit about you being drunk? I don't believe that for a minute. No. I wasn't that drunk. Dirk and I had a good time all evening. He's a good dancer and a lot of fun. He knows just the right thing to say to a girl, something that makes you feel good. So you two just wandered into one of the empty conference rooms and made mad, passionate love? No. It wasn't like that. How'd it go? Don't make me do this, John. Don't make me talk about it. Did you give him a blowjob? Hell no. No, I didn't have time to realize anything. It was over quickly, just like that. It took me longer to clean myself up. That's what you got me for, isn't it? What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. What was the first thing you did when we got home? Tell me, Noreen. What did you make me do when we got to the bedroom? No, John. This has nothing to do with what Dirk and I did. Honestly. No sooner had we gotten into bed than you had already climbed on top of me to do the 69. You just come by letting Dirk come inside you, and then you started rubbing your dirty, hairy nipple against my face. Was that the arousal you were looking for and didn't get from Dirk? John. No. It wasn't like that. Bollocks. You had a screaming orgasm while I licked someone else's seed off your bed. That must have really turned you on. It's bad enough you shagged him, but you came home and wiped my face. You didn't shower. You didn't even shower. I'm sick to my stomach just thinking about it. Do you really think I can forgive you for that? That's not the point, John. I was horny as hell. Dirk didn't give me the slightest pleasure. You always do. All I could think about was getting home to get you into bed. I wanted you, John. I needed you. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. John, you're making too much of this. It's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. We can get over it. Noreen, do you really think it's nothing? I've lost my job. I've lost my pension. I lost my wife and kids. It probably meant nothing to you, but to me it was everything. My wife just sat there looking at me while I got up from my chair. I need to get out of here. The police will probably be here soon. I don't want to talk to them right now. Why did the police come? What else is going on, John? I'm afraid I offended your lover a bit when I restored your panties for you. That's why I was fired. I'm sure the police already have a statement from Dirk. Hell, I could spend a couple of months in jail if you just bang me for a minute. Thanks a lot, honey. Where are you going? What should I do? I don't know where I'll be. I loaded all my stuff into the car while you went shopping. I'll call you later. She looked like she was about to turn the waterworks back on. I turned around before heading out the door. I leave it up to you to explain to the children what happened. If you lie or distort the truth, I can guarantee you will regret it. I had enough money in my bank accounts to last at least 6 months. Before I left town, I paid off all the credit cards and canceled them. She could spend the money however she wanted, but I didn't want the plastic to be pushed to the limit. I was sure she would take care of the kids. In a couple weeks, they would be out of school for the summer. I didn't know if that would make Noreen's life easier or harder. I had no idea what I would do when the money ran out. I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to get unemployment benefits since I'd been laid off for cause. The first night I stayed with my brother in Schuylkill Haven. He had a small job taking care of trees and was willing to house me for a while until I found something permanent. The next day, I moved into a small, furnished one-bedroom apartment that included utilities. It even had cable TV hooked up. My phone had been turned off since I left the house. I didn't feel like answering the phone, but I knew I would have to talk to the kids sooner or later. Working for Robbie was easy, but not very enjoyable. The other three guys knew how to climb trees, as well as operate a cherry pick and stump grinder. My job was to act as a loader for them. They seemed to appreciate my efforts and were more than willing to teach me all the little tricks and skills. I was busy and tried my best to forget about the problem with Noreen. The only thing I knew for sure was that I would file for divorce as soon as possible. Terry was my oldest daughter. She was smart and cute as a button. She was graduating from high school in 2 months and going into the dental technician program at the local community college. Brian was going to join the Marines as soon as he graduated next year. Sal had 2 more years to go, and all she wanted to do was get married and have kids. She had once wanted to be a teacher, but I think she had outgrown that. They were all good kids. Brian ran cross-country because he thought it would help him build up his stamina for a career in the service. Terry worked part-time as a candy delivery girl at one of the local hospitals in her spare time. I'm not sure, but I think Sal invented Twitter. If she didn't invent it, she certainly perfected it. The only contact I had with the children was through Terry. I didn't want to discuss family problems with Sal because she was too young, and Brian didn't want to talk about it at all. Noreen sat the children down at the table after I left. She told them why I had been gone, and apparently she hadn't held anything back. Brian immediately left the room and never spoke to his mother again. Sal just sat there and cried. Terry was the only one of the 3 who was open to any conversation about the divorce. Noreen refused to explain to Terry why it was happening. She just talked about it without elaborating on anything. I filed for divorce, and that's when things got ugly. Terry called and informed me that their mother had started going out in the evenings several times a week. Returning home, she was usually drunk. Terry said it started right after the divorce papers were served. The children tried their best to avoid Noreen, but her behavior still had a bad effect on the whole family. As far as Terry knew, no men were involved. Brian didn't talk to his mother, and Sal spent all her time whining. Terry was the only one who interacted with Noreen at all, and usually that communication was very limited. I didn't like it, but as long as Noreen didn't bring boys home, I didn't feel I had to pry. A week later, things took a turn for the worse. I was at work with Josh and Jimmy, 2 climbers. They were up there cutting limbs, and I was working on the ground feeding the chipper. Everything seemed to be going pretty good until 2 guys in a 2-wheeled Dodge Ram drove up to me. It was normal for people to talk to us while we were working. They were usually interested in what we did and what our rates were. I always had Robbie's business cards in my shirt pocket for such occasions. As I held out a business card to one of the visitors, the other coldly slapped me on the side of the head. It was sudden, unexpected, and had the result he was seeking. I dropped to all 4s, trying to come to my senses as they began to work me over with their boots. There was no time to think, plan, or take any defensive action. They had successfully immobilized me before I even realized what had happened. The best I could do was curl up in a ball and try to minimize the damage. I don't know how long it lasted, but it stopped as suddenly as it had started. Josh tried to get me to sit up. I focused my gaze and noticed Jimmy was talking on his cell phone and the Dodge was driving away. I was hurting like hell. The worst part was that I couldn't breathe. Every time I tried to inhale, a sharp pain pierced my right side. It was my first broken rib. And then I noticed the larger of the 2 guys lying on the ground next to me. His head was a bloody mess. Jimmy and Josh noticed what was going on and tried to get down as quickly as possible to help me. To speed things up a bit, Josh lowered his chainsaw by the rope and swung it at the guys kicking me. The dangling steel chainsaw caught the larger of the 2 guys in the head, and he appeared to lose his ear. His buddy wasted no time getting the hell out of there. Even though the chainsaw wasn't working, it left a hell of a gash on the baboon's head. After a few minutes, he started to move, and Jimmy gave him a good kick in the balls. Unless you counted the 1 kick to the head, all the rest of the damage was to my body. I just sat there, not moving, until the ambulance crew arrived. I refused to ride in the same ambulance as the guy who attacked me, so the local police ended up taking him in the back of the patrol car. Robbie was in the hospital by the time I got there. Thug number 1 had a serious head wound. It didn't tear off his ear, but it disfigured him beyond recognition. I didn't feel too bad, but the doctor and Robbie insisted I stay the night. The cops grabbed goat number 2 in the Dodge Ram before he could drive 5 miles away. After enjoying a mediocre dinner, I settled in for the night, but not for long. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning when my cell phone rang. Who the hell could be calling me at this hour? Who the hell is calling me at this hour? Dad. It's Terry. We have a problem and we need your help. I don't think I can help you right now, but what the hell is so important that you have to call in the middle of the night? Mom's in jail and someone has to bail her out. What's she in jail for? She crashed her car and was charged with DUI. Is she all right? She's not hurt? Not really, but the car is in really bad shape. It flipped over about 6 parked cars before hitting a fire hydrant. Was she alone? Yes. I don't know anything else. They won't release her until some kind of bail or bail money is posted. I didn't know what else to do, so I called you. Terry? We've got a little problem. I'm not at home right now. I'm at Pottsville Memorial Hospital. I was injured at work today and the doctor wanted to keep me overnight. I'm fine, but I can't leave. Maybe you should call your Aunt Sarah. She'd probably be happy to help your mom. What happened? Why are you in the hospital? I have 2 broken ribs. I'm wrapped up like a mummy and I don't know if I'll even be able to drive. I'll be fine, so don't worry about me. I just need a few days rest. I didn't see the need to tell her how the accident had happened. She had enough problems of her own. Is there anything I can do for you? Try to find out a little more about what happened to your mother. I'm just a little curious. Okay. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon and see how things are going. Robbie gave me a ride to my apartment and filled the freezer with a bunch of TV dinners from the microwave. I asked him to bring me a couple beers, but all I got was some RC Cola. I was able to move around fast enough to go to the bathroom and eat. Unfortunately, I was forced to watch a movie festival with Adam Sandler all day. Shortly before dark, Terry called. Noreen was having drinks with people who worked at National Consolidated. I thought that was interesting since I don't work there anymore. I had no idea she had friends of her own who worked there, except for Dirk. They were just starting to party when the police showed up and arrested Dirk. Noreen got very upset and started drinking more than usual. By closing time, she refused to call a cab or let anyone else drive her home. Terry couldn't understand why Dirk had been arrested and why Noreen was so upset when it happened. We talked for a few more minutes. Terry was glad to hear that I was home and that I was taking care of myself. They wanted to come to my house, but they didn't have a car. Sarah had bailed my wife out, but Noreen hadn't come home. Terry gave me Sarah's phone number. Sarah, it's John. What the hell is going on? Your wife is a mess, John, and it's all your fault. Whoa. Wait a minute, Sarah. Why is this all my fault? You left her, that's why. You left her with 3 kids and just ran away. Who the hell do you think you are? Come on, Sarah. You know me better than that? Why would I just get up in the morning, quit my job, and leave my wife and kids? Does that make any sense to you? Noreen said you were fired and that you were taking out your anger on her. Did she say why I was fired? She said you beat up a guy at work because she danced with him at a company party. Sarah, she didn't dance with him. They had sex right at the party. Is that what she told you? There was a short pause. No. She didn't say anything like that to me. I didn't hit a guy for dancing with your sister. I hit him for fucking her and then bragging about it to everyone in the damn company. She even gave him her panties as a thank you. There was no answer on the other end. Did she say why her boyfriend was arrested last night? No, but she indicated that you had something to do with it. Our conversation was interrupted by a knock on the apartment door. Sarah, I have to go. I'll call you tomorrow. The cop at my door was an ugly guy, and he was also my brother-in-law. Come on in, Toby. It's always good to see family. You want a beer? Of course, anything cold will do. There was a cold Foster's hiding behind all the colas Robbie brought. I had RC because of the pain pills. John, we got the guy who set you up at the station. The two guys he hired to beat you up were happy to pounce on him. I believe it was Dirk Franklin? That's right. I assume you know him? He's fiddling with Noreen. I tried to convince him to stop, but apparently he wasn't inclined to. He has confessed to everything, so this will save us the expense and hassle of a trial. The judge will sentence him and his two buddies on Friday. I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing he'll get 2 to 3 years, probably right here in the county jail. That's good news. Toby couldn't resist a snide chuckle. You're going to get your revenge, aren't you, John? Hopefully with the help of a few friends. You're not going to get me in trouble, are you? Looks like you volunteered to help, Toby. You could read it like this. I have to go now. If you want to talk to this guy, he'll be in the city jail until sentencing. I'll stop by tomorrow morning. By the way, how is Sally? Are you taking care of my sister? I think it's the other way around. She cares about me. The hardest part of the trip to the police station was getting in and out of the truck. I didn't know what was worse, being tied up like a mummy or not being able to bend my body. When I entered the room, Dirk grinned broadly. You seem to be a little bruised, Mr. Esterly. Did you trip over a tree branch? He seemed to enjoy the grimace on my face as I sat down. Welcome to Schuylkill County, Dirk. This is my territory, and I'll make sure you enjoy your stay here. I don't think so, John. I'm leaving here on Friday for a little holiday. Was it worth it? For the sake of seeing you wrapped up like a turkey. Looks like you lost your job and your wife. Was it worth it? I don't understand the question. I've never done anything to you that you didn't deserve. You should have just left it at that. I was better than that, and I still am. I think my wife thought so too. Well, she's all yours now. I hope you like her. Oh, absolutely. By the way, I've enjoyed it 3 times since you've been away. One time it was in your bed at home while the kids were at school. You really pissed her off when you handed her the divorce papers. That son of a bitch was doing everything he could to make my situation worse. If the judge had decided he was serving time in state prison, it would have been harder for me to pay him back. The DA's office was on the 3rd floor, and the old courthouse didn't have an elevator. Not exactly wheelchair-friendly. Seems like one of the charitable organizations should have taken care of that by now. John Esterly. I heard you were back in town. Elizabeth Vargas graduated at the head of our class. She went to Pennsylvania State University on a full scholarship and earned her law degree. She married the captain of the soccer team, who was the only guy in our class to go to the U.S. Air Force Academy. It was a perfect couple, except that Captain Philip Vargas died in a car accident before they had been married 10 years. The next 5 minutes passed in chatter about the good old days. I felt awkward talking to her. She belonged to the elite crowd, and I was one of the supporting players. I smiled and tried to be polite. I was looking for a graceful way out. It was nice chatting with you, Elizabeth. I'm recently back in town and heard you were working here and just wanted to say hello. With a sheepish smile, I got up to leave. Sit down, John. The polite chatter ended. You're here about Dirk Franklin, aren't you? Yeah, but when I saw you here, I decided it wasn't a good idea. I felt like a beached whale trying to get back into the water. I've been assigned this case, John, so I'm a little up to speed on what's going on. It's plain and simple. He's going to jail. What did you want to talk about? I think that's what it was. I just wanted to make sure he got what he deserved. Elizabeth Vargas leaned back in her chair and smiled at me. It was kind of funny because that's what big, burly men usually do. You're starting to annoy me, John. I don't like it. I began rubbing my fingers together nervously and looking down at the floor. This was a problem I didn't feel comfortable discussing with a woman, especially one like Elizabeth. She wasn't going to back down. Dirk Franklin hurt me deeply. I lost my job, my wife, and my kids because of him. I just wished his time in prison wasn't a vacation. Do you want him to stay in the county or go to the state? Do I have a choice? I can't keep him more than 2 years in the county. If I give him more than that, I can send him to one of the state institutions. She noticed my smile. I think 2 years right here would be good. With some effort, I stood up again. This time she didn't bother to stop me, but when I turned around, she said, "John, can you meet me for lunch at Scrappy's around noon?" I nodded, and when I smiled at her again, she smiled back. This could be an interesting lunch. After leaving the courthouse, I did a little shopping. I bought a nice shirt and a new pair of pants. Before that, I had only carried work clothes with me. I also bought a case of beer. I decided that if I had to choose between pills and beer, beer would win. I wasn't sure if the lunch would be business or pleasure. It was the latter. Elizabeth returned home after Philip's murder. Apparently, she was receiving some kind of government compensation, but still had to work. She had a 16-year-old son, Philip Jr., whom she called Two. After he was born, they decided they didn't want to call him either Junior or Philip and settled on the name Two. It was hard to elicit a lot of personal information from her without seeming intrusive, so I just let her tell me what she wanted me to know. I didn't say anything at all about my situation because I was afraid of appearing weak. My self-esteem was somewhat low at the time, so I felt a strong need for protection. Before Elizabeth left for work, she told me not to worry about the impending sentencing. The smile on my face quickly disappeared when I got home. My 3 children were sitting on the porch with their suitcases and bags. "What the hell are you doing here?" No one wanted to answer me. "How did you know where I live?" Brian decided to melt the ice. "Uncle Robbie gave us the address." "I don't see a car." "How did you get here?" "Aunt Sarah brought us, but she couldn't stay." Brian stood up as I approached the porch. "Get the case of beer out of the car, will you? It hurts me to lift it." Terry helped me into the house. It wasn't necessary, but I understood why it seemed like I needed help. Brian put the beer in the kitchen, and Sal brought everyone a cold RC. I didn't know how long they had been there before I returned. "And just why did Aunt Sarah bring you here?" "She said it was the best thing to do under the circumstances." Brian was still talking. He was answering my questions, but I still didn't learn anything. I took a big sip of soda and wished I'd bought a cold beer instead of a warm one. "What circumstances?" Brian didn't want to answer. The 3 of them sat there looking at each other. Finally, Terry spoke up. "A couple days ago, Sal came home early from school and saw Mom having sex with some guy in your bedroom." "Great. Just magnificent. Did she know who this guy was?" Sal sat right there. I could have asked her directly, but somehow that didn't feel right. "She didn't know his name, but she said it was a guy you worked with." I looked at my youngest daughter. "What did you do, hon?" I watched for a couple minutes. "I've seen people having sex online before, but it's different when your mother is with a man you don't know. It was disgusting." I left and went back to school. "Did your mom know you were there?" "I don't think so. She had her eyes closed most of the time." In anger, I threw the empty soda can across the room. It bounced like a child's toy. "Have you kids had lunch?" "No." "Terry, how about you order us a couple pizzas?" While the kids were putting their stuff away, I called a lawyer and asked him to redo the divorce papers so I could get full custody. The chances were slim, but I decided to go for it. After that, I called Sarah. She no longer communicated with her sister or supported her in any way. When the kids came to her for help, she insisted that they come to me and even volunteered to drive them. It was nice to have an ally of sorts. Sarah had already told Noreen where the children were and why. The pizza turned out to be an early dinner. We talked about other things for a bit, and then they all left me alone, heading to bed. I found another cold Foster's in the depths of the refrigerator. The new ones were cool, but cold ones are better. I took a pain pill along with the beer, hoping it would knock me out. It worked. Friday came and the sentences were announced. Dirk only got a year, but he'll have to serve it in the county jail. He'll probably be out in 6 months. Normally that would be fine, but not in Dirk's case. 2 of his goons got 6 months each, minus time served. Sometimes I don't understand the justice system, but overall I was happy with the outcome. It was a busy Saturday. The whole day was spent getting the children settled in. Although they brought a lot of stuff with them, they each realized as the day went on that they had forgotten something. An afternoon trip to Walmart hit my wallet hard, but it was necessary. By the end of the day, things had normalized as much as possible. No one seemed to miss Noreen. After we got home, I realized that the pain pills were running low, and I started increasing the amount of beer I consumed. I wasn't going to drive or operate heavy equipment. The next morning, I was trying to kick the cobwebs out of my head when I heard Toby talking to the kids. I pulled on my jeans but took 2 aspirin instead of a pain pill. Eventually, I had to wean myself off of it. My arrival in the kitchen was met with a fair amount of abuse. The family had little sympathy for my suffering. They all agreed that I drank beer because I wanted to, not because I had to. Of course, they were right. Terry poured me a hot cup of coffee as I sat down at the table, and then all 3 kids left as if they knew Toby and I needed to talk. "We have a bit of a problem, John." I was just getting used to the fact that everything was settled, and Toby had already decided to hit me with something new. I tried to take a sip of the black coffee, but it was too hot. With a sigh, I set the mug on the table. "Okay, Toby. Ask me a question." "What is the new dilemma?" Saturday morning, guards found Dirk Franklin in the prison laundry room. Someone had beat the crap out of him. In addition to a smashed face, he had several broken ribs and other internal injuries we couldn't diagnose. That doesn't happen to us very often. Wow. It didn't take him long to piss off his new friends. "We don't think it was anyone new." Toby noticed my smile as I took another sip of my morning brew. It was still hot, but it was better. "Looks like someone blabbed that Dirk set up his mercenary to get a reprieve from punishment." Even though his goons got a lesser sentence than he did, they weren't too happy about the news. "We don't have any evidence that they did it, and frankly, we're not very interested in pursuing the case." I stood up and filled Toby's cup. He noticed I was still smiling. "That's the good part, John." The coffee was perfect, but the smirk was gone from my face. They were supposed to take Dirk to a hospital in Allentown. There was a guard watching him, but last night Dirk disappeared somewhere. No one knows when or how. The staff didn't think he could get away on his own, but it looks like they were wrong. I never finished my coffee. I just got up and poured it down the sink. Toby sat in silence, and I stood staring out the kitchen window. I couldn't see anything out the window, just the brick wall of the neighboring house. It didn't matter what I was looking at. I never felt threatened by Dirk, but the thought of him being out there annoyed me. After a few moments, I heard my brother-in-law rise from his chair. "John, I'll keep you posted on what's going on. If I find out anything, I'll let you know." I was still staring at the brick wall when I heard the back door close. "Daddy, do you want me to make you some scrambled eggs?" "That would be great, Terry. Let me take a quick shower first." After lunch, I called Sarah. She hadn't heard from Noreen and didn't know where she might be. I didn't know if that was good news or bad news. Things were starting to get back to normal. My injuries were healing nicely. I got a job with a small company in Tamaqua that was easy to get to. The kids had no trouble settling in. We spent more time with Elizabeth and her son. Dwight and Brian seemed to find common ground, and I think I saw Terry looking out for him a few times. Although I spent most of my time with Elizabeth at outdoor parties and with our families, we also started having a few special dinner dates and going to the movies occasionally. Every 2 weeks, I asked Toby to deliver a couple boxes of cigarettes to the guys who were beating me up. There was never any talk between us, but there was an understanding. Toby said they seemed to understand what the hell I was doing. If it worked out like I hoped, it would cost money. Cigarettes aren't cheap anymore. Sarah and I haven't heard from Noreen. Is she back with Dirk or somewhere else? And then one day, my 2 opponents were unceremoniously released from their confinement and promptly disappeared. 3 months later, I received notice that my divorce was final and that I was getting custody of Brian and Sal. Terry was no longer considered a minor. She was attending dental school and reading. Elizabeth and I started spending more time together. While all this was going on, I couldn't shake the thought that Dirk Franklin was lurking somewhere nearby. Was he still harboring some sort of grudge, or had he already retired? I could never be sure, and it bothered me constantly. I got a job with a small independent auto insurance company in Pottsville. 6 months later, Elizabeth and I were quietly married. The only condition of our marriage was that she keep her old name, Vargas. She had several reasons for doing so, and I could not blame her. Elizabeth learned that Noreen worked and lived at the Salvation Army in downtown Philadelphia. Although we never saw her again, she began sending greeting cards to the children. Then I started getting postcards. They came at strange times: Flag Day, Veterans Day, Arbor Day. They always said the same thing. Thinking of you, DF. Of course, I showed them to Elizabeth, but we never figured out what to do with them. They were coming from all sorts of places on the East Coast. At first, I threw them away, but as they became more and more numerous, I became more and more concerned. Dirk Franklin was like a cockroach I didn't know how to get rid of. Elizabeth did her best to keep my temper under control. I appreciated her support, but I felt helpless. The card I received 2 weeks before Christmas was more ominous than the others. I have a very special gift for you. See you soon. DF. Dirk had never shown any desire to harm any of the children, but I couldn't be sure if he still thought that way. I was constantly worried about Elizabeth and the children. He was gone from my life, but he was still making me miserable. All I could do was wait and be ready for him to come. It was over 2 days before Christmas. It was a regular greeting card, and inside was a newspaper clipping from the Baltimore Sun. The body of a man identified as Dirk Franklin was found today in a burned-out automobile near the Glengarry Brickyard. Police were unable to determine the cause of death due to the condition of the body, etc., etc., etc. The card was not signed. It simply said, "Thank you for the cigarettes." Something was strange. Dan looked at his neighbor's garage. The door was open, and trash cans were spilling out onto the driveway. It wasn't like Kyle to leave doors open. Raccoons cause a lot of trouble in this neighborhood. He walked up to the house and noticed a newspaper on the lawn. That was a little unusual. Kyle ran every day and always stopped to pick up the newspaper. He also never left the front door open. Kyle was a theater technical designer and was constantly working with sound or lighting in his home studio. These projects often required silence or darkness, and for that reason, as well as the raccoons in the woods bordering their backyard, he had developed the habit of buttoning the house up tight unless he or Ginny went out into the yard. Dan knocked on the frame of the open door and called inside to see if anyone was home. Just as he was about to call to see if everyone was okay, he saw Kyle lying on the floor in the doorway of his studio. A small pool of blood had formed under Kyle's head. His face looked battered. His arm was bent backwards at a terrible angle, and bruises were visible in all the places not covered by clothing. Kyle had been beaten in his own home and left without help. Dan quickly dialed 911 on his cell phone while he called out for Jeannie. He managed to contain the adrenaline rushing through his veins long enough to give the 911 operator all the information he could, and then he rushed from room to room to make sure she wasn't lying in another room needing his help. She wasn't there. Dan had barely finished looking around the house when a police car pulled up with its lights on. An ambulance followed, and while the paramedics treated Kyle, the cops questioned Dan about what he had found. As Kyle was being taken to the emergency room, the only question on everyone's mind was, "Where is Jeannie?" Fade to black. Kyle and Ginny met in college. They were both in theater programs at drama schools in New York City, in the heart of one of the most active theater communities in the world. Ginny was studying to be an actress, learning how to create the illusion of a story on stage. She was great, but for some reason she had a hard time taking directions and preferred to give them. Her teachers noticed this and took notice of how creative her ideas could be. They began to prepare her for a career as a director or theater manager. Kyle was fascinated with the behind-the-scenes magic of theater. He didn't need to create illusions as an actor. He created different realities with sound, lights, effects, and his sets. He made it easy for the audience to believe in the actor's work. Kyle was immediately recognized as a genius. He was one of those rare talents who understands all aspects of technical theater, and he was as comfortable designing lighting as he was designing a sound story. They met when they were both hired to participate in a summer project in Connecticut the summer after their freshman year. Ginny had been invited there as a stage manager for her mentor and professor, who had just been hired as director for 2 of the company's 4 summer productions. Kyle had worked there the previous 2 summers as an electrician, and this year became assistant director of lighting and was given the opportunity to design one of the shows. Working closely together, the 2 immediately took a liking to each other. This will be the first of many productions together, both as students and as they build careers in the field. Ginny was slim and slender with a killer smile under her deep brown eyes. She was delightfully curvy in all the right places, but without a single speck of extra weight. Her long, tanned legs peeked out of the shorts she always wore, and her outerwear was conservative enough to say, "Please behave yourself," yet frank enough to say, I may have a surprise for you. Kyle was very handsome. He was an avid runner and claimed that the best ideas came to him during his morning workout, when his brain was clear of the mishmash of everyday distractions. He looked like he exercised regularly, but in reality, he didn't need to. The daily lifting and climbing he had to do was a perfect substitute for the strength training his friends advocated. He was fit and trim, and was sure that if he continued to pursue his designs, even as a designer, he would remain so for life. For 2 weeks, they shouted to each other from remote corners of the theater, focusing lights, pointing special effects speakers, and calling lines before they were finally able to sit with each other. They had to program the signals on the light board, and as they sat together, became increasingly friendly. When they were done, Ginny leaned over and kissed Kyle on the cheek, saying that she really enjoyed working with him and that she looked forward to her work every day because of him. Kyle kissed her back, just not on the cheek. She responded, and their little tete-a-tete in the control booth got pretty hot. The door to the theater downstairs opened and slammed shut as the director walked in and called them in. Kyle! Ginny! Are you guys done yet? We need to lock up! They quickly cleaned themselves up and descended from the stall. It's all set, and you're going to love it, replied Ginny, coming down the stairs with Kyle well ahead of her, intent on hiding their little date. They started looking for opportunities to be together, but as filming began, time became precious. Ginny traveled with her professor every day from her apartment in town, while Kyle stayed home, a short drive in the other direction. One night, Ginny's professor didn't make it to the show, but stayed in town to celebrate her daughter's birthday. Ginny was supposed to be in charge, but she had no place to stay. Kyle had offered a guest room in his house. No one else was there since his parents were spending the summer on the Cape, so there was plenty of room. Ginny was thrilled. She didn't think they would need much space. One bed would be enough. By the time they reached his house, it was late. Ginny had fallen asleep in the car, and he didn't want to distract her by taking advantage of the fact that she was so tired. After all, she had become special to him. He didn't have feelings for her like he did for those superficial girls he picked up at a college party or one of the many theater parties after a play. So when they arrived at his house, he was the perfect gentleman, the perfect host. He led her to her room, at least the one where she was supposed to sleep, and made sure she was settled in. Then he snuck into his own room to rest. He would still have time for a visit the next day. He vaguely felt the door to his room open and someone lying in bed with him. Soft, slender arms wrapped around him, and the sweetest kiss he'd ever experienced lingered on his lips. It was good. Kyle? Kyle? Get Dr. Kenton, he's waking up. Kyle! His vision flickered, and the harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital room appeared before him. It was hard to focus, and he was completely confused. Only one eye was working. He tried to rise, but was held up, and immediately began to struggle against the restraints. Easy, easy, Kyle. You've been in rough shape, but we'll get through this. Don't fight us! We're on your side. He relaxed on the bed and looked at the post-op nurse who was talking to him. Dr. Kenton would be right there to explain everything. What's wrong with my eye? Kyle became alarmed when he realized his eye was heavily bandaged. He was badly hurt, but I must wait and let the doctor talk to you. Calm down, he'll be right with you. The doctor actually arrived very soon. He examined Kyle and talked about his injuries. Kyle was battered. His eye was bandaged as it had received at least one serious blow. The optical surgeon had repaired the detached retina, but the skull fractures around the eye socket also had to be repaired. He suffered a pretty severe concussion as a result of the blow that caused these injuries, and they were very relieved that he still had control of his speech. Kyle's arm was badly broken and was in a cast. He nearly died from a ruptured spleen and internal bleeding. If a neighbor had found him an hour later, he would not have survived. His nose and several ribs were broken. He had been unconscious for 2 days since he was found, and they were still trying to determine the time of the attack to figure out how long he had been lying unattended. I don't remember the attack. The doctor frowned and started asking Kyle questions. When he realized that Kyle couldn't remember any of the circumstances surrounding the weekend or the Friday before, he started asking general questions. As he finished, Dr. Kenton realized that Kyle couldn't remember anything that had happened since freshman year, before his encounter with Ginny. Kyle had suffered severe memory loss as a result of the attack, and only time would tell how soon she would return. Detective Porter, who had been assigned to investigate Kyle's case, was visibly disturbed. His chronology of the incidents leading up to the attack had hit a dead end last Friday when Kyle had disabled the home's security system. Where had Jeannie been all this time? Shade of black. Senior year passed like a blur. Kyle saw Ginny regularly, and their love grew every day. By the end of the year, both had established careers, with Kyle working regularly as a designer for several small suburban houses and often backstage at theaters downtown for well-known designers. Ginny got a backstage job with a major opera company at Lincoln Center, a stable job with great benefits that she could keep for life. They rented a small apartment around the corner from her theater and enjoyed the bustling performing arts scene in the city. He remembered the tender moments they had spent together. She had decorated and shopped tastefully, and their apartment had been furnished so lavishly that it had become a popular hangout for their friends. He was a gourmet cook. Whether he cooked dinner for himself and company or just a candlelit dinner for the two of them, she always rolled her eyes in delight at his delicious cooking. Her eyes were rolling in bed, too. Kyle woke up in a cold sweat, still lying in the hospital bed. Jenny. How Ginny fit into his life now. He had been told about the amnesia and how slowly it could come back. He had been told that these attacks would happen every once in a while, and he would almost relive his life as the oldest lost memories came back first. He wasn't prepared for how vivid the dreams would be and how much the thoughts of lovemaking would bother him. Previously, Kyle could only think of Ginny as a girl he knew from summer company, but now the memories of living with her came back to him. He really wanted to remember how she had fit into his life in the years that the concussion had taken from him. Where was Ginny now? Memories of their early life permeated his mind during the days that followed. Her advancement in her career eventually led to a position as stage manager at a very active suburban theater that put on plays and concerts. This company liked Kyle's work and often utilized his services. The couple succeeded financially and decided to get married. Now he could remember the wedding. The ceremony in the little church flashed before his eyes in minute detail. He could hear the small organ playing Bach, smell the distinct scent of beeswax candles burning at the altar, and his eyes watered at the sight of the smiling bride walking toward him. He could taste the delicious food in the little Greek restaurant where they had their wedding feast. They danced and then hugged family and friends as they traveled to the small inn where they were to spend their wedding night. Everything was beautiful. In the room, a fire burned in the brick hearth located right at the foot of their bed. They stood by the flickering flames and kissed. They swayed to music that wasn't there. With tenderness, he undid the buttons on her satin dress. As elegant as she looked in it, the glow of the fire further emphasized her nakedness. His body was beautiful, and she slowly approached Kyle, enclosing him in an embrace. He responded to her passionate kisses and pulled her down onto the bed. That night, they made love slowly, each taking time to get to know every inch of the other's body. They kissed every inch of each other, and when they finished making love, they stared at each other's faces for hours, dreaming of a long life together and old age. In the morning, they woke up the same way they had fallen asleep, face to face, looking at each other. Kyle woke up again in his hospital bed in a cold sweat. He still couldn't stay awake for long, but he always woke up feeling upset when his dreams included sex with Ginny. Why did he always wake up this way? Was he still married to Ginny? If so, where was she? He asked the nurse to tell him what they knew about him. "I can't do that," she replied. "I don't know enough about you to fill in the blanks. I can help you remember, but if I suggest something wrong, it could lead to more serious problems. Unfortunately, your concussion and eye condition require that you remain calm and quiet. Stress is undesirable right now, my friend." Dr. Kenton stopped by during his evening rounds. He was pleased to see that Kyle remembered events all the way back to his wedding, but there was still a 15-year gap between them. He agreed to give Kyle some information, but on the condition that Kyle would take it calmly. "You're still married to Jeannie, according to the neighbor who found you and saved your life. You still work as a freelance theater designer, and you're doing quite well. You have a beautiful home near this hospital. You and your wife have no children, but otherwise you are the stereotypical happy couple living the American dream." Now that Kyle looked more alert and sane, the doc spoke once again about the seriousness of Kyle's injuries. They were sure he would make a full recovery from everything. He went into detail about each injury, and Kyle heard nothing but blah, blah, blah. He didn't hear the answer to the question he wanted to ask, but could only think, "Where is Jeannie?" Ginny lay down on the dock by the lake. The water was cool on the fingers of her hand over the edge. Clouds hung overhead, slowly rolling over the hills that rose steeply on either side of the lake. She was in another world, far away from the city's rat race, from the constant demands of the snotty prima donna actors and musicians who came to perform on her stage. She was also far away from Kyle. She didn't know what to think of that realization. She was sure she still loved Kyle, but he was such a workaholic. He could never find time to relax, and his schedule was so tight that she just didn't feel that their time together was a priority. This little vacation with Steve was just what she needed. What could Kyle do to her? Divorce her? Fine. She looked over at Steve. He was standing on the beach, his back turned to her, kneading dumbbells in the sun, finishing his morning workout. Muscles bulged up and down his back, huge arms glistening with sweat. Steve had been a star college soccer player and had played several seasons in the NFL before injuring his knee. Now Steve ran a local chain of fitness clubs and kept his body so trim. He was smart about money and hired a manager who invested his NFL earnings in real estate. Who cared that he was dumb about everything but money? He couldn't sustain a conversation about anything but soccer and bodybuilding, but when he enclosed her in his arms, it was like something out of a dime novel. She fainted when he picked her up and carried her to the bed. Okay, Kyle, she pondered, get a divorce. We don't have kids, and look what I'll get. I'll be married to Mr. Universe. And I'll be Mrs. Universe. I'll trade the dusty theater for a gym where I can work out whenever I want, or spend all day admiring bodybuilders in lycra tights if I want. She couldn't wait for him to call. After Kyle had confronted them at the house when they'd left last Friday, she'd half expected to be wanted here by the bailiff with the divorce papers. She picked up her phone for the 100th time today to make sure it was working and ready for his call. The battery was charged. The signal was full, thanks to the convenient tower she'd spotted at the top of the hill. The ringer was on loud, but there were no calls from Kyle. They hadn't called her from work, as she'd arranged this week of vacation months ago. Kyle hadn't called in a week after begging her not to go with Steve. How could you beg someone for attention one minute and then not call for a whole week? And now it was Friday, and she hadn't heard from Kyle. She sat on the dock. Her naked body glistened from a week's worth of sunbathing all day and from visiting various wineries and taverns each evening. She loved the Finger Lakes. The evening sun illuminated everything around them so beautifully. Why did Kyle always insist on vacationing at the cottage on the Cape? No crowds, no small beaches, just the quiet solitude of the woods. Kyle again. She couldn't get rid of thoughts of him. Why hadn't he called? It was so strange. She sat down and dialed her home number. The message service answered. It wasn't pleasant to hear a recording of her own voice in response. She'd left a message in Kyle's box saying she'd be home early Sunday morning and they could talk then. When she hung up, she sat pensive, not letting go of the phone. Maybe there wouldn't be a divorce. Maybe Kyle would roll over on his back and beg her to come home. Yes, he will be on his best behavior from now on. Cooking clean and keeping her in a manner befitting a goddess. Oh yes, silly Kyle will fulfill her every whim while she runs around and enjoys the awesome body of her stud Steve. Kyle should be home. If he was angry, why hadn't he called? And if he wasn't angry, how did he feel? She knew he didn't have a show this weekend. He wasn't home. He hadn't called in a week or even sent a text. This was really weird. He was robbing her of the arguments she'd been mentally rehearsing since he'd left. She wanted this argument. She wanted to see his passion, and he didn't even satisfy her now. She called home again and this time entered the code for her personal message box, not the shared family box. It was full. The neighbors, Kyle's mom, and most disturbingly, Detective Porter were calling. Apparently, Kyle was hurt pretty badly. Apparently, his injury had gotten the attention of the police. Oh, God. Thoughts rushed through her head, but finally she remembered the last time she'd seen Kyle. Kyle knelt on the floor and begged her not to leave. He clung to her bag, assuring her that nothing could be so bad that she would leave like that without telling him. She had expected a more dignified response and thought this display unworthy of him. Honestly, I don't know how you can expect me to respect you as a man. Stand up and face facts. You don't treat me like I'm important, Steve does. You hoist light bulbs high up on the chimney, and Steve lifts me into bed in arms so strong it takes my breath away. You complain that I don't make passionate love to you anymore anyway, so what are you missing? I need a week. I need a vacation, but not on the Cape. I need to find out how another man can make me feel what it's like to be adored. She looked at him disdainfully as he sat back down. Steve stood in the doorway and chuckled softly. That made her chuckle too. Be a man. Let me go. If he doesn't step up, I'll come back next week and we can talk. Kyle let go of the suitcase. If you leave, everything will change. We'll never go back to the way things were. Why do you think the place we were in was so special? She grabbed her bag and headed out the door. I'll be right there, Steve said. I just need to say something to that little wimp. As Jeannie walked to the car, Steve approached a sullen Kyle who was kneeling in the hallway. Steve's massive hand guided his fist into the back of Kyle's skull. The beating was short but inconclusive. Since Kyle's face crashed into the baseboard from the first blow, he was unconscious from the start. He didn't feel Steve punching him in the gut or striking him with his fists. He didn't feel his spleen tearing, his bones breaking. Steve wanted to leave Kyle with a memory of intense pain so he would wake up. He left without closing the door, got in his car with Ginny and drove north to the lake. Ginny smiled the whole way. She remembered how she had met Steve last winter. Kyle had always stayed so trim and slim thanks to running and a lot of exercise at work. However, she had gotten a little fat and, although not obese, looked much closer to 40 than her husband of the same age. She signed up at Steve's gym and contracted him as her trainer. She still remembered the first time he had fumbled with her in the hot tub when the two of them were there. She had been so enchanted by his caresses that she had let Steve take her upstairs to his flat. It was unlike anything she'd experienced with Kyle. Kyle had gone on a business trip to oversee the touring company for his last show in Chicago and had been gone for a week. He'd even called her and fondly told her how much he'd missed her that first night, that very moment. Kyle hung up the phone with a quiet, "I love you." Jeannie also said, "I love you," though addressing Steve instead of Kyle. That week had sex with Steve until Kyle came home on Sunday, too tired from traveling to make love. That was good. Ginny woke up from her daytime reverie in alarm. She was concerned about Kyle's condition, for she really still loved him. She was also concerned about the ominous message left by Detective Porter, asking her to contact him about Kyle's beating. He wasn't calling to inform her of the attack, but rather that she was already aware of it. She saw the bulky figure of Steve finishing his push-up workout on a low-hanging branch. "Steve, what did you mean when you said it's settled? He's defeated?" Steve looked up. "What do you mean?" "Last Friday at my house, when we were leaving and you came out of the house following me, you said, 'It's settled. He's defeated.'" "What did you mean by that?" "Oh, just marking my new territory? I had to let him know who's boss. There's only one in charge in any pack, kid, and I'm going to make sure I'm yours." "Steve, what have you done?" "I punched him in the nose, got a little rough on him." "No big deal." "Steve, the police left a message on my answering machine. Kyle is badly hurt." "Not me, baby," Steve lied. "He was awake and moaning when I left. Maybe he got sick after he got drunk, or a mugger beat him up after we left. We have to go back." "No way," he replied. "We have 2 more days to sunbathe and drink, and 2 more nights to have sex." "Steve, this is serious. Kyle is badly hurt and the police will get suspicious that I wasn't there and I didn't make contact." "It won't be good if you hit him. He'll come in beaten up and we won't come back." "You want to trade 2 nights of sex for 2 years in jail?" She ran into the house and packed up both of them. When she came out, Steve was stowing his most important personal belongings, his dumbbells, in the trunk of the car. "Okay, maybe you're right," he said. "Let's go." They threw the bags in the trunk, locked the cab, and sped south. Fading to black. On Friday morning, the bandages were removed from Kyle's eyes. His body clock was finally free from the effects of the trauma and anesthesia from the surgeries. He was alert and flirting with the nurses. Repeated conversations with the police had so far yielded nothing, which was frustrating for Detective Porter. Kyle fondly remembered his pleasant home life with Ginny, his work on the show until about a year ago. He also remembered some big project involving his studio. Something to do with his recording equipment, something to do with sound effects. It kept him busy, but he couldn't figure out what it meant. He also remembered the intense pain. Somehow it was connected to the pain in his head, but he couldn't figure out how. He slept soundly on Friday night, knowing that he would be able to go home on Saturday. When Kyle was already asleep, Jeannie came home to a dark house. Steve carried her bag into the house, and they were both stunned to see a notice taped to the door stating that this was a crime scene, but it had been processed and the occupants could return. Entering the house, Ginny froze at the sight of a large puddle of dried blood on the floor in the hallway where Kyle lay. She looked at Steve. Just a punch in the nose, huh? Steve blushed. He might have gone a little overboard in his anger, and if he left Kyle in critical condition without help, he might be charged with something more than a simple assault. His mind searched for an explanation. He wasn't in his right mind, and he wasn't exercising a precision machine. We can't tell the cops I hit him, Steve said. We have to tell them that I left first, taking your bag to the car, and that he was fine when you left. This is bad, Steve. This is really bad. Ginny, stick to the story and everything will be fine. We'll look like heels for leaving and not being around him, but they won't be able to pin anything on us. We? Ginny was incredulous. I was in the car. Anything they put on you is going to be on your sorry hide, not mine. Breaking up with Kyle, even divorcing him, is one thing. Going to jail for beating him up is another. You were with me, kid. And you heard me say he was defeated. You're in this with me. I may not be the smartest guy on the block, but I know what an accomplice is. She thought about it and realized that Steve was right. She wouldn't be able to explain their sudden departure unless they claimed they'd left Kyle in good shape, leaving the possibility that someone else had come along and beaten him up. How had she gotten into this mess in the first place? She agreed with Steve and they laid out their story. By the time they decided what to say, it was almost midnight. She called Detective Porter and he said he would meet them at the police station immediately. The case was urgent and couldn't wait until morning. Ginny wanted to go to the hospital first, but Detective Porter insisted. He told her that Kyle had been medically discharged and was most likely resting. He pointed out that she had taken her time to visit Kyle when he was in critical condition, and even today she had gone home instead of going straight to the hospital. There was no reason to disturb his peace, so necessary to his recovery. But there were questions that needed to be answered. Ginny answered nothing until the detective suggested that the patrolman pick her up and drive her. He and Steve got into the car and drove to the station. They were questioned separately, but both had already rehearsed their story. They didn't tell much, relying on, I don't know. They admitted that they had been in the house and had seen Kyle. They admitted that he was very upset when they left, but physically he was unharmed. Porter didn't believe them, but he had no evidence to back up his hunch. He knew that Kyle was being discharged from the hospital today, so he decided to keep both of them in the isolation room until Kyle got settled and until Porter could alert him that his wife was coming home. Besides, it might give Steve and Ginny a chance to believe that the other had blabbed and given away the truth, and maybe get them to talk more freely. Porter waited for Dan, Kyle's neighbor, to bring him home. Kyle cautiously made his way outside, still very sore from the savage attack. He waved for Porter to come into the house. Dan's wife Kim had come in earlier and cleaned up the hallway. The house was nice and inviting and smelled good. She smiled as she came out of the kitchen and invited everyone to the table for a home-cooked dinner. While Kyle appreciated Kim's efforts, especially cleaning up the reminders of the incident, he was uncomfortable being at home. He coldly recalled the events of the past week, up until the day of the incident, and the absence of those last fragments upset him. Kim and Dan cleaned up the kitchen and said goodbye. They agreed with the other neighbors that they would check on him every hour or two and make sure he was okay, at least for the weekend. They assured him that if he needed anything, he should call right away. As they were leaving, Detective Porter looked at Kyle and said, "She'll be home soon, you know that?" "I know. She's been here before." Kyle nodded at Ginny's bag by the door. "I know. I held them off today to make sure you're okay and ready to meet her. He'll probably be with her." "I'm ready." Detective Porter noted the determination in Kyle's voice and the resolve in his eyes. "I want to show you something." Kyle led Porter into his studio. Porter was impressed with the abundance of sound, digital imaging, and computer equipment in the room. Kyle led him over to a computer workstation connected to a large mixing console. "This is my main sound recording setup. I have a lot of interesting files here. Some of them I'd forgotten about until just a minute ago when I remembered. One memory has been plaguing me for the last day or two. Something had to do with a project I was working on but couldn't remember. When Dan and Kim left, it reminded me of another couple leaving the house. The one that left the house last Friday just before I was attacked. I may have been recording something when they came to call and didn't turn off the recorder. Perhaps there is an audio file here that will explain the situation to you if something happened to me. I may have recorded everything from the time Ginny and Steve left here until the recording reached the limit, which was set at 12 hours. I have to take this to our lab. I wish you wouldn't do that. I'd be happy if you'd let me fight my own battles. Detective Porter considered Kyle. He wasn't suspicious. He didn't need to be, because he knew Kyle intended to repay the spanking and humiliation Steve had lavished on him the previous week. Kyle, I love to watch a good bare-knuckle brawl, but unfortunately I will have to arrest both participants and witnesses. I also love to watch an outsider come back strong and take back what he lost. Steve is a big guy and he trains hard in this gym. It doesn't matter. Hey, what I don't know won't hurt me. Just give yourself time to heal longer. Kyle nodded. Detective Porter wished him the best and made sure Kyle put his phone number on the speed dial list of his cell phone. Fade to black. That evening, Steve brought Ginny home from the county jail. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were disheveled. They both entered the house, but Steve waited by the door, and she walked alone into the living room. Hi, she said meekly. Kyle just stared at her with an absent expression. I heard you were hurt, so I came home early. Everything inside him was exploding. He wanted terribly to leap out of his chair and berate her for her feigned concern, for coming home 2 whole days early from a trip he shouldn't have taken to have an affair he didn't understand and couldn't approve of. But outwardly he showed only calmness. That's right. She was surprised at the lack of emotion on his part. After he'd begged her to stay, crying and covering her bag, she'd expected more. Are you okay now? I'll be healed. We have to talk. No, we don't. We talked last week. Kyle, we can't just let this fester in our minds. You need to discuss this with me. I need to know what to expect. Expect separation and then divorce. Expect you to walk away from me and never be accepted back. Expect me to treat you with the respect any other person deserves, but without the love and care I felt for you a week ago. It was partly as she had expected, but she hadn't expected him to be so calm and unflappable. So she would stay for a couple days and then move out once she got her affairs in order. She set her bag down and turned to sit down. I said you were leaving. She turned to look at him in bewilderment. I meant now. Go. I don't think you understand what's going on here. I may have hurt you. I may have ruined our marriage, but I have given no rights to my house or property. I will move into the guest room, but I will stay here until I pack up my things and move out of here. Before she could continue her tirade, Kyle flicked the remote in his hand. The stereo system he'd installed throughout the house switched on and played a recording of last Friday's events. It was clearly audible as she wryly belittled him, saying that she was going on holiday with a real man and that he couldn't stop her. It was heard Steve laughing as she told Kyle that she planned to have sex with Steve all week, if not longer, until she was satisfied. Kyle begged her to stay and sort things out, whimpering pitifully and trying to hold onto her bag. As she left, her heels clicked noisily on the floor, and Steve said, "Tough luck for the little wimp." After the door slammed shut, there was the sound of the door opening and Ginny called out in the distance, "Come on, Steve." He withdrew, and then could be heard saying to Kyle, "Just so you don't get any ideas of following us or trying to stop us." This was followed by the sound of Steve beating Kyle. Steve could be heard grunting as he delivered numerous blows to Kyle's ribs, and even worse was hearing him taunting Steve, telling him how he was going to beat the crap out of him tonight. As he walked away, Steve left a parting look. Now your head is as broken as your feeble heart. Lie in your blood and think for an hour or two. You'll realize she needs a big dog to make her happy. But she'll come back to you when she realizes that a big male dog can't stay with one bitch for long. Kyle looked at an exhausted Ginny. Steve appeared in the doorway, looking at Kyle with a frown. "Why, you sneaky little coward?" Kyle stopped him by waving a finger. "Porter doesn't have the tape. But he'll get it if I want him to. I don't want him to put you in jail. I want a second fight." Ginny was horrified. Steve grinned from ear to ear. "I'm proposing a bet. You both have to agree and your terms will be different, or there will be no deal, and Porter will get the sound file in 10 minutes via email. In 6 weeks, as soon as the cast comes off my arm and my ribs heal, you can't win. Steve shook his head. No, I couldn't win after that cheap shot last week. This time we're going to fight fair and square. No sneaking up from behind and cold stabbing an unsuspecting victim. You coward. You'll see me coming and you won't be able to stop me the way I was able to stop you lying unconscious last week. Are you sure you can win on those terms? With your bare hands, man-to-man, no weapons? I'll tear you apart. Bet on your gym. Steve looked at him again. He wasn't willing to take a risk on this scale. He owned the gym and the building it was in. There were several offices in the building that were profitable tenants, and it was an incredible cash cow. His apartment occupied the top floor of the building and was a luxurious space overlooking Long Island Sound. But Steve didn't believe this guy could be anything but a competitor to an athlete like him. Sure, David had defeated Goliath, but David had the slingshot. Bet all your gyms. Steve paused, reflecting on his burgeoning business. Not only did he have a flagship club, but he had 6 branches across the city, and they were thriving to the point where he was thinking of selling the franchise. What, put all that against your house and all that fancy electronic equipment? Are you out of your mind? No, my house and equipment are not for sale. You're putting this record and all copies on the line. You're staking jail time and the loss of all your assets later in civil court. You're putting your business, your real estate on the line. A silence hung in the room as Steve realized he was going to have to fight for his freedom. And your cars. Steve had several vintage and late model Corvettes, one from each decade starting in the 50s. They were his pride and joy, and the whole town knew it. The stakes were incredibly high, but Steve thought Kyle was nothing. Done. And the lake house. Okay. All the cards are in your hands, aren't they? I'll risk everything. But there's really no risk. I'll grind you down. Kyle looked at Ginny. She had listened to him rolling stakes for Steve, and now she was getting ready to hear her take her chances. If I win, I want everything and for you to leave. Not to contest the divorce, not to take anything from this house or our cottage, not a dime from our bank account or investments. You have to watch every minute of the fight. You also have to live with Steve until the fight, and if I win, for a whole year afterward. Ginny flinched but nodded in agreement. She knew Steve was strong. But she also knew what kind of shape Kyle was in, how much he ran. She'd seen him handling spools of cable and pipes backstage that usually required 2 people to move. Kyle? He looked at her with the same blank expression, and she felt bad again that she couldn't understand him. What if I'd rather bet on you? You already made that choice last week. This week your choice is freedom or prison. Fade to black. The weeks passed quickly, and Kyle spent them recovering his strength. He started doing lighting projects again. His absence from the scene had left a bit of a void, and his return was welcomed. At every turn he was asked about the attack, but he refused to give details. The circumstances surrounding his wife were the source of many rumors. It was widely known that she was now living with Steve. There were those who suspected the truth and waited to see what Kyle would do. He was known for his stubbornness, and none of these people believed that he would begrudgingly endure the beating and kidnapping of his wife. The stories of Jeannie abandoning Kyle in his hour of greatest need and the fact that he was so well loved made her a pariah in the theater community. It was the night of the fight. Kyle entered the gym in a t-shirt and sweatpants. Steve was already at the ring, wearing ridiculous-looking boxer shorts and a t-shirt with the gym's logo on it. Jeannie sat sullenly at the table, holding an envelope containing Steve's titles and contracts, his betting stakes. Steve was surrounded by many of his friends, as well as the staff and clients of the gym. They were all cheering him on, encouraging him, and teasing him about the easy job he had ahead of him. They clamored even more when Kyle entered the room. Kyle, with his light runner's body, looked unimportant compared to Steve's bulging, strong body. Kyle walked past Jeannie and placed his folio of contracts and records on the table next to Steve's desk. Climbing into the ring, he said, "Let's go! No calls, no referees, no stoppages until one of us is defeated." Steve smirked, snuck to the ropes, and held out his hand to Kyle. Kyle looked at it, and without taking it, delivered a punch to Steve's nose. Steve looked up stunned, a trickle of blood flowing from his right nostril. "No bells," said Kyle, biting Steve again. Steve's imposing physique made him look impressive, but he wasn't as flexible as Kyle. His stiff frame slowed his reaction time, and he moved worse than Kyle. Steve ran after Kyle but couldn't get his big body to react fast enough to pin down the speedy Kyle. Every time he got close enough to land a punch, Kyle made him pay for it with a flurry of jabs to the face. Soon Steve's face was swollen and he slowed down his attempts to corner Kyle. Steve soon realized that his position was no better in the center of the ring. Kyle didn't look that big, but he was also a short man and had a significant advantage in punching distance. Plus, he kept up the pace while Steve was tiring from a lot of punches, the best of which barely reached their target. As Steve tired, Kyle began to throw punches to his body. It wasn't long before Steve's arms grew heavy and drooped. Kyle pulled him apart. "That's enough, Steve. You can barely stand. You can't defend yourself. You've lost." Steve stared at him, breathing hard. Both eyes were swollen shut, his nose was bleeding, and there was a nasty cut under the only eye that could still see. "Surrender now, and I'll leave you more than you deserve. Apologize to everyone. Give it up now, and I'll take this hall, this building, and the 58 convertible. You keep the rest? If you don't give up now, I'll knock you out and keep everything." Steve knew he was defeated. His head was already down as his body sank to its knees. "I apologize." Kyle walked over to the desk and pulled out the paperwork for the building, the gym, and the title to the 58 vet. Taking the keys in his hands, he looked around at the disbelieving gathering of Steve's friends and associates. "I'm closing the gym and opening a theater school here. I will honor the employment contracts you have with Steve, but will expect you to work for me in a useful capacity. If he transfers you to one of his other gyms, I will release you from your contractual obligations here. For those of you who rent the building, I will honor the terms of your contracts and negotiate fairly when they are up. However, there will be a different atmosphere here, as this space will be converted into a theater. If you choose to cancel your lease due to these changes, I will release you." Ginny stared at Kyle incredulously. They had long dreamed of creating a community of theater professionals and enthusiasts dedicated to the advancement of the theater arts. Not only was he realizing their dream without her, but he had the means to do so thanks to her betrayal. She felt completely abandoned. She suddenly felt very lonely and cold. The color disappeared from her face, and she stared at a battered Steve. There wasn't a drop of pigment on his face, already blackened with bruises and reddened with blood from the cuts his friends had only bandaged. Steve had never looked so pathetic, so broken. Kyle had never looked so brave. There was no gloating or arrogance in him, just the cold confidence with which he did everything. Fade to black. 6 months later, Ginny was still living with Steve. After the fight, neither of them were interested in the other sexually. Nevertheless, they had to live together as part of their bet. It was a tepid coexistence, as each saw the other as the cause of the failures in their destiny. Ginny quickly and quietly moved out of her house, which was now completely Kyle's. The divorce had been finalized a long time ago. Kyle hadn't spoken to her since the fight and didn't answer the phone when she tried to call. Steve continued to build his business, but growth slowed when word spread about his failure in the ring. He saved what he had by offering season ticket packages aimed at seniors and moms who didn't work out outside the home. 2 of his satellite gyms closed and the rest lost their glamour. He'd lost his penthouse when his building was taken over by Kyle and had been forced to move into a small apartment next to one of the remaining gyms, which now served as his flagship. Now his swagger wasn't as cocky and often wasn't even present at all. Instead of the aura of confidence he had exuded before the whole Kyle episode, he seemed much less menacing. His mood was often sullen, and he was constantly worried about finances, as he no longer received rent from his downtown building to support his other businesses. Kyle successfully converted the main gymnasium into a great theater space. He converted smaller areas into rehearsal spaces, stores, and dressing rooms. He carved out space for a small, intimate cabaret theater and opened a coffee shop with a small stage on the second floor. The summer season was already planned, and the town was buzzing with excitement about the opportunities Kyle offered for actors and audiences of all ages. As expected, Kyle had been so consumed with setting up store that it seemed as if he had forgotten about the entire attack that had taken place a partial year ago. But he still remembered everything clearly. He remembered every night when he walked through his own front door. He remembered every night when he fell asleep in his lonely room. He remembered every time he walked into the theater where he and Ginny were working on a project. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the memory that they had been together half their lives and still didn't know the woman he thought was the love of his life. One evening, he was working on a light story in his studio when the doorbell rang. It was Ginny's brother, Peter. Peter lived in Boston and rarely left the city. In all the time he and Kyle had been together, he had only visited Ginny twice. His presence meant something was wrong. "Hey, Kyle. I'm sorry to bother you, but I really need to talk to you about my sister. Would you mind if I came in?" Sensing the urgency in Peter's words, Kyle stepped aside and escorted him into the living room. He offered him a cup of coffee or a beer, but Peter declined. "I'd really like to get to the reason I came to see you. I'm very sorry things have gone so badly between you two. I thought you two were a wonderful couple, and I want you to know that our entire family was shocked by my sister's sudden change of heart. She's determined to hold up her end of the bargain. She realizes she was stupid to give you up for an affair. But her life with Steve just isn't right." "She chose Steve over me," Kyle muttered. "It just seemed appropriate that she get exactly what she wanted." "She chose to have an affair. She made a mistake and betrayed you brutally, and no one blames you for how you reacted. She did a stupid thing, but life with Steve is torture, and now he's also given her physical strength. He hit her and broke her nose last night." Kyle hated to hear that Ginny was being abused. He wanted her to come to terms with Steve's stupidity, his early American style of dress, his life as a gym rat. He wanted her to be disgusted by Steve's sexist comments and expectations, his selfish attitude, his inexhaustible vanity. "Take me to her," he said to Peter. "She's in the car." "She doesn't want to come in. She's too proud. She didn't want me to come in and she's really mad. I just want you to release her from her promise to live with Steve for a year. She doesn't even want to do it, but I think he'll hurt her more next time." Kyle slowly stood up and headed for the door. Peter followed right behind him. "Please talk to her gently, Kyle. She's been through hell, and though she brought it on herself, she's suffered enough already." Kyle walked over to the car and opened the door. "Please come in," he said to Ginny. "We need to talk." Ginny reluctantly but slowly got out of the car. She walked into the house and Kyle whispered to Peter, "She'll be fine. Go to Steve's and get her things and bring them back here." Kyle led Ginny into the kitchen. A flood of memories came over her. Kyle hadn't changed a thing. Everything smelled the same, looked the same, felt like home. The only difference was that all of her pictures were gone. Kyle had replaced them with pictures of her family. Tears came to her eyes, for to be cut out of her home like that was just awful. She'd considered it her home since she hadn't had time to get a new one yet, and she'd considered life with Steve a temporary hell. She wasn't replaced, just cut out of this place she had once loved. Kyle was well aware that she was crying, and although he was touched by the woman who was still the greatest love of his life, he didn't go to Ginny. Instead, he poured her a cup of coffee and made her coffee the way she had always liked it. He made her coffee like no one else, not even Ginny herself. The smell of the steaming brew in the mug and the perfect blend brought her back to herself, reminding her once again how perfect her husband and the life she had left behind were. "You're moving away from Steve. Peter is picking up your stuff now. You're going to move in here. You can stay in the little apartment we built over the garage. You'll be independent. When you get well again and start working, you can move out whenever you want. If you want, I'll find you a job at my new store. If you decide not to move out, you can stay here as long as you want. I do not wish to witness any romantic relationships of any kind, although I intend to bring dates home if I wish. I expect you to take good care of your apartment, show care for my property, and respect our neighbors and guests. These are the only terms of living here. There will be no rent. No expectations or promises of any relationship other than a promise to observe decorum. Somewhere inside of me, I will always love you. Elsewhere, I'll always be afraid of what's in you that could have betrayed me the way you did. I didn't want Steve to bully you, so I don't expect you to finish your year with him." She swallowed back a tear and looked into Kyle's eyes for the first time in months and thanked him. She mumbled something about moving in with Peter, but Kyle reminded her that the New York theater scene was her life, and she couldn't exist without it for long. She realized that he was right and agreed to move in. "Wait here. I'm going to help Peter. Make yourself at home." The significance of his last statement was music to her ears. Fading to black. Kyle pulled up behind Peter's car. He walked straight to Steve's house as if he were his master. Steve didn't like it, but there was nothing to object to. He had hit Jeannie, and now he found himself here with her brother and the guy who had publicly flogged him. Either of them could have sent him to jail for abuse, and Peter was using this moment as a slave driver. Steve carried Ginny's things to the car. Peter helped him pack, but it was Steve who carried the stuff. There wasn't much stuff, as the terms of the divorce agreement left her with only a couple mementos and clothes. Steve returned to the house after the last trip. He began to talk. "Don't say a word." Kyle was seething with rage. "You know what's about to happen now, don't you?" Steve didn't want to hear it. "You broke her nose. You hit a little woman and ruined her face by breaking her nose. Stand up." Steve looked at him, but obediently stood up. Kyle stood up as well. He stepped up close to Steve, and before Steve or Peter could anticipate what would happen, Kyle broke Steve's nose with a swift right punch. Shade of black. 3 years later, Jeannie is still living in Kyle's apartment. She's not dating, but is thinking about starting. She is one of Kyle's most valued colleagues, working as a manager, director, and teacher at his theater center. She considers Kyle her best friend and respected boss. She has written a play that has been successful in regional theaters and published by a major publisher. She is financially independent and is becoming like the old Ginny. The fact that Kyle had welcomed Ginny back into his life was taken as a signal by his neighbors, his family, and the theater community. She was accepted in those circles in almost the same status as she had been all those months ago, though no one had forgotten where she had been. Steve sold his business and after some reflection found that he didn't like what a jerk he had been. He eventually found a use for his college degree in physical education by taking a job at a local elementary school. He became passionate about working with children with physical disabilities and other special needs. He became a Special Olympics coach and volunteered in the physical therapy department at a local children's hospital. Kyle's theater project has flourished, and his programs have been accredited by the local university. His programs for high school students are highly regarded and have become very profitable. His professional productions pack full houses and attract the attention of New York's top critics, who usually don't stray far from Broadway theaters. Kyle and Ginny lived close to each other, but they rarely spoke to each other. Although he took care of her when she needed help, he did so out of a sense of responsibility. She was the love of his life, and he couldn't see her in utter shambles, beaten down and rejected by the society that ran the profession she lived for. Having gotten her into a safe place, he wanted nothing more from her. He dealt with her professionally. After all, she was good at what she did and was a great asset to his company. However, he couldn't see her in any other light and rarely interacted with her even on a friend level. Jeannie accepted her position in Kyle's life as a blessing. She wasn't in jail, she was working, and she could at least make it up to Kyle in some small way. It seemed to her that living next to him with no chance of him ever loving her again was better than the alternative. It was impossible to truly make it up to him, but perhaps if she stayed here until she saw him happily settled with a new love and perhaps a family, she could find peace. It was inevitable. Kyle had fallen in love with a divorced woman he'd met on the Cape. She lived in a neighboring cottage with her brother's family and young daughter. She moved in with Kyle in the fall, and in October they were married in a beautiful but small ceremony in the backyard of Kyle's house. Ginny declined the invitation to attend the ceremony, but watched the proceedings from her bedroom window, the only window that had a view. She cried bitter tears as she recalled the events that had brought her to this moment, and now the last chapter was complete. Tears fell on the last small suitcase. The rest she had already loaded into the rental car parked outside the garage. When everyone had gathered at Kyle's house for dinner, Ginny picked up her bag and got into the car. Before she drove off, she took one last look at Kyle's house. She knew he would find the goodbye letter she had left on his desk as soon as she returned from her honeymoon. She checked her bag one more time to make sure she had her ticket, passport, and signed contract for her new job as a stage manager in London. Kyle had a new life now. She shed one last tear and set off to find hers. I sat motionless, as if paralyzed, while my wife of 25 years explained to me why she was serving me with divorce papers. I could only hear half of what she was saying. "Gary, are you listening to me? You look like you're in a daze. Pay attention, okay? This is important." "I'm sorry." I was distracted for a moment. "What were you talking about?" "The terms are simple. There is nothing to dispute. I'm not asking for anything. Do you hear that? Absolutely nothing. You keep the house, the cars, and all the money in the bank. If you sign this, it's all over in 3 months. I didn't know what to say. Marcy and I had been married since high school. We raised 2 beautiful twin daughters. Cindy and Sandy went to Columbia University to study international banking. We had a nice house in the suburbs and we both drove Volvos. Marcy had her own credit cards and cell phone. I never denied her anything. I never cheated on her, never verbally or physically abused her. She never showed that she was unhappy or complained about anything. There was no way I could have prepared myself for this. I never noticed anything was wrong. Maybe that was the problem. I wasn't paying attention. I understand the mechanics of divorce, Marcy, but can you tell me why? It's probably too late to do anything about it, but I'd like to know why. Marcy sort of collapsed in the kitchen chair. It was obvious that she didn't want to discuss the reasons and hoped I would just sign the papers and let her go. Just tell me briefly, Marcy. What the hell did I do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong, Gary. You were the perfect husband. Sometimes I hoped you'd screw up and I'd have an excuse to leave, but you never did. You were great at raising the kids and getting them through college. You always gave me everything I wanted, even if sometimes I was unreasonable. You bought me a beautiful house. My parents love you. Don't ever think you did anything wrong because you didn't. She looked all of 45. She had a nice complexion and perfect hair. It was light brown and glistened in the sunlight. She jogged regularly and her body was perfectly toned and tanned. On weekdays, she looked like a Land's End girl, but when she needed to, she was glamorous. Marcy was as perfect as I was, as she claimed. I just couldn't figure out what was behind it. I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense. There has to be a reason. You can't just say it's okay and then walk away. There has to be a reason. Gary, I'm trying to do this in a way that doesn't hurt your feelings or make me look bad. Why don't we just leave it at that? No! Gary, I found someone else. He's a real estate developer. He has a beautiful apartment overlooking the river and a beautiful black Mercedes. He's handsome, rich, and madly in love with me. You were and still are a grocery clerk at the supermarket. I am not demeaning your job because you have always taken care of us and always earned enough to keep the family comfortable. However, you will always be a grocery clerk. I wanted more than that. I couldn't imagine you would do that for me. You were always happy with what you were doing and I didn't see you trying to improve. It was painful. I was the manager of the grocery department and she still thought of me as a clerk. When I had a chance to advance my career and move out of town, I turned down the opportunity to keep my family together, and now look how I was rewarded. It was painful, but not worth mentioning. Does this rich, good-looking guy have a name? Clayton Manning. He's the president of Keystone Development Company. How long have you known him? 6 months. You slept with him? Marcy sat up straight in the chair. Her eyes darted around the room, and finally she looked me in the face. Yes. I was trying to avoid the subject, but since you insist on it, yes. You were still married. Yes, I was still married. I cheated on you. I was an adulteress. I was a whore. Are you happy now? I sat for a while, then reached over and took the divorce papers, signed in 3 places, initialed 2, and handed them to her across the table. I think he's better than I am. Sorry to disappoint you. I got up, and as I was leaving the room, Marcy screamed, "Hell no!" That's not the reason. He wasn't better than you, just different. Don't you dare walk away believing that, Gary. Don't you dare. By then, I was out the door. I was so absorbed in my work and hobbies that I didn't even notice Marcy gradually moving her things out of the house. By the time she handed me the papers, she had moved most of her clothes and personal belongings into Clayton's apartment. She had thoughtfully left all the wedding and family photos behind so I could enjoy them in her absence. When I got back to the house, she was gone. Her Volvo was still in the driveway, and I figured she wouldn't need it anymore. She had left a power of attorney on the kitchen table to sell the house and car. I spent the rest of the night getting rid of the beer that was in the refrigerator. By then, I realized that the job was done. There was no turning back, and I didn't want to. Marcy was gone and would be gone. The next morning, I called work and took 3 months of overdue vacation. They were always nagging me to take time off, so there was no problem. I had plenty of vacation and sick leave. I quickly called the girls at school and briefly explained that we were breaking up, but refused to give them any other information. They wanted to call Marcy, but I didn't have her new phone number. I had 3 months to pull myself together and decide what I was going to do. I disconnected my landline. I changed my cell phone number and canceled the one Marcy had. The Volvo dealer gave me the low book value of Marcy's car. I had a high school friend, Terry Davis, who was now a real estate broker. He agreed to sell the house without a listing, at a low price and with a quick settlement. To be sure, I canceled all my credit cards and opened new bank accounts. I cashed in my life insurance policies. It was time to put the house in order. I went around the house and collected everything that could possibly belong to my wife. There was enough stuff to fill 3 trash bags. I packed the girls' personal belongings into boxes and took them to the closet next to the house. I spent 3 hours sorting through family photos. I put all of the girls' pictures in a box for them. All the pictures of Marcy went in the trash can. It was stupid, I know, but I didn't care. The main problem I faced was a lack of direction. I had no idea what I would do after 3 months. Would I stay here or would I leave? Would I keep working or find something new? I had 2 hobbies. I collected coins, mostly cents with an Indian head on them. They were easy to collect and readily available. I bought and sold them on eBay and enjoyed it. My second passion was geocaking. It gave me an excuse to get outside and get some exercise. Marcy hated this activity because of the ticks, poison ivy, and having to walk. I didn't see how I could make a living doing any of these activities. When I wasn't busy with my hobbies, I spent time with the Wall Street Journal. Cindy and Sandy gave me a subscription every year at Christmas. I had no interest in stocks and bonds, but I read everything about farm commodities. I knew more about sugar, wheat, and corn than most market analysts. Of course, it was just a hobby. I had no money invested in any of it. I have researched all available information about Keystone Development and Clayton Manning. Terry Davis was able to get more information about Clayton and his current project than I could. He cross-checked some of the information with a friend of his who works at a local commercial bank. I couldn't wait to see what he came up with. It's been 7 weeks. In all that time, I hadn't seen or heard from Marcy. The girls called every week, but I hadn't heard from their mother either. I had a feeling they were on my side, but Marcy was their mother, and I'm sure they had to be supportive to some degree. I had a few yard sales and unloaded a ton of stuff. I left enough furniture in the house that it would be good to show to potential buyers. Marcy and Clayton's picture was published in the society section of the Sunday paper. They were at a political rally, drinking wine with local figures. A few more weeks passed. Terry made me an offer on the house. It was pretty low compared to the appraisal, but they wanted to close the deal in 60 days, which would be perfect. He had an interesting biography of Clayton and wanted to talk about it. We made an appointment to meet for lunch. I decided to get out of the house for a while. I needed a break. Hayes Mountain was one of the best places in the area for hiking and geocakes. Unfortunately, I found all the geocakes there. However, there were 3 landmarks on the mountain. Landmarks are reference points placed throughout the country by the government. Surveyors and real estate developers use these landmarks to determine property boundaries. They come in many forms, but are usually metal rods driven into concrete. Finding landmarks is an interesting side game for serious geocackers. I decided that today I would manage to find all 3 landmarks on the mountain. In addition to the GPS, I would have to bring a metal detector with me. Finding a piece of rebar in the woods isn't easy, and I needed all the help I could get. The GPS would lead me to the approximate area. Much of Hayes Mountain was part of the Madison Land Trust. It was approaching 2,000 acres, but they were constantly looking to add to it. Subdivisions and industrial parks took up most of the vacant land, and the trust had to survive on donations. Next to the trust's parking lot was an orchard and farmhouse with a large "For Sale" sign. After parking the car, I walked over to the fence by the orchard just to have a look. It was embarrassing to think that in a little while, this beautiful estate would probably be bulldozed to make way for construction. Are you going to buy it or just look at it? I couldn't help but smile at the old man walking toward me. He was dressed in overalls, but instead of a straw hat, he was wearing a John Deere baseball cap. He introduced himself as John Smurd. Well, if I had $1 million, I'd gladly take it from you. We both laughed at that. You won't have a problem selling it, will you? Well, I have people interested, but I try to hang on as long as possible. Why? I was hoping the land trust would buy it, but they don't seem to have the money. They want to leave the fruit trees in their natural state, which is fine with me. It doesn't please the developers who want to plant everything. I think it will be a great addition to what we have now. How can a land trust compete with the big companies? I've offered them a better deal. It's even worth $1 million in the listing, but I'll give it to the trust for $600,000. Trouble is, they don't seem to be able to raise that amount right now. If they can't do it in 90 days, I'll have to take the option away from that damn real estate developer. That son of a bitch calls me every week, and I'm getting tired of him. An option is not a sale, is it? No. The buyer purchases from me a promise to sell him the land in the next 6 months for $1 million. He pays $100,000 for the option. If he can't raise $1 million, he loses the option payment. It's a good deal for me, but I don't want him to get it. He has the $1 million under lock and key, so he'll be safe. The problem is that he needs to get all 6 properties for the deal to go through. That's why he's willing to pay more than the place is worth. What happens if you don't sell him the option? He's going to lose his ass and more. Since the land trust can't raise the money, it looks like Keystone has a sure shot. However, if he doesn't get that lot, he'll lose the whole deal, including the money he paid for the options on the other 5 lots. That's probably around $1 million. His supporters will walk away and leave him hanging. If I had the money, I'd help you. Yeah, they all say that. We had another laugh and I left for my walk. I found his mention of Keystone interesting. The landmarks were within a mile of each other. That is, as the crow flies. On the mountain, it was twice that. The first 2 were fairly easy to find. They were standard surveyor's markers. The last marker was much older and much harder to find. When I finally came upon it, I found a small brick monument with a bronze plaque attached to it. It was buried under years of leaves and debris. I took a picture of it to post with the magazine. In that moment, my life changed. The metal detector was still on. As I stepped away from the marker, it started beeping. It was faint, but it was definitely there. I put on my headset and began scanning the area about 10 feet south of the landmark. Finally, I pointed it at the target and carefully began probing. You don't usually find metal in the middle of the woods. In 5 minutes, I had a small iron box. It was wrapped in a heavily oiled piece of canvas. There was a lot of rust on the surface, but the box itself was sturdy. The lock was of heavy bronze, but it still did its job. Quite often, finds of this nature on public lands are considered treasures and should be turned over to the government or some historical agency. For some reason, that option didn't make sense to me today. I put the box in my bag and headed home. On the way home, I couldn't help but think about what was in my little box. Gold coins were the first thing that came to mind. Maybe it was full of important documents from the Civil War or earlier. The possibilities were limited only by the size of the container. I cleaned off the kitchen table, pulled out the Foster, and began to study my find. I didn't want to destroy the lock, but I couldn't figure out how to open it any other way. I had no idea if the mechanism inside the lock was still functioning. I decided that the lock would have to be sacrificed. My bolt cutter made quick work of the task. Inside the box was another piece of oiled canvas. I carefully unwrapped it and found 12 pennies. Why would anyone want to bury 12 pennies? These were not regular, everyday pennies, but old, large cents. The newest date is 1814. The oldest was 1793. Despite the age, you could easily read the date on each one. Surprisingly, there was no green corrosion on them, which is common on old copper coins. I never got into collecting large cents, as I felt I could get more for my money by buying newer cents with Indian heads. However, I did have a book my grandfather left me called The Quirks of the Penny. It talked about the different types and varieties of large cent stamps. I found it boring since I didn't own any of them. It had been sitting on a shelf, gathering dust for almost 30 years. Tonight it would find a good use. I sat up until dawn with my grandfather's book and a magnifying glass. My scanner took beautiful high-resolution photos of each coin. Every crack and scratch on the stamp was perfectly visible, and the condition of each coin was obvious. I slept until noon. I called work just to see how things were going. They told me that Phil Williams, one of the company executives, had asked about me. They didn't know anything else. I had other concerns, so I didn't pursue it further. It would take a trip to the bank to get a safe deposit box. After spending a few hours on the internet, I realized that my pennies were worth several $1 million. It wasn't about age, it was about their condition and the varieties of stamps. I now understood why drug dealers had to go to such lengths to launder money. There was no easy way to turn my precious coins into hard cash. It would have to be hard work. While having breakfast at IHOP, I noticed another picture in the paper of Marcy and Clayton being pictured at the opening of a new art gallery. She was wearing a black cocktail dress and holding a wine or champagne glass. They were both smiling at the camera. Looking at the photo, the next step became clear in my mind. After receiving the safe, I called John Smurd and asked him to hold off on making any decisions about the land for a few days. He seemed satisfied with the call. I went to the land trust office and asked to be told how to make a donation to the organization. They were very happy to help me. We were 4 weeks away from the final divorce. For some reason, I felt like that deadline was very important. I spent the rest of the day researching coin dealers and auction houses. I wasn't looking for advertisements, I was looking for lawsuits. Eventually, I settled on Towers and Burns in New York City. They had a solid financial position and seemed to be able to handle controversial sales without much trouble or publicity. I made an appointment with them on Monday afternoon. I called the girls and asked them to keep Monday morning free so we could have lunch together. The facade of the Towers and Burns office was a chic showroom. There was plenty of glass and light. The display cases contained the standard variety of collectibles, and the walls were hung with other numismatic paraphernalia. I gave my last name and was escorted back to a much less attractive part of the building. Welcome to New York, Mr. Simmons. I understand you have some interesting cops to show us. Is this your first time in the city? I sat down in the straight-backed chair across from James Towers. His picture was in the advertisement, but he looked about 10 years older now. Thank you. My daughters attend Columbia University, so I've been here before, but never on business. I'm not questioning your coin knowledge, but don't you have someone on your staff who specializes in early copper coins? If so, I think their presence would be helpful. I'm not that sensitive, and I think that would be a good idea too. He leaned over to the intercom on his desk. Marie, have Cookson come into my office. Maurice Cookson had published several guides to large cents and half cents. I was pleased with his accessibility. Mr. Cookson also looked older than his photographs. I guess no one likes to look old. Gentlemen, I have 12 special coins that I'm offering for sale. I hope to sell 4 of them today and keep the 5th for your consideration. The other 7 I'll save for later. If today goes well, I'll offer them to you as well. I know it seems unbelievable, but I think 6 of the coins will fall under conditional census status. I'm sure Mr. Cookson will determine if I'm close or not. Since census condition cents don't come on the market very often, I was hoping you would be interested. Where did those coins come from? My grandfather left them to me when he died. I don't mean to insult Mr. Simmons, but this story is hard to believe. What can you show us? I spread 4 pictures on the table. Each of them showed the obverse and reverse of one of the coins I was offering today. They were about 5 times the normal size and very clear. James and Maurice looked at each photograph for several minutes. Finally, James spoke up. What did you come up with for these 4? A quick look at the results of recent auctions led me to believe that it could fetch about $1.3 million for it. I thought it was 1-to-1, but your figure is not out of the question. Maurice really knew his pennies. I only want $800,000 for the lot, but it has to be treated in a special way. James leaned back in his chair and smiled. I think we can handle it. How special are you talking about? I had a letter I took from the land trust explaining how to donate land. I gave it to Mr. Towers along with an advertisement for John Smurd's orchard. I want you to buy this piece of land and donate it to the Madison Land Trust. The price is $600,000. You'll get a very nice tax deduction and become humanitarians. I'll take the rest of the money in cash. Give us a moment, please. James and Maurice retreated to the other end of the room. After a few minutes, Maurice left. James returned to the table. Do you have any coins with you? Yes. I also have a 5th coin that I would like to keep with you. Mr. Cookson returned to the table with a purple Crown Royal bag. This time he spoke. We are willing to honor your terms on the first part of the deal and hope you can honor ours on the second part. He then dumped the purple packet on the desktop. It turned out to contain almost 100 different coins, mostly gold, but some silver coins as well. The retail price of this collection is around $300,000. For a number of reasons that we won't discuss, it's difficult for us to sell them. However, you won't have a problem. I understand that you have sold coins on eBay before. Is that correct? I simply nodded. These coins inherited from your grandfather should sell easily and we will both benefit. I assure you, you won't have any difficulties. This was said with a slight wink. I thought about it for a while and agreed. I handed the 4 pennies to Mr. Towers and we all shook hands. Now, Mr. Simmons, tell us about this 5th coin. I held the photograph in my hand and looked at Mr. Cookson. Name the highest rated 1793 strawberry you've ever seen? I've never seen one, but I think the highest score is fair 12. I rated this picture an 8, but I'm not a professional. He wasn't looking at the picture. He was looking at my face when I said that. Both of them were trying to see the photograph at the same time. Cookson was smiling broadly, and I could see dollar signs in Towers' eyes. How much? Best offer if you can figure out how to pay me. Would you like a cup of coffee, Mr. Simmons? Of course, black would be just fine. They both left the room with the picture, and a few minutes later, a young woman brought me a cup of coffee. Mr. Towers will be with you in a few minutes. He has some phone calls to make. Will you be okay? I nodded in agreement and started the coffee. 30 minutes had passed when Towers returned to the room with an absolutely beautiful woman. She had dark eyes, raven hair, and what appeared to be Middle Eastern looks. I guessed her to be no more than 30. She was well-dressed and had a commanding demeanor. For a second, I thought I recognized her, but I couldn't remember where from. Hello, my name is Letitia Rothberg. Do you have a passport, Mr. Simmons? Her voice was deep, but still feminine. Yes. Good. We'll be traveling to JFK shortly to set up a new offshore bank account for you. Do you have anything to give to Mr. Towers? I gave James a 1793 strawberry, and he looked like a little boy at Christmas. Thank you, he said as he left the room. We never agreed on a price, but I still had 7 coins that Towers wanted. Mr. Towers agreed to hold the small bag of coins until I returned. An hour later, Letitia and I were already sitting on a plane to the Cayman Islands. She hardly spoke at all. When we arrived at the airport, several photographers were eager to take her picture. She looked annoyed, yet she was smiling sweetly. I had no idea what the reason for this interest was. It was my first-class flight, and it was over too quickly. A bright yellow mini SUV was waiting for us at the terminal. My hostess didn't hesitate to pull her skirt up to her hips as she slid into the driver's seat. To my embarrassment, she caught me sneaking glances at her tanned legs. She seemed amused by my discomfort. 20 minutes later, we parked on the lower level of a mid-sized condominium building. Letitia Rothberg owned the whole building, but she used the top floor as her personal apartment. Can I get you anything, Mr. Simmons? A beer would be nice. The sight of her leaving the room was as good as the flash of her foot in the terminal. It's not in my nature to fawn over young women, but Letitia Rothberg was special. We went out on a small balcony overlooking the ocean. It was beautiful out there, but the wind was too strong for my taste. I guess she was trying to impress me with the grandiosity of the place. It was beautiful, but I was more interested in the new bank account I was getting. You don't talk very much, Mr. Simmons. Surely you have a few questions you'd like answered? It seemed strange to me that a woman of her class and position would drink beer from a bottle. I could imagine her sipping champagne or martinis, but not beer. Such a figure would not last her long if she continued to. I usually think it's best to wait, but I guess you could tell me why we needed to come here to open a bank account. It's a simple, safe, and secure place to get money. I think it will work well for you. It's just 1 coin. Yes, but you have 7 more. I'm sorry, but that still seems excessive. To my delight, we returned to the house, sheltered from the wind. Can you accept this? I brought you here to be my sex slave for a few days. I have to admit that the unexpected comment made me smile. I automatically knew it was nonsense, but I still found humor in it. She had a sense of humor, she looked good, and she was rich. What more could a man dream of? If only I were 10 years younger. It's no good teasing an old man. We both laughed lightly at the situation. Come on, Mr. Simmons. Let's go get some fresh lobsters for dinner. We finished our long necks and headed out the door. The restaurant and food were great. I didn't really like the wine the hostess chose, but I tried to be gracious. It didn't work. What's wrong with the wine, Mr. Simmons? Was I that obvious? I'm sorry. It was unintentional, a kind of reflex action. When I was 18, I got drunk on cheap white wine like a dog. I've never been so miserable before or since. Every time I smell or taste white wine, I vomit. I can't explain it. It's good wine, but don't worry about it. 5 minutes later, we had 2 cold long necks. Oddly enough, there was little conversation during the meal. At the end, we each had a fruit sorbet and drank coffee. Tell me about yourself. Are you married? Do you have children? What do you do for a living? We have all night, and I'm dying to know what brought us together. It's a lot of questions. I have 2 daughters. Both of them are at Columbia University studying international banking or something like that. I don't really know. I just pay the tuition. It's interesting. I have a master's degree from Columbia University and am one of their guest lecturers. I got to meet both of them. Have you seen them this morning? We had lunch together. They hate it when I make them skip class. You must have gotten married early since you have 2 girls in college. That sounds like a phrase a guy could use. I felt comfortable with this Mediterranean beauty. I could have talked to her all night. I am currently estranged from my wife. That's a strange word. I never thought I could use it. She left me for a rich wheeler dealer. I think he builds shopping malls or business complexes. Anyway, he's got a fancy car and a big apartment. She told me she's decided to switch. The divorce will be final in about 4 weeks. That's a stupid reason to leave a good marriage. I guess everything was fine until she met this guy. I guess. She was never happy with my choice of work. I had several opportunities to advance my career, but she refused to move forward. I wasn't thrilled about it, but decided it was necessary to save the marriage. Now I feel like nothing. And what do you do? There was an awkward pause. How do you tell a beautiful, rich, successful woman that you work as a grocery manager at a supermarket? She noticed my discomfort and reacted accordingly. It's not important. We can talk about it later. No. It's okay. I'm not ashamed of what I do. It's just that being a supermarket grocery manager isn't the kind of job that impresses the ladies. It doesn't bother my daughters, but my wife often purposely forgot to mention it in conversation. I could tell it was bothering her. Do you like what you do? Yes, and I'm good at it. The server brought more coffee and cleared the table. Mr. Simmons, I realize you've only known me for a short time, but I believe that first impressions are very important. Very briefly, what is your first impression of me? The question put me in an awkward position. If I answered honestly, I might push her away, and if I tried to butter her up, I was sure she would see right through it and think I was a liar. What to do? What do I do? In short, I see you as beautiful, intelligent, educated, and confident. Her head was tilted down slightly, and her eyes were looking up at me. I noticed a small smirk. I was hoping for candor. I'm sorry, but we were having such a pleasant evening, I didn't want to spoil it. Do you really have such a bad opinion of me? I don't want you to resent me. Maybe that's why your wife left you for another man. If you hadn't always tried to please her, your marriage would have been stronger. It was harsh, but I have to admit there was some truth to it. Miss Rothberg, I believe you are cunning and manipulative. You use your beauty and charm to get what you want. You are used to getting your way, and I feel you are a bit of a spoiled brat. You play with men but are afraid of commitment. From the looks of it, you know how to make money and spend and invest it wisely. If you weren't so obsessed with wanting to prove that you're as good as any man, you'd probably make a good mother. I felt uncomfortable after saying that, but she made me angry with her comment about my marriage. For a few moments, we just sat there staring at each other. Do you really think I'd be a good mother? The mood suddenly improved dramatically. During the short drive back to the condo, things were pleasant again. I knew she had heard everything I said, but seemed to accept it without argument. She wanted the truth, and I gave it to her. The fact that she wasn't upset made me feel better about being honest with her. My night as Letitia Rothberg's sex slave turned out to be a little boring. It's hard to have sex in separate bedrooms. That's okay because I wasn't expecting anything anyway. The next morning, I got up first and found a breakfast of fruit, danishes, and hot coffee waiting for me, along with a copy of the Wall Street Journal. The wind had died down, and I enjoyed relaxing on the balcony overlooking the Caribbean. I could get used to this. Letitia joined me about 20 minutes later and jokingly snatched up part of the paper. We sat in silence, reading and sipping coffee as if we'd been doing it for years. I had known this woman for less than 24 hours, but everything about her was natural and comfortable. I'm afraid my phone doesn't work here, and I really want to call my daughters. Letitia held out her cell phone to me. Be my guest. Cindy, it's Daddy. Where are you? Is everything okay? Cell phone says London. I'm in the Caymans and everything is fine. I just thought I should let you know, since I didn't go straight home, that I'm staying with a friend. I had to use her phone. They showed a picture of you on TV last night. They showed you getting on an airplane with Letitia Rothberg. What the hell are you doing with Letitia Rothberg? It's the friend I'm staying with. What's the big deal? Why are you with her? Everything's fine. Nothing insidious is going on. I don't understand your concern. Dad, that woman is a barracuda. She eats men for breakfast. Letitia was bringing a tray of breakfast from the balcony. As she walked by, I couldn't resist. This is my daughter Cindy. She's in New York. She told me to be careful because you're a barracuda. Sure enough, Cindy heard me say this to Letitia and let out a loud groan over the phone. I could make out Cindy and Sandy discussing something quickly on the other end. Why are you there? How do you know her? When are you coming home? Before I could answer any of her questions, Letitia was already standing with her hand outstretched, waiting for me to hand her the phone. Hi, Cindy, it's Letitia. Your father told me about you and your sister. I'll be in New York tomorrow and would like to have lunch with you two. Where can I pick you up? Of course, there was no way I could have known the other side of this conversation. Who is this professor? Pause. No problem. I'll pick you up from the classroom at 11. Okay, I'll tell you goodbye. Bye. Letitia gave me back my cell phone. Your daughter said goodbye. I'll have lunch with them tomorrow. I promised to be nice, even though they think I'm a fish. She giggled lightly and wiggled her ass and went to her room. An hour later, we were at the Federal Reserve Bank of the Cayman Islands. Under the experienced guidance of my hostess, I set up my first offshore bank account, and 20 minutes later, I saw that my new account had been credited with $4 million from Towers and Burns. I figured that was a fair price for 215 pennies. After dinner, she asked a friend to take us to feed manta rays. At dinner, I asked her why she worked for a firm like Towers and Burns and learned that she owned 60% of the company. What else can you tell me about yourself? Apparently, you're a major player on the global financial scene, and I'm embarrassed to say that I don't know anything about you. I was born and raised in London. My father is Israeli and my mother is Turkish. I have an MBA from Columbia University. I am not married, but I have been engaged twice. I haven't had a serious relationship in over 3 years. I've learned not to trust men who show interest in me. I guess you could say I'm cynical, but I feel like most of them want something from me, but have nothing to offer in return. That's unfortunate. I was hoping to get a ride back to the condo. Does that mean you don't trust me? You need to take this seriously, you big jerk. I'm sorry if I came across as insensitive. I didn't mean to be. I guess it's hard for me to relate to your problem. I'll try to be better. Okay, let's relax. We have a party to go to. We ended the evening at a cocktail party at a major hotel. Everyone knew her and treated her like a celebrity. I spent the evening trying to remain even more inconspicuous than I was. I was still wearing the street clothes I had worn in New York. I had not supposed that I was to travel to the tropics. At first, Letitia seemed obliged to accompany me, but I persuaded her to enjoy herself and let me blend in with the tree where I felt comfortable. She did her best, but for most of the night she constantly checked on me. Anyway, I found myself chatting with a couple of Hispanic gentlemen, cattle ranchers from Argentina. The conversation started with soccer and then moved on to fishing. At least the conversation was in English, I suppose, for my benefit. One of them remarked how attractive Letitia looked, not knowing that I was her chaperone for the evening. I felt a little flattered. My contribution to the chatter consisted mostly of smiles and nods. I wasn't knowledgeable enough about any of the topics to add anything of substance until Ramon Duarte brought up the topic of investments. He was interested in winter wheat. I listened as he explained in detail why he was going to invest a lot of his money in something he obviously knew nothing about. I got the impression that he was pretty rich, and I was a little confused as to how he did it. I usually pride myself on having a poker face, but I guess I failed at it this time. Mr. Simmons, I can see by the look on your face that you disagree with me about investing in winter wheat. I was caught. I was supposed to remain invisible and inaudible. My invisibility cloak failed me. I'm sorry, Ramon. I'm afraid I'm not an investor and I don't understand the complexity of this case. I called him by his first name because I was uncomfortable addressing him formally. Maybe so, but I have a feeling you have an opinion on the matter. I'm going to pester you until you share it with us. I was trapped. I tried to feign a small smile. I need a fresh drink. For the next hour, the two gentlemen listened intently as an Alabama greengrocer explained that the excellent winter wheat crop in Alberta and Saskatchewan would more than compensate for the poor harvest in the States. The Canadian Grain Board has leased all available silos in North and South Dakota to store the surplus and has even reserved rail cars of grain for short-term storage. Within a week, winter wheat futures will begin to fall and will continue to fall until the market stabilizes. Both Canada and the States will be forced to unload wheat overseas. I was running out of clever words when Letitia came up. Ramon and his friend were flattered that she joined our little group and were genuinely surprised when she grabbed my hand and led me away. What the hell was that, Gary? We were just talking about food, about groceries. She smiled slightly at me as we left to head back to the condo. The next morning, we flew back to New York, where a group of photographers were eager to capture her arrival. A courier from Towers and Burns handed me a small package containing the coins I had left behind. Letitia and I said our goodbyes, and I headed to the commuter train terminal to fly back to Huntsville. The divorce and the sale of the house went according to plan. Phil Williams from the main office left me several messages asking me to call him. They again asked me to consider moving to the company's headquarters in New York. This time I agreed. John Smurd also left a message. He wanted to meet for lunch. I tucked myself away in my locker at work and wished my shifters good luck. There was a picture in the paper of Clayton and Marcy at a barbecue for a local politician. They looked like the perfect couple. It took me a full day to scan and identify all the coins in the bag from New York. With 3 weeks to go, I decided to put them on eBay as soon as possible. Everything should be fine, just as long as they didn't get caught by any scumbags. It took a full day to post the coin ads and prepare all the envelopes and blank stickers for shipping. All the money went into my PayPal account and from there to my new offshore bank. Now I had the weekend to relax. My Friday lunch with John Smurd was interesting. John was extremely pleased that I had gotten Clayton involved, but was unhappy that I had gotten nothing out of the deal. Explaining that to him would have been too difficult. Lunch went fine, and before he left, he gave me the deeds to 5 acres of land on the outskirts of town. He and his wife were leaving for Florida, and he wanted to get the house in order before he left. No good deed goes unrewarded. Shortly after John and I parted ways, my cell phone rang. Cindy and Sandy were arriving in Nashville in 2 hours. I had plenty of time to pick them up. Airfare to Nashville was half the price of airfare to Huntsville, and the girls were on a budget. I had no trouble getting there and picking them up. Cindy couldn't wait to talk about Lettish. The lecture hall was hosting an advanced corporate finance course for over 300 students. In the middle of the lecture, the professor stopped to introduce Letitia to the students. She just appeared as if she owned the place. She spoke to the class for about 10 minutes and then announced that she needed 2 students for lunch at the Westin Hotel. We couldn't believe it when she called our names. So you liked her? She's amazing, Dad. How the hell did you manage to meet her? Well, she said she was looking for a sex slave, and I was her first choice. Sandy tapped me on the shoulder. This isn't funny. Be serious, okay? What did you talk about at lunch? She asked about our classes and schoolwork. Sandy chuckled lightly. She had a lot of questions about you. In fact, Cindy and I agree that she was interested in more than just friendship. I'm 10 years older than her and a couple of dollars poorer. I'm sorry, girls, but she's totally out of my league. Daddy, she can have any man she wants. Why you? Think about it and give us a clue. From our point of view, you're perfect, but Letitia Rothberg doesn't know you like we do. Apparently, your mother didn't know me either. Everything went quiet for a few minutes. My remark about the mother sounded like a punch. It was not my intention to turn my daughters against their mother, and I regretted saying what I did. I'm sorry, girls. That didn't sound right. Your mother is a wonderful woman, and I have no right to say that. Don't worry about it, Dad. We understand more than you think. All was quiet for a few miles, and then, just as we crossed the Alabama state line, Sandy's cell phone buzzed. Hello? Pause. We arrived about an hour ago. Everything's fine. Pause. You're kidding. Pause. That sounds great. I'll tell him. Thanks for the call. Bye. In the rearview mirror, I noticed Sandy giving Cindy the thumbs up sign. What was that? Sandy leaned over the front seat of the car. Guess what, Daddy? Letitia is coming to Huntsville Tuesday morning. She said you have to pay her for the night and that she expects breakfast in bed. I was flattered to hear the news, but I felt pressured by Letitia and now my daughters. It all sounded wonderful, and I hoped I was up to the task, and not just this one. The weekend with the girls went great. They spent Saturday afternoon with their mom, but didn't get to meet Clayton. I asked them not to mention Lettish. We sorted out all the things they wanted to leave at the house. By the time they left, we had it all sorted out. I made an upfront payment to store the stuff until they finished school. As we drove back to Nashville, they made me promise to try to be companionable with Letitia. When I asked them what they meant, Cindy said, "Just don't make her mad." That was simple enough. They were excited about my move to town. I still didn't understand what Letitia needed from an old man who didn't even own an Armani suit. When I got home, it was time to relax with a beer and the Sunday paper. There were no pictures of Marcy and Clayton this week, but there was a short story about Keystone Development having trouble financing a local project. Winter wheat futures had fallen in value for a record time. This was interesting. I called Terry Davis and asked him to come over. It wasn't lunch, but I figured we could talk over a couple beers. Clayton Manning had a mixed past, to say the least. For the past few years, he'd been either broke or in great wealth. He'd spent a lot of time moving to get ahead of creditors and friends who lent him money. His new project began to fail. The people and investors who supported him were disappearing. I don't remember beer ever tasting so good. Monday morning turned out better than one might have expected. The coins I put up for auction sold much better than I expected. Cookson estimated the value of the coins at about $300,000. It didn't look like they would go that high, but they may well have gone over $200,000. In a little over 2 weeks, I will be a free man. 3 months ago, this would have seemed like a disaster, but today, I was looking forward to it. The people who bought the house had negotiated the financing and were ready to close the deal. I thought it was funny that Marcy felt so comfortable with Clayton that she didn't need any of our joint possessions. I wondered if she realized how slippery her future was. At 3 o'clock, I had a meeting with the people who bought the house. A check for $200,000 went immediately into my offshore account. They had no objection to me staying in the house for another week. It suited both of us. The next morning, I received a phone call before I had even had my coffee. An unknown person officially notified me that Miss Rothberg would be arriving at 10:45 a.m. on Delta Flight 724. I arrived 30 minutes early. Yes, I was a little worried. Anyway, several paparazzi had gotten wind of her arrival and were waiting outside the terminal. I tried my best to be inconspicuous. I parked my car in the short-term parking lot because I wasn't expecting so much attention. Instead of waiting for me to pick her up, she chose to walk with me behind the car. Of course, the photographers remembered my license plate number, and the cat jumped out of the bag. I'm not used to such a fuss, but Letitia didn't seem the least bit embarrassed by it. She apologized to me for it on the way home. I couldn't help but remember that as she was getting off the airplane, I wanted to kiss her. Stupid old man! I was embarrassed by the sparseness of the house. Over the past few months, I had gotten rid of everything I could. The only things left were the necessities that the new owner had agreed to take responsibility for after I left. My guest seemed amused by my attempts to apologize. There was nothing in the house to eat, so we made a quick stop at the local Taco Bell. Her choice. I promised her Dreamland ribs for dinner. It was nice to be around a woman with a healthy appetite. Letitia, I'm glad you're here, but I don't understand why. I assumed you'd be back to business. This is business, silly. I understand you're moving to New York next week. You need a place to stay and I have a spare bedroom. I'm here to help you pack. A truck will be here tomorrow morning to move anything you can't fit in the car. Just no furniture, please. How did you know I was moving? That's what I do. If I keep my eye on the little things, the big things come by themselves. It's a load of crap, but that's what I've always wanted to say. Are you conspiring with my daughters? I tried to grin innocently at that, but it was hard for an old man to appear sly. Her offer was unexpected, but I couldn't think of a single reason to refuse it. Sure. Now let's get some boxes so we can pack. I thought she would have been more comfortable sitting in a boardroom or a bank somewhere, but she seemed to enjoy just talking to me. But I still felt a little awkward about the age difference. We ended up throwing out more stuff than we had packed. She had an opinion about my closet, and she refused to listen to my pleas for mercy. Once I was settled in New York, she promised to take me to the store to get some appropriate clothes. When we were done, there were more boxes than could fit in my car, but not enough for a moving van. I hoped she'd ordered a small truck. I set aside my laptop and small inkjet printer to attend to an eBay auction. We were just getting ready for dinner when a new surprise awaited us. A delivery van was parked in front of the house. Letitia and I watched the driver in a smart uniform get down from the cab with a clipboard. Are you Gary Simmons? Yes. I have a delivery for you. Where do you want it? What the hell is this? The car. It's from Mr. Ramon Duarte. Is there room in the garage? The spot in the garage where Marcy's Volvo used to be was empty. I pointed in that direction and nodded. I noticed Letitia put her hand to her mouth and giggled. I don't know for sure, but I think she was amused by my bewilderment. 5 minutes later, I was looking at a shiny orange sports car standing next to my outdated Volvo. What the hell is this? With great pride, the courier said, This is a 2008 Lamborghini Gallardo Spider, Super Leggera model. Isn't it the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? Letitia could barely contain her laughter. She wasn't loud or anything, but she was definitely enjoying herself. I signed the shipping form for the fancy uniform to go home. I had no idea what I was going to do with my gift, but I knew I wasn't going to take it with me to New York. Get in the Volvo, little Miss Funny Pants. My guest was still smiling as we pulled away from the driveway. I ordered a full rack of ribs and 2 Fosters. Could you explain what's going on with the car? Ramon stocked up on winter wheat. Everyone thought he was crazy. When the price started to drop, he started doubling contracts. In less than a week, he made over $40 million. He was happy with the money, but he was thrilled with the comments he received about his smart move. Well, good for Ramon. I hope he didn't mention my name. He wanted to pay his respects to you, but not without your consent. He thanked me for bringing you to the party and asked for your address. However, I didn't know he was going to do that. The ribs arrived, and I watched mesmerized as Letitia dipped a few of them in Tabasco and then got down to business. God, I love that girl. You know I'm going to send it back in the morning, don't you? That's what I thought. Don't worry about it. Ramon won't take offense. He would have gladly offered you the money, but he probably figured you'd refuse. That way you'll feel more obligated to keep the money. We had to order a few more beers because of the Tabasco. I felt good and I didn't want to go home. At that moment, I would have given anything to spend the night in bed with this beautiful young vixen. I envied the suave, debonair, lovable guys who could get any girl in the world into bed in 5 minutes. The best I could hope for was a good-night kiss. We couldn't talk all night, so eventually I was forced to go home. The next morning was wonderful. All my worries were in vain. As soon as we entered the house, Letitia took me by the hand and led me to the bedroom. Since I was a true gentleman, I did my best to make sure her needs were met first. As a reward, I was rewarded with the best night of sex of my secluded life. Breakfast in bed consisted of juice, coffee, and Danish. I'm sorry, but under the circumstances, it's the best I can do. He's as good as I could have hoped for. Trying to eat off a tray in bed is very uncomfortable. After a few giggles and rearrangements, we retreated to the kitchen. Breakfast in bed sounds neater than it is. Letitia, I don't want to spoil the mood, but I'm really curious as to why you chose me. I don't have much to offer, and you deserve so much. I've been burned many times by slick, debonair boy lovers. I won't fall into that trap again. Ah, I see. I'm attracted to you because I'm not a trickster or a debauchee. My guest found this amusing and laughed a little. Gary, I was impressed with the deal you made with James in New York. I just sold some coins. Not that it's silly. I found your proposed agreement to purchase trust land intriguing. Do you consider me a philanthropist? Oh, not at all. I see you as a cunning bastard who took advantage of a unique situation to mess with his wife's lover. Of course, this brought a smile to my face. I was amazed at how smart she was and how well she hid it. Was that wrong? No, Gary, that was brilliant. I was impressed and wanted to know more about you. You couldn't possibly know what I was doing in New York. I knew what you did, but I didn't find out the reason until days later. You were checking up on me? Of course I'm not a fool. I have to admit, the boost in self-esteem was refreshing. Unfortunately, Letitia was taking an early morning flight back to New York. I hated to see her go. She left me with a happy heart and the key to her apartment. The Lamborghini dealer couldn't come to collect the car until the next day. It was okay because I wasn't going to drive it. The movers came with a small truck and picked up my stuff to go to New York. Terry Davis called and told me that Keystone Development was in serious financial trouble. It seemed that Clayton had mysteriously lost almost all of its supporters, and almost overnight. There were rumors that some people were picking up markers that Clayton had not received. That evening, I was visited by my almost ex-wife. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? I could not refrain from sarcasm. I need to talk to you about some things. I'm leaving in a few days, but I'll help you in any way I can. I was going to take my old Volvo, but I noticed it was gone. What's that orange car in the garage? Things were starting to get interesting. I'm sorry, Marcy. When you said you didn't want your old Volvo, I sold it back to the dealer. He may still have it if you want to check it out. Shit. I'd never heard Marcy use that term before. The orange car was a gift, but I'm going to return it tomorrow anyway. I can't imagine myself driving something like that. The sticker on the window said $225,000. Who would give you a gift like that? Your new girlfriend? No. It was a cattle rancher from Argentina that I helped a few weeks ago. It was just to show my gratitude. So what else can I do for you? There was a pause in the conversation. I realized that Marcy wanted to say something, but didn't know how to do it. Would you like something to drink? I have beer and diet sodas. No, I can't stay long. How did you even get here? I don't see a car. I took a cab. Gary, you said you were leaving in a few days. Is it okay if I stay in the house for a while? The house is sold. We closed the deal yesterday and the new owners will move their stuff in this weekend. They're letting me stay until Friday, but that's it. What's wrong with the apartment by the river? She did not answer that question. There was a brief lull, and then she asked, What happened to the money you got for the house? Things were getting really interesting now. I was starting to like that the conversation was getting on the right track. It's all gone. You clearly said you didn't want anything. The money I had, I used to set up a new apartment for my move. Where are you moving to? New York. I got a promotion and a big raise. I should be there on Monday. I wasn't going to tell Marcy that I was going to live with Letitia. I also wasn't going to tell her about the bank account in the Caymans. You never told me what happened to the apartment. It was only leased. The lease expired and the owner didn't want to renew it. Where do you live now? We're staying at the Holiday Inn until Clayton picks up a new place. Oh, I see. Now I understood why she wanted to move into our old house. Marcy looked a little confused. She wanted to ask for help, but she didn't know how to approach it. I realized she was in trouble. There was a lull in the conversation again. Is there anything else I can do for you? Could you give me a ride to the Holiday Inn? The first half of the trip went smoothly. I understand you have a girlfriend. Tell me about her. She's not really a friend, but more of a business partner. What kind of business? You're not doing any business. You're right. I'm just a grocery store clerk. I can't fool you, can I? Marcy was silent. She was looking out the window, and I heard her whisper to herself, Bastard! This was the moment when I could vent all my frustration. It was the perfect opportunity to let her know how much the pictures in the papers hurt me. But instead, I just smiled to myself. She was in a bad way, and I redeemed myself. I felt bad for a moment, but it passed quickly. I dropped her off at the motel entrance. She left without looking back or saying goodbye. I hated to say it, but I felt a sense of satisfaction. The week was shaping up nicely. Thursday morning, I unexpectedly received the final divorce papers. They were early, but who am I to complain? On the front page of the Huntsville paper was a picture of Letitia Rothberg arriving at the airport. Your sincere friend was holding her hand. A copy of the newspaper is delivered free to each room at the Holiday Inn. Marcy can read it at breakfast. I was sure Clayton would explain to her who Letitia was. I emptied the safety deposit box at the bank. My 7 pennies will come in handy in the near future. I thought Letitia would ask about them while she was here, but she never once broached the subject. All our conversations were strictly social. If she was interested in me for business reasons, she never pointed it out. I set a buy-it-now price on all the coins in the auction. More than half of them were sold at that price. I spent the rest of the day packing up the coins that were sold and preparing them for shipping to the post office. The rest of the auction had to close by noon on Friday. If all PayPal payments went through, all coins would be mailed the same day. Any unscrupulous buyers will have to wait until Monday. Early Saturday morning, I was on my way. Most of the money from my PayPal account was transferred to my Cayman account. I also left a small amount on PayPal in case I saw something I just had to have. The people who bought the house drove up just as I was leaving. It was a win-win for both of us. The trip north would take about 12 hours with no delays. Letitia was in the apartment and promised to prepare a home-cooked dinner for my arrival. I wondered who would cook it. It was good to know that I was still man enough to win the heart of such a beautiful woman. I had no doubt that I could fulfill all her expectations. I was just crossing the Virginia state line on Interstate 81 when Cindy called. It seems Clayton Manning had skipped town and left Marcy with no car, no place to live, no money, and a hefty motel bill. I asked Cindy what she thought I should do. She laughed and replied, "Smile.